1. Chapter 1 Spell. Demon. Mask. See Circle Calendar 1520, an unknown island in East Blue. There was a line of people outside a simple little medical clinic built of wood. The weather is nice today. Mr. Luo will come to see you. Who knows? I've been waiting in line for hours. I haven't seen anyone yet. How many hours have you only had? I've been waiting here at 4 o'clock in the morning. I didn't even dare to leave even if there was a queen. You are so miserable. Fortunately, I am constipated. Among the people queuing up, various comments came one after another. They are all residents from around the island and come here specifically for medical treatment. A month ago, suddenly a doctor came to the island and opened a medical clinic. If there is no disease, no treatment will be given. If there is no disease, no treatment will be given. No matter what complicated condition you have, you can be cured within a few minutes. At first, many people on the island didn't believe it and thought it was a lie. But as more and more people were cured, they discovered the law of true fragrance. Then, every day, there is an endless stream of people who come here specially for the famous place and queue up at the door, waiting for treatment. Crunch! While everyone was talking and discussing, the door of the small medical clinic was opened from the inside out. The people who had just been discussing quickly shut up and looked over. I saw a man with black hair, black eyes, 2 meters tall, and a strong build slowly walking out of it. He raised his eyes and glanced at the long queue at the door, stretched and yawned, as if he was used to such a scene. Morning, everyone. Let's start. While speaking, Luo Xiu waved to the first person in the team. Coming. The man who was greeted had his arm wrapped in bandages and soaked in blood. He quickly walked out of the crowd in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, with uncontrollable joy and excitement on his face. Come in with me, and everyone else will line up. Luo Xiu nodded and walked into the house after speaking. 3 minutes later, the man came out of the house. The bandage on his arm had disappeared, and no trace of injury could be seen. My arm is healed. My arm is healed. The man ran outside the hospital, laughing maniacally, crying while laughing. Regarding this scene, everyone in the queue just smiled and did not show any surprise. After all, things like this happen every day. It is no longer a strange thing. At the same time, inside the tavern, after Luo Xiu finished treating one person, he sat on a wicker chair and threw a stack of banknotes in his hand into a box aside. The power of the horse charm. Heal the sick and save the lives. I never thought that when I came to this pirate world, I would first become a doctor. It's nature that plays tricks on people. He is a time traveler. Traveled here a month ago. In my previous life, I was a college student who loved watching anime. One day, while rewatching a classic anime, The Adventures of Jackie Chan in the dormitory, my phone suddenly exploded, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I found that I had traveled to the world of pirates. At this point in time, Luffy has just gone to sea, Enel is still a god on Sky Island, Summit War is still a few years away, and many supernovas have not yet grown up. The legend is slowly being written. Although when reading comics in his previous life, Luo Xiu would often imagine that he physically traveled to another world and competed with the top experts in it. What a sweat-soaking feeling it would be. But when it really happened, he found, oh shit, I don't feel as if I'm having fun, but I feel quite panicked. Being in this situation, the first thing Luo Xiu had to think about was how to survive. Because there are too many powerful people in this world, the 4 emperors, Marine Admiral, 5 elders, and him, all of them are not good. Fortunately, when I traveled back in time, I was watching The Adventures of Jackie Chan, and I carry the supporting system of The Adventures of Jackie Chan. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu said silently, turn on the system. A gray space suddenly appeared in his mind. In the middle of the space, 12 regular block-shaped objects with different patterns are hovering neatly. That is the 12 talismans. 2 of them are bright and 10 are dim. One is a horse charm, and the other is an ox charm. The ox talisman is a gift package for beginners when the system is activated, and the horse talisman is activated this month. Then his consciousness moved away from the 12 talismans in the space and looked to the right. There are 7 doors there, locked with chains. This is the sealed door where the 7 demons are imprisoned. In addition, on the left side of the 12 talismans, there are 10 masks suspended, each of them hideous and terrifying. They represent the 9 Shadow Core. However, compared to the spells, these demons and masks have not yet been activated. However, Luo Xiu knew how to activate them. When the system was activated, he was given a prompt. Congratulations to host for getting the Jackie Chan Adventures matching system. Got the Holy Master template. Host can get 12 spells, 7 demons, and 10 masks. How to awaken the ancient devil. Absorb infused devil fruit. How to obtain the shadow mask. Defeat the strong and obtain the command value corresponding to the bounty amount. These system information would sometimes come to Luo Xiu's mind from time to time. I just don't know how many devil fruits are needed and how much command points I get. Although I know the method, I don't know the quantity. This can only be known after actually doing it. After coming back to his senses, Luo Xiu didn't bother to think too much and continued his healing process. Next, boom. The words were spoken not long ago. The wooden door panel of the medical center was violently pushed open. Luo Xiu frowned and looked up. A man nearly 3 meters tall, holding a machete in his hand and a scar on his face, strode in with an unruly expression. Is your name Luo Xiu? He was very familiar with him, so he sat down opposite Luo Xiu and asked in a loud voice, Excuse me, are you your excellency? Luo Xiu remained calm and polite. Don't worry about who I am, let's see if my injuries can be cured, the man said, putting his big knife on the ground. As he spoke, he pulled down his clothes with his hands and saw a horrific wound on his waist, with blood condensing on the surface. Shinzei glanced briefly and knew that this guy must have been stabbed in the waist. It can be cured, but you have to pay more. Chapter 2 Ask Around. I'm known as the Bloody Hand Massacre. No problem. If it can be cured, you can raise the price. The man with the big knife waved his hand, showing that he didn't care about money at all. Lean forward. Don't resist. Luo Xiu's hands glowed with milky white light and rested on the man's waist. Suddenly, under the shroud of light, the wound on the man's waist was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short time, it was intact as before, and the blood clots condensed on the surface disappeared. The ability of the horse talisman. It can eliminate all diseases in the user's body, eliminate all pains and remove all injuries, and can restore all objects that are smashed or damaged in appearance to their original appearance. Moreover, this ability can be used by others besides the host. Good, very good. You are just like the rumors say. You have great medical skills. The man moved his body, and there was no pain in his waist. There was no trace of any previous injury. A total of 100,000 Baileys. Luo Xiu retracted his hands and said, The original price was 50,000 Bailey, but after adding money, it was 100,000 Bailey. In the entire pirate world, this can be considered a very fair price. Give me money? I, Yodel, have been a pirate for more than 10 years. I only have money in my pockets, but I have never heard of money coming out of my pockets. With a scraping sound, Yoder pulled out the big knife. There were bursts of sword light, and the momentum suddenly exploded. I'm in a good mood today. You can take some more money from the box and give it to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Yoder's eyes looked greedily at the wooden box filled with Bailey, a look of salivation on his face. So, you want to have sex for free? Luo Xiu shook his head in amusement upon hearing this. Don't even ask me, Luo Xiu, what my name is in this area. Known as Bloody Massacre. The child couldn't sleep at night after listening to it. Slowly standing up from the wicker chair, Luo Xiu and Yodel faced each other. His height of 2 meters seemed a bit short compared to the opponent's height of 3 meters. However, the momentum is quite stable. Humph, little brat, then I have no choice but to rob him. Yodel grinned, then immediately swung his arm and slashed at Luo Xiu with his broadsword. Seeing this, Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Next moment, he raised his arm, and explosive power instantly filled his fist bones. 2 fingers, like 2 iron pliers, clamped the big knife coming towards him. Then, the fingers exert force. Clang! The broadsword was broken violently by Luo Xiu, and several small blades flew out and pierced into Yoder's body. There was also a blade, which was held in Luo Xiu's hand. Then, at the moment Yoder was in pain, Luo Xiu struck out with another punch, hitting Yoder's arm like a hammer. Click. The arm was broken immediately. The ability of the Ox Talisman. The owner is extremely powerful and physically strong. As the developer's abilities become stronger, the power becomes stronger. Luo Xiu was 1.8 meters tall in his previous life, but due to the Cow Talisman, he grew to 2 meters tall. The power is even more terrifying, as if there is a wild beast hidden in the body. A little pirate from East Blue. That's a pinch with your hands. All this happened in an instant. After one set of operations, Yoder didn't even have time to resist. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. I'm going to chop you into pieces. Yodel's arm was still being pinched by Luo Xiu, and he couldn't break free at all. But the mouth is still shouting. Move your body forward. Don't resist. Luo Xiu smiled, spinning the blade with his fingertips. Subsequently, puff, the blade penetrated into Yoder's waist and opened a large gash. With a scream, Luo Xiu took out the kidney that had just been healed. If you don't pay, you can't enjoy the medical results. This is something even a primary school student understands. Luo Xiu looked at the waist in his hand and raised his eyebrows. It seems that the wrong one was taken. The right kidney was treated just now, but the left one was taken. Puff. The blade penetrated the man's right waist and opened a large gash. With another scream, Yoder's other kidney was also taken out. That's right. Luo Xiu looked at Yoder's symmetrical sides and expressed great satisfaction. Then he threw 2 kidneys in front of Yoder. Take your waist. Don't dirty my place. Get out. The other party was already sweating profusely, and his face was pale with pain. Inside, I was extremely frightened. How dare you speak harshly? Picking up 2 bloody kidneys, he rushed out of the house rolling and crawling. Hey, I don't know where this reckless man came from. How dare you come here to act wild like Master Luo? It's better now. When I came here, I had 1 hole. I saw a doctor once, and now it's 2. What a joke. This is not bad. A few days ago, someone had his hands and feet cut off. He couldn't even crawl out. Master Luo's reputation as a bloody massacrer is indeed extraordinary, but he is so easy to talk to. Why do these people with abnormal brains insist on not taking the ordinary path? Damn. Seeing Yoder jumping in line and escaping in a panic, everyone in the queue seemed to have expected this scene. Everyone looked at this man running with blood all the way like a fool. They knew clearly that Luo Xiu was the doctor of this island. But he is the only strong person on the island. Regardless of whether they are pirates or anyone else, as long as they do not follow the rules, they will be thrown out cruelly. All cured diseases will be returned to you. It's still double the kind. But if you stay calm, prepare money, and line up well, you will have nothing to worry about, and you can still enjoy excellent medical treatment. Inside the room, Luo Xiu wiped the bloodline with a rag and then threw it aside. There was no expression on his face. He knew very well that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the world of pirates where the weak preyed on the strong, he had to show his iron-blooded skills. Fighting violence with violence is always the simplest and most effective method of communication in this world. Otherwise, you are waiting to be bullied. Next, Luo Xiu sat back on the chair and continued his healing process. Crunch. Not a moment. The door was pushed open. A woman with short yellow shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and wearing a short-sleeved shirt walked in timidly. After seeing Luo Xiu, he seemed a little overwhelmed. Where is the disease? When Luo Xiu saw someone coming in, he raised his eyes and asked as usual. But the next moment, Luo Xiu's face was stunned. Go. Is this Nami? Good guy, he didn't expect that he would meet the characters in the original work here. No precautions, no. After a pause, Luo Xiu's expression returned to normal. I am not sick. 3. Chapter 3 Nami's Request. Next rabbit spell. Nami sat across from Luo Xiu and said with a trembling voice, Are you not sick? Luo Xiu frowned slightly. Why do you come to my place if you're not sick? As he spoke, he couldn't help but look Nami up and down. At this time, Nami's figure was not that exaggerated, and her personality was not as cheerful as later. She is still a little girl with many worries. I'm not sick, but there is someone in my village who needs medical treatment. Nami blinked and whispered. Oh. Luo Xiu nodded slightly. Then what? I want to ask you to go to our village for medical treatment. After Nami pondered for a moment, he mustered up the courage to tell his purpose. When he said this request, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. She knew that Luo Xiu was a famous doctor, but she also knew that he was known as the Bloody Hand Killer, and he killed people without even looking at them. The scene of Yodel rolling and crawling just now is still vivid in my mind. She was afraid that Luo Xiu would reject her outright. Then throw yourself out. No. Luo Xiu shook his head and directly rejected Nami's request. By the way, I would like to add an explanation. I only do sit-in consultations, not consultations. Although I sympathize with your situation in Kokoja village, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, I'm all alone, hanging out in the dirtiest area of East Blue. I don't have the time to go to your place. I'll give you the money. Seeing Luo Xiu's refusal, Nami's face turned pale. He quickly took out a large amount of money from his pants and hurriedly put it on the table. This is the money he stole when he became a leader of the Dragon Pirates and saved it for a long time. This time, for the sake of the lives of the villagers, I had to take it out. Seeing these crumpled bills, Luo Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, becoming interested. In his impression, Nami is a well-known money addict. He was actually willing to bleed profusely. But after thinking about it, I understood. Compared to money, the villagers of Kokoja seem to mean more to Nami. This is why she wants to raise 100 million belly. Just to get the whole village out of Arlong's control. How much are you willing to pay? Luo Xiu asked, giving him a step. 1 million Baileys. Nami gritted his teeth and almost said these words from between his teeth. This shows how much determination it takes for her to make this decision. First, tell me what's wrong with you villagers. Without directly agreeing or rejecting, Luo Xiu asked instead. They are dying. Nami was silent for a while. The scene of the village appeared in his mind, and tears could even be seen shining in his eyes. A few days ago, several people in their village were beaten to death because they didn't say hello to Arlong as they passed by him. They were considered disrespectful to him, so they were beaten to death. Not only did the injury not improve within a few days, but it also worsened day by day. The village doctor, Dr. Uncle Nagao, had limited conditions and could not treat him at all, so he could only watch helplessly. Someone in their village heard that there was a miracle doctor here. No matter what kind of injury it was, it could be solved, so she came all the way from Kokoja village. I want to invite him back to the village to help with treatment. About to die. Please tell me quickly. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu suddenly became excited and asked. Under Nami's simple description, Luo Xiu understood the cause and effect. In an instant, he had an idea in his mind. Go must go. This is a great opportunity. Maybe the next spell can be awakened. Yes, just awaken the next spell. Opening a medical clinic here, Luo Xiu doesn't really want to be a doctor. The purpose is actually to awaken the third talisman, the rabbit talisman. After a month of exploration since the system was activated, he discovered that the method of awakening the spell was related to the degree of integration of the previous spell. For example, the novice gift package is for awakening the ox talisman. During this period of time, Luo Xiu exercised every day. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10 kilometers of long-distance running every day. As the body's strength continued to increase, as expected, the light of the ox talisman in the space gradually increased when it reached a critical value. Snap, very fast. Awaken the second talisman. That is the horse talisman. Use this as a basis to reason. The purpose of opening a medical clinic on the island to treat different patients is to integrate and use the power of the horse charm. And obviously, if you revive a dying person, there is no doubt that the potential of the spell will be more unleashed. Master Luo, are you going to go? Seeing Luo Xiu's delay in answering, Nami had tears in her eyes, feeling like her pearls were about to drop in the next second. Of course. Luo Xiu, who came back to his senses, smiled and nodded. Just kidding, there is no reason to refuse at all. Give me money again, and you have another chance to activate the third rabbit charm. I've finished my medical treatment this morning. I'll follow you there. Thank you, thank you. Hearing that Luo Xiu agreed to her request, Nami's face suddenly showed uncontrollable happiness. Luo Xiu's words represent the hope of the villagers. Then I won't disturb you and leave now. Nami bowed to Luo Xiu repeatedly to express his gratitude. Afraid that Luo Xiu would regret it, after saying this, Nami rushed out of the door. Luo Xiu continued his work. Next. Master Luo, it's me. Time passed quickly, like a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, a whole morning passed. Everyone, please disperse. It's closing time. No clinic visits in the afternoon. Luo Xiu stood at the door of the medical center and shouted to the people still queuing outside. Mr. Luo, I have been waiting for almost 10 hours. You've only had 10 hours, and I've been watching you all day. I've been passing by for almost 2 days. Everyone was wailing and complaining. How? Do you have any objections? Luo Xiu glared at them, and everyone immediately stopped talking and dispersed. They could only wait until next time to come back. Nami, who had been waiting outside the entrance of the medical center, quickly ran to Qinze in small steps. Master Luo, when can you come over? Leave now. Okay. Nami's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard that she was leaving now. For the villagers in the village, of course, the earlier the better. Not only will they suffer less pain, but the chance of successful treatment will also be greater. Afterwards, Luo Xiu tidied up a bit and followed Nami towards Kokoja village. 4. Chapter 4 Activate the Rabbit Spell. One day later. Early morning. A canvas boat rides the wind and waves on the sea. Luo Xiu was dressed in black, standing in the wind, leaning on the pole of the boat. The salty sea breeze made his black hair fly. Taking a deep breath of the 24K pure oxygen of the pirate world, Luo Xiu raised his eyes and saw a blurry island not far away. Almost there, Nami controlled the direction of the ship and sped up, as excited as a little rabbit. After a while, the ship docked next to the island. Crack! Luo Xiu jumped off the ship and took a look around. Nice view. There is a kind of pure beauty. How about this? This is my hometown Kokoja village. Is it beautiful? Nami said proudly as she followed Luo Xiu. After a long voyage and a short time getting along with Luo Xiu, she discovered that Luo Xiu was not as scary as that title sounded. He is an approachable and knowledgeable person. Even when it's boring, he will tell some very interesting things. For example, although the sea is very vast, it is only a drop in the ocean. Beyond this, there are many different worlds. Weird and interesting. For example, some navigation knowledge that she didn't know, as well as weather observation methods. He said that his head was dizzy, and he felt like something was growing. Although she doesn't know why, for her who admires the sea and dreams of drawing a map of the world, all the unknown has a different kind of attraction. Luo Xiu, lead the way. Nami made a yes gesture, then took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and ran in front of Luo Xiu. Along the way, you can see many villagers coming and going, and everyone who sees Nami will say hello with a smile. Good morning, Nami. Good morning, uncle. Good morning, Nami. Morning. It can be seen that Nami is in Kokoja village and has a good relationship with the villagers. Everyone who greeted Nami couldn't help but look at Luo Xiu. After learning that he was a miracle doctor invited from outside, everyone's eyes widened. I didn't expect that the rumor doctor would be such a young man. About half an hour later, Luo Xiu, led by Nami, came to the small medical clinic in the village. Oops, it's Nami who's back. Hearing the voice outside, an old man with black eyes and a goatee came out of the house. He is the village doctor of Kokoja village, Dr. Nagao. When he saw Luo Xiu standing next to Nami, the old man was obviously stunned. This is the famous doctor who was invited to treat us. Our villagers will definitely be saved now. Nami introduced generously. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. Coming quickly, when Nego heard that it was the rumor doctor, his energy suddenly perked up, he straightened his body and hurriedly led inside. At the same time, on the other side, the home of the dragon pirates, Cadre Kruby and Chiu were sitting on the sofa. Arlong, the leader of the dragon pirates, was sitting on a chair alone, looking at the kneeling man below with interesting eyes. A doctor can do this to you. Hee yodel, you are really getting worse and worse. The person kneeling below is the big sword pirate who wanted to have sex for free at Luo Xiu Medical Center. After being taught a lesson by Luo Xiu, he hurried back to the group and asked the group leader to give him justice. Boss Dragon, it's not my problem. This person is too strong. Yodel explained with a trembling voice. Very strong. Arlong couldn't help laughing loudly, scared. Yodel, has your head been cut off like your waist? You can actually talk such nonsense. In East Blue, the dragon pirates were dominating, and he didn't think anyone could be that strong, and the other party was a doctor. Hey, Yoder, why don't you quit the dragon pirates? It would be embarrassing if word spread that our members of the dragon pirates couldn't even beat a little doctor, said the person on the sofa with a smile. He would not have the slightest sympathy for Yodel's experience. In the world of pirates, strength is the most important thing. A waste defeated by civilians doesn't have much dignity at all. Hey, evil dragon boss, I will definitely try my best to help the group. Please avenge me. Yoder was frightened and kowtowed towards Arlong. Due to excessive force, the waste fell out of the body. Pick it up, pick up the kidneys. Arlong, the boss with a broken mouth, pointed at the internal organs on the ground with a look of disgust on his face. Yoder quickly picked it up, horrified. Your affairs will be taken care of, Arlong said with a grin, although he doesn't like Yodel. But no matter what, the other party is still a member of the group. The reputation of the Dragon Pirates needs victory to maintain. But before that, you go to Orange Town and call Nami over. I haven't seen this little girl for a long time. I heard that it left the island recently. Did it bring some treasure from outside? Arlong's eyes flashed unconsciously when he thought of wealth. Over the years, Nami has provided him with a lot of treasures. A good thing like money cannot be wasted on a little girl. These are the villagers who were seriously injured by Arlong. Kokoja village, inside the medical center. Nami said next to some wooden bedboards. On top of the template, 3 people were lying. Every one of them fell into a coma, half dead and hanging outside. You can see how bad the situation is. Luo Xiu nodded. It looks really serious. This time, he came right. I'm starting. Luo Xiu got straight to the point and didn't say any nonsense. Next moment, he put his hands on a villager's body, and the power of the horse charm was activated instantly. The milky white light gathered between the palms and was then transmitted to the villagers' bodies. The light crawls across the entire body like an ivy. Wherever the light shrouded the area, all the bruises and scars disappeared. 5 minutes later, the villagers who were originally scarred recovered. Even some hidden diseases that were not noticed were eliminated in these 5 minutes. Follow the gourd and draw the scoop. Luo Xiu rescued the other 2 villagers in the same way. Suddenly, the 3 villagers swept away the dead air before. At the same time that Luo Xiu stopped his hand, the villagers seemed to see a milky white light emerging in their minds, and they opened their eyes and woke up. When they learned that the young man in front of them had saved them, several people knelt down and kowtowed in thanks. Ding! Congratulations, host. Activate the 3rd spell, the rabbit charm. 5. Chapter 5, Get rid of Arlong? I do. Luo Xiu felt happy when he heard the system sensor sound. Sure enough, the spell was activated. Open the system. Luo Xiu muttered silently in his heart. In the space of consciousness, the originally dim rabbit charm was emitting pink light. Rabbit talisman ability. It enables the holder to move extremely fast, representing teleportation and agility. If you develop it to ultimate, you can travel through time and space and go back to the past. It is the ultimate representative of speed. Not to mention, after activating the spell, Luo Xiu did feel that his body became much lighter. The legs are even more powerful. He was very curious as to how fast his speed could reach now. What if compared with Kizaru, the representative of ultimate speed in this world? At this time, Nami's crying voice came over, interrupting Luo Xiu's thoughts. Luo Xiu came back to his senses and turned to look at Nami. Wanted to just say something about taking money to eliminate the disaster. But as soon as his vision went dark, a figure suddenly rushed towards him. It was a big hug from Nami. Luo Xiu was confused for a moment. Smelling the fragrance of the girl, I heard Nami's sobs of emotion. After shaking his head and sighing, Luo Xiu reached out and patted Nami's beautiful back and spoke to comfort her. 1,000,000 Baileys. Remember to give me the full amount. Nami released her arms from Luo Xiu's neck, realized her impulse just now, and smiled awkwardly. Then he wiped his tears with his hands and said confidently, Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I'll get it to you right away. It was settled when Luo Xiu was asked to come over for treatment. 1,000,000 belly for the cost of treatment. Although she values money, she also values credibility. What's more, with Mr. Luo's strength and prestige, being willing to row with him for a day to get here is enough to give him face. But at this moment, outside the hospital, there was suddenly a rush of footsteps, accompanied by a shout. Nami, you are in there. Captain Arlong is looking for you and wants you to meet him. The person who came was none other than Yoder. At this time, he was standing at the door of the medical center, panting and gasping for air. Since the waste was taken out, he felt that his physical strength was declining rapidly. Fortunately, before coming here, the captain asked the ship's doctor to help him reattach the waist. Otherwise, coming here would be a nightmare. Oh shit. Luo Xiu, you bastard. I will make your life worse than death. Thinking of all this, it was Luo Xiu who did it. The anger in Yodel's mind suddenly rose. I wish I could cut the other person into pieces and then throw him into the organ-selling market in the underground world. Only then can you relieve the great hatred in your heart. After seeing for a while no one answered, Yoder couldn't help but snorted coldly. It's okay if the leader laughs at me, but a little girl who is not fully developed still ignores me. I have to give your villagers some color. Although Nami's current identity is a leader of the dragon pirates, the pirates below actually look down on her. Due to his position, Nami, although Yodel did not dare to move, could spread his anger on those villagers. These guys are just playing around casually. Thinking of this, Yoder picked up the broken sword and swaggered inside. At the same time, inside the medical center, Nami's face turned pale after hearing the familiar voice outside. She didn't expect that Yoder would come here to look for her after coming out of Luo Xiu Medical Center. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong, and she must not let him discover Luo Xiu's existence. Otherwise, if Arlong knew about it, Luo Xiu would be in danger. Master Luo, hide quickly. Nami looked panicked and pulled Luo Xiu towards the back door. However, Luo Xiu's body seemed to be frozen in place, and no matter how hard Nami tried, he couldn't move it. Hide, Luo Xiu said calmly. Why hide? On the way here, Nami told him that Yodel was a member of the Dragon Pirates. But Luo Xiu didn't take it to heart all. A Grand Line loser. He is just a small character who can only hang out in East Blue. Not even a strong one. With the Ox Talisman and Horse Talisman in his possession, Luo Xiu had enough confidence to repair Arlong, not to mention that now that the Rabbit Talisman was activated, hitting an Arlong was not just a matter of pinching it with his hands. If you come across it, you'll come across it, and maybe you can get a bounty. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu immediately asked, do you want to do it or not? What to do? Nami was confused. Make a deal. Trade. Yes, right now. Now. Nami was completely confused and had no idea what Luo Xiu said he was going to do. Then she thought of what the woman in the village had said. His face suddenly changed. Could it be that Luo Xiu fell in love with him and wanted to have sex with him? Thinking of this, Nami quickly let go of Luo Xiu's hands and hugged them to her chest. Lord Luo, 1,000,000 Baileys, I will give it to you in full. There will be no installments. Seeing Nami's reaction, Luo Xiu's forehead darkened, and he realized that the other party seemed to have misunderstood. What are you thinking about? I'm talking about killing Arlong, and you pay the reward. The system has already given a reminder that to unlock the mask, the command value corresponding to the bounty is required. There is irreconcilable hatred between Nami and Arlong. That helps Nami get rid of Arlong, and then let the other party offer the bounty. Wouldn't it be a good way to obtain command points? Do it, kill Arlong. Nami's head exploded with disbelief. It was as if I heard the most horrifying words in the world. In her eyes, Arlong represents absolute strength and is East Blue's invincible existence. Hozil village has been under the oppression of Arlong these years and has struggled to survive. But no one dared to think of rebelling against Arlong, including herself. We can only compromise again and again. But now the man in front of him told him that he wanted to kill Arlong directly. How can it be? Can't win. Although Luo Xiu defeated Yodel, he was only a small member of the Dragon Pirates. Arlong's strength is far stronger than imagined. With Luo Xiu's strength, it is simply impossible to complete. You can only die in vain. Master Luo, don't say this again. Nami shook his head and smiled bitterly. You'd better hide quickly. Yordle is coming in soon. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. Just tell me. Do it or don't do it. Seeing Luo Xiu being so determined, Nami couldn't help but froze on the spot. He was really sure. Suddenly, fear and hope spread in Nami's mind, constantly wandering and struggling. Seeing Nami standing there, struggling with pain on her face, Luo Xiu continued. One thing you have to think about. Is this your only chance in this life? Tell me your decision. This is the only chance in this life. Nami said to himself blankly. Yes. Do you still have such an opportunity in your life? Is there anyone who would dare to say to me, get rid of Arlong? Just deal with Arlong. Kokoja village can be liberated and returned to the beauty of the past. He no longer has to be a leader of the dragon pirates, he no longer has to be a thief, and he no longer has to raise the 100 million belly that weighs down like a mountain. You can also chase your dreams and sail away to draw a map of the world. Thinking of this, the two emotions that were constantly mixed in her pupils disappeared and were replaced by determination. Do it. Nami seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body and said, I will do it. 6. Chapter 6. It's you again. Do. Ha. Nami, what are you going to do? Why don't you tell me and listen? Yoder strode in from the inner door of the medical center with a look of awesomeness on his face. However, next moment, when he saw Luo Xiu standing inside, the boss's eyes suddenly widened. It's broad daylight, what the hell? Yoder muttered as he stretched out his hand to wipe his eyes. It seems that my body is really too weak, and I actually have hallucinations. With this thought in mind, Yoder shook off the frightened sweat on his head and walked towards Nami. We are quite destined. We meet again. Luo Xiu greeted Yoder as he looked at him. Boom. Hearing this familiar voice, Yoder's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He took a step back and jumped several meters away. Oh shit, this time no, it's not an illusion. Suddenly, Yoder was sweating profusely, and his legs were shaking with fear. The scene in the medical clinic immediately emerged. Why are you here? Yoder swallowed his saliva and said in horror. Hey, and Nami, you must have colluded with me. You actually brought a stranger to the island privately. Captain Arlong knows about it and must make you look good. When he saw Nami and those damn villagers on the side, he immediately understood and yelled angrily. It seems that when I cut your waist before, I was too gentle. You speak so emotionally. Luo Xiu walked out slowly and walked up to Yodel. He really didn't understand. How strong are the defense and vitality of the people in this pirate world? Even though he had cut 2 of his waists, the other party was still alive and kicking. There can also be fluctuations in the tone of voice when speaking. It's really outrageous. Master Luo, I'm not targeting you. I mean, Nami, she is a thief. Don't be deceived by her appearance. Seeing Luo Xiu walking towards him, Yoder's lips turned white with fear, and he kept saying, This guy looks harmless on the outside, but his actions are really shady. I can't win if I'm healthy, let alone if I'm injured now. There is no suspense at all. Oh, understood. Luo Xiu looked at Yoder's waist. There was a scar that had just been stitched up. It turns out it was put back on again. Having said this, Luo Xiu looked up at Yoder and said coldly, Do I allow you to pretend? Phew. The moment the words fell, Luo Xiu had quick eyes and quick hands, and he had knives in both sides. The waist that had been reinstalled was taken out again. Pain. It hurt so much. Yodel was rolling on the ground in pain, his facial features twisted together. I'm sorry, uncle. I made your floor dirty. Luo Xiu looked back at the village Dr. Nagao and said apologetically, No, it's okay. Nagao swallowed silently. Everyone was numb. Good guy. This young man. 1 second he was rescuing people, the next moment he was directly interfering. His 3 views were greatly shocked at this time. Not only him, but also the other 3 villagers present had the same expression. Is this definitely the doctor who saved us just now? How cruel. Only Nami is slightly better. After all, she has seen Luo Xiu's previous methods. If you do it, how much reward will you pay? Luo Xiu's voice came again at this time. After hearing this, Nami thought for a moment, struggled internally, and said, 100 million belly. 100 million belly was the amount she planned to get Kokoja village out of Arlong's hands. However, she actually understands deep down in her heart. Even if Arlong is given the money, he may not really let the village go or let him go. After all, in Arlong's eyes, he is just the other party's cash cow. There is no intersection of emotions, only the pull of interests. But even though she knew this, she had no choice but to put her hope in the little hope she had. But it's different now. Luo Xiu said that if Arlong could be eliminated, Kokoja village would really be liberated. Good. It's a deal. Luo Xiu said with a smile. 100 million belly plus Arlong's own bounty of 20 million. This is a good deal. 100 million belly? What on earth are you going to do? Yoder, who was on the ground, had a face full of shock and struggled to squeeze out a few words. Luo Xiu smiled and pointed to the door. Go back and tell your leader. Let's just say that today, his death day has come. 3 hours later, the Dragon Pirate's lair. Cadre Kruby and Gio were still sitting on the sofa. Arlong folded his hands on his chest and snorted coldly. This guy Yodel, it takes so long to even do such a small thing. East Blue's new recruits are indeed useless. I'm telling you, Captain, that guy is useless now. Don't worry about it. Let's go kill that doctor. The cadre chirped Jie with a smile. Our pirate group hasn't searched for treasure for a long time. How about starting with that doctor? I heard that he made a lot of money by treating diseases. Well, upon hearing this, Arlong suddenly became interested. He has been targeted by us and cannot escape. Boss Arlong, something bad is going to happen. At this time, a voice came from outside. I heard the voice before I saw the person. Immediately afterwards, Yodel rushed in from the outside as if he was crazy. Yodel, what's wrong with you? When Arlong saw a sliding shovel, Yodel knelt in front of him and frowned. What's on your body? Seeing the waist sewn in and out, Arlong looked confused. Where's Nami? Why didn't you bring her back? Then he found that Nami was not there, and only Yodel was back, and his face suddenly darkened. But Yodel couldn't care less about this now. He gasped and said, Captain Arlong, Luo Xiu from the waist is here. He said today is the day you die. 7. Chapter 7, Braving the Dragon Pirates Alone. My death date? Arlong smiled instead of being angry, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. I originally wanted to wait for a while to kill him, but I didn't expect to be so ignorant. It seems that he wants to hit the road as soon as possible. Then let's see if you have this ability. At this time, Luo Xiu's voice came, and then he came in from the outside with Nami. Scared, huh? It's really here. He broke into our dragon pirates alone. Should I say you are brave, or should I say you are ignorant? Seeing Luo Xiu come into the door alone, Arlong's body was shaking with laughter. Then he stopped laughing and looked to Nami aside. His voice became cold. Nami, have I been too good to you recently so that you dare to lead a stranger? Didn't I give you the illusion that I am a good person? Good people, what Captain Arlong hates the most are good people. It's really hilarious. If Captain Arlong was a good person, there wouldn't be any bad people in the world. The whole room burst into laughter, as all the members of the Dragon Pirates acted unscrupulously. Nami, come here. You don't want the people in your village to die because of you. Arlong waved to Nami and smiled evilly. He knew Nami all too well. As long as the villagers she cares about are moved out, they will obey. Let her draw a navigational chart like this. Let her be a thief and collect wealth like this. This trick has been tried and tested repeatedly. This time, however, he miscalculated. After hearing Arlong's words, Nami stood firmly beside Luo Xiu. Today, we are here to kill you. Trying to control the fear of Arlong deep in her heart, Nami said these words with teeth grinding to pieces. Kill me. Just him. Arlong was happy and pointed at Luo Xiu, who was standing next to Nami. Don't think that just because you defeated a Yodel, you can go wild on my territory. How? You're a Grand Line loser. You were kicked off to the East Blue to cower. Do you really think this is your territory? Luo Xiu was not one to suffer, so he immediately mocked. Asshole, I want you to die. Arlong suddenly stood up after hearing the words Grand Line. Anger was visible to the naked eye, filling his cheeks. This past incident is an eternal shadow in his heart. The loser, the weak one. He never wanted to hear those words again. Captain Arlong, don't get excited. We kill him. This guy talks like crazy. I'll pluck out his tongue and roast it later. Nami, we are so good to you, but you actually help an outsider. After killing this guy, you will kill the villagers of Kokoja village. Don't cry then. Crying counts as time. There was another burst of laughter in the hall. They didn't pay attention to Luo Xiu at all. Where is this place? The Dragon Pirates' stronghold that dominates East Blue. Captain Arlong, who has a bounty of 20 million Baileys, is in charge. Just a little guy who appears out of nowhere and comes here to cause trouble is no different than sending himself to death. One of them, a tall man with a big axe, twisted his neck and walked out of the crowd. Let's see if I can split him in half with my axe. As he said this, he walked towards Luo Xiu. Stay away. Luo Xiu reminded Nami beside him without even looking at the man. Okay. Nami and Luo Xiu distanced themselves from each other and watched silently, beating in their hearts. As for whether Luo Xiu can defeat Arlong, to be honest, she had no idea. But now I can only choose to believe it. This is a big gamble. Boy, do you know where this place is? How dare you come here and act wild? Yeah, the man with the big axe said with a smile. What we pirates like to kill most are brats like you. As he spoke, he raised his arm and struck Luo Xiu head-on with the axe. Snapped. Luo Xiu raised his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. Boy, it's okay, the man said with a smile before he realized the seriousness of the matter. Next moment, he exerted force on his arm, trying to force the axe down. However, the opponent's palm, like steel welded to his arm, remained motionless. No matter how hard I try, it won't go down at all. You don't even have the strength to hit anyone, and you still call yourself a big pirate? Luo Xiu said with a smile. Next moment, he exerted a little force on his arm, and the terrifying power suddenly spread. Click. The sound of bones being broken was heard. The axeman's arm was twisted into a twist by Luo Xiu. Ah. The severe pain from his arm made the axeman's face become distorted. Where is the momentum from just now? The screams were heartbreaking. Boom! Luo Xiu grabbed the twisted arm and threw it away. The man's body was smashed into the wall, creating a hole and cracks. Hiss. Sudden changes. Everyone present could not help but look shocked. What a powerful force. To win so easily. I'm afraid that the strength is approaching that of the cadres. Kid, there's something. The leader of the dragon pirates jumped up from the sofa and clenched his fists. But it's not enough. As he spoke, he stepped out quickly. The figure rushed towards Luo Xiu in a swooping posture. Boo-hoo. Several streams of saliva are sprayed out from its mouth like a cannon fish. It shoots out like a sharp arrow. This is the unique attack method of the kissing murloc. The spit is so powerful that it can even penetrate steel plates. However, Luo Xiu just smiled, and just when Shui was about to come to him, his figure disappeared in a flash. The rabbit charm's ability triggers. When he appeared again, he was already standing behind Xiu. Be careful. Arlong on the side looked shocked when he saw this, and quickly reminded him. But by the time Xiu reacted, it was already too late. Luo Xiu's hands were wrapped around his neck. Then he turned his hands vigorously. Click. The neck was broken. Before Xiu could realize what was going on, he fell into a deep sleep. Asshole, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Arlong couldn't sit still anymore and pulled out Jean Fong from behind. He doesn't care about a non-staff member like Yoder who was recruited later. But leaders like Xiu were the ones who stayed with him when he was in the Sun Pirates. I have been with him for so long, and my relationship is usually very good. But now he is dying in front of him. Unforgivable. He vowed to make Luo Xiu's death extremely painful. Boom. Arlong's footsteps slammed on the ground. The ground suddenly shattered. His figure was like a cannon being ejected and crashing towards Luo Xiu. Chapter 8 The Terrifying Recovery Ability. The Zhanfeng in his hand carried the whistling sound of the wind, which was extremely sharp. However, he is fast, but Luo Xiu is faster. Turned sideways to avoid the attack. Then the calf was whipped on Arlong like a whip. Boom. Along with a loud bang, Arlong felt as if he had been hit by a piece of steel weighing 10,000 kilograms. The body deviated from its original trajectory and flew sideways to the side. Thousands of watts right fist. At the moment when Arlong's attack failed, Cadre Krub took action. He is a master of the 40th level of human karate, and his special move, 1,000-tile right fist, can break 1,000 tiles in the water. On land, although the power is weakened, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. Accompanied by the flow of fist wind, his fist came to Luo Xiu in an instant. Feeling the oncoming attack, Luo Xiu slowly exhaled a breath. The cow spell in the system space flashed. The majestic power fills the limbs and bones of the body. Bang, bang, bang. The stone slab under my feet seemed to be pressed down by a huge force, and the explosions continued. Boom. Without any flinching, Luo Xiu chose to fight head-on. Suddenly, their fists collided. A loud noise erupted. Boy, dare to take my punch head-on. You are number one, da. However, before he even finished speaking, Kruby felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his face turned pale. How is it possible? His strength was enough to break 1,000 tiles, but it had no effect. On the other hand, it seems that the other party still has some energy left. What kind of terrifying power is hidden in this seemingly ordinary person? Distracted during the fight. This is not a good habit. Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly. Sees the other person's dull moment the next moment. His other arm deliberately punched Kruby's chin. Not surprisingly, the latter was violently blasted away. The entire chin is directly deformed. The body was like a broken kite, sliding through a parabola in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Make a big hole. Brush. Moment. The people of the Dragon Pirates were shocked. Arlong and Cadre took action at the same time, but unexpectedly, they failed to capture each other. Why is this different from the usual plot? Shouldn't it be the person who broke into the pirate group and was defeated instantly? Damn it, why are you still standing there? Come together. Arlong, who was knocked away, stood up from the rubble and roared at his men. He's been around the Grand Line for so long. The eyesight is still there. After just a moment of fighting, you can tell that the opponent is definitely a tough opponent. Damn it, there's so many of us. How can a boy with no hair grow up make any trouble? One person can be chopped into pieces with just one knife. Kill. Avenge the Cadre Geo. The pirates who were watching were sharpening their swords, and their swords were flashing. More than a dozen pirates shouted loudly, each using their own skills to kill Luo Xiu here. Nami looked worried as she watched Luo Xiu fight against the entire pirate group alone. His fingers were tugging at the hem of his clothes tightly. However, for Luo Xiu, trash fish is trash fish. Even if the number increases, they are still trash fish. Luo Xiu's toes were a little on the ground. The ground suddenly exploded, and a hole 3 meters in diameter appeared. His body was like a black lightning bolt, moving through the crowd. Every time it falls in front of a person, there will be a tragic cry, accompanied by a body flying out. Asshole. Arlong looked at Luo Xiu, whose speed was still increasing, and his face suddenly turned ugly. My own speed is completely inadequate in front of this person. How can we fight this? But soon, his expression changed. Hey. If I can't catch up with you, I can't catch up with the other one. Arlong looked away from Luo Xiu's shuttle figure and looked at Nami on the side. Everyone can see that since Luo Xiu and Nami will come together, their relationship must be extraordinary. He likes nothing more than using other people's weaknesses to defeat them. How could you miss such a good opportunity? Thinking of this, the corners of Arlong's mouth cracked to one side. The next moment, he raised his momentum suddenly, and his body suddenly rose up. Salmon darts. As the words fell, Arlong's entire body transformed into a torpedo, rushing towards Nami at top speed. The serrations on its mouth are sharper than the blade of a sword. Nami looked at Arlong, who was rushing towards her, her big eyes filled with despair. I'm going to die. With Arlong's speed, she understood that with her own strength, it was impossible to escape. Nami closed her eyes in despair. My regretful fate is about to end here. I just hope that Luo Xiu can defeat Arlong in the end and give the village freedom. However, Nami found that there was no pain in her body as she imagined. Only Luo Xiu's voice echoed in his ears. Hello, this is my employer. You can't touch her. Nami opened her eyes suddenly and found Luo Xiu standing in front of her at some point. However, when you see the situation clearly, her expression changed. At this moment, in her sight, Luo Xiu blocked Nami's attack. Half of the shoulder was pierced by Arlong's saw teeth. Ha. Boy, you are still too young and fell into the trap. Being in East Blue is not just about fighting and killing. After Arlong seriously injured Luo Xiu, he jumped back and laughed wildly. It was as expected. Luo Xiu will really come to rescue Nami. Luo Xiu was seriously injured this time. Half of his shoulder was pierced by his own saw teeth. It's equivalent to losing an arm. Why should you fight with yourself? Okay. Captain Arlong is indeed a great pirate, brave and resourceful. Look at how this kid is jumping around. After killing so many people in our group, we must make his life worse than death. Damn bastard. Seeing the seriously injured Luo Xiu, the pirates were immediately overjoyed. They want Luo Xiu to know the consequences of opposing the dragon pirates. There is only a dead end. The warm-up just ended. Now is just the beginning. Luo Xiu didn't care at all about the shouts of these people. He twisted his neck as he spoke. Yes, from the initial attack to the deliberate injury now. It's all just a warm-up. Strength, speed, recovery. How to skillfully use the combined power of 3 spells in battle. This needs to be experienced in actual combat. Obviously, as a pirate with a 20 million bounty, Arlong is a good choice as a sparring partner. Teeth, you're already paralyzed, and you're still talking harshly. Arlong just thought it was Luo Xiu who was holding on, and his jagged teeth were still stained with Luo Xiu's blood. After all, with such a serious injury, his combat strength would be reduced by more than half. Luo Xiu's death is inevitable. Is this the injury you're talking about? Luo Xiu pointed to his shoulder. At this moment, the injury is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The overflowing blood flowed back as if being pulled by some force. Within a few breaths, the shoulder was intact as before. Chapter 9, Kill the Rat and Slay the Dragon. Feeling his heaven-defying recovery ability, Luo Xiu was very satisfied. However, Arlong is different. Are you an ability user? Seeing this terrifying scene, his body suddenly trembled, and a chill immediately surged into his heart. Such a serious injury healed in such a short period of time. What is this guy if he isn't a capable person? Yes. Shinzei left a meaningful smile without explaining much, and his aura suddenly increased. Kid, even if you are an Esper, I will tear you apart. Chop you into pieces and see if you can recover. Arlong roared. At this moment, fear turned into evil energy. Arlong has no retreat. 7 darts, falling with a sound. Arlong's body turned into a torpedo again and rushed towards Luo Xiu. The jagged teeth are like the sharpest steel blade. At the same time, Luo Xiu also took action. Bang! A ray of light approached the ultimate, like a meteor that penetrated the atmosphere, and the power it contained was like a mountain pressing down on it. Puff, puff. The air produced a crisp crackling sound. White gas spread outside Luo Xiu's body. The abilities of the rabbit charm and the ox charm worked together. A combination of speed and power. According to the energy formula, the violent energy generated will increase geometrically. Boom. In a blink, Luo Xiu's body collided with Arlong's body. A deafening sound sounded, and everyone covered their ears. Damn it. My mouth. Arlong's body separated from Luo Xiu. The steel sawtooth that he was so proud of and was invincible was suddenly broken in half. The huge impact caused his brain to tremble continuously, and his body smashed to the ground in an awkward manner. Dust rose and rocks flew. Make a big hole. The pirates who were gloating a moment ago were looking at this scene in disbelief. What's going on? How did this kid recover from his injuries? And the strength is stronger than before. It's devil fruit. He must have eaten devil fruit. He is an Esper. Impossible. The leader is a big pirate with a bounty of 20 million. How could he be defeated? The pirates looked at this scene with horrified eyes, their hearts trembling. I thought victory was already certain. In the blink of an eye, the situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. The leader, who they thought was invincible, was knocked away, and his mouth was broken. Creak, creak, creak. Arlong got up from the ground and looked at Luo Xiu with malicious eyes. His mouth was broken, leaving him unable to speak. It can only make an extremely harsh friction sound. It has to be said that the fishman's physical fitness is indeed strong. After being hit by Luo Xiu's fist, he was still able to get up from the ground. But this is just a death struggle. Luo Xiu's figure stayed on the spot, flashed again, and came behind Arlong. The terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Arlong stayed where he was. Due to his speed, he didn't even see clearly how Luo Xiu disappeared. But his sixth sense told him that Luo Xiu was standing behind him at this time. Suddenly, sweat fell from his face like crazy. He turned his head and looked back with difficulty. I saw a huge fist slowly enlarging in his pupils, almost subconsciously. The Zhanfeng in Arlong's hand was raised in front of him, trying to block this fist that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Click. The moment Zhanfeng touched his fist, a shattering sound came out. After blocking it for a while, it broke into 2 pieces. The fist fell on Arlong without any surprise. Throughout his body. How could? Arlong looked at his pierced body, and his whole body fell into great terror. At this moment, he realized that Luo Xiu was really just playing with him before. There is such a huge gap between one's own strength and that of the other party. Not only him. The pirates were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats. In their eyes, the unparalleled pirate leader who dominated East Blue was defeated by an unknown person. Stop talking. I'll send you on your way. Luo Xiu looked at Arlong, who was lifted by him, and said calmly. Next moment, brush. Luo Xiu withdrew his fist, and Arlong's body lost support and fell limply to the ground. Despite the fishman's strong body, he couldn't stand up at this moment. Da-da-da. At this time, a burst of rapid footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Then the door to the hall was kicked open. A wretched-looking Marine who looked like a rat rushed in, followed by a group of Marine soldiers. He is the shameless Marine scum, Colonel Mouse, who colludes with Arlong and his gang to oppress the people. Arlong, what are you? Colonel Mouse was shocked when he saw the tragic situation inside, as well as Arlong, who was slumped on the ground with a bloody hole on his chest. 10 minutes ago, a pirate came to him and said that someone was looking for trouble for Arlong. In order to stabilize the relationship between yourself and Arlong, collect more bribes in normal times. He immediately came here with dozens of Marine soldiers to cheer. Originally, he thought that he was just here to shake up the scene. After all, he knew that Arlong was extremely powerful, not to mention that the entire Dragon Pirates group was stationed in this place. But I never imagined that what I would see would be like this. A young man who didn't know where he came from actually stepped on Arlong with his foot. Mouse, kill him. I'll give you 40 million, Belly. Seeing the mouse rushing in at this time, Arlong seemed to see the dawn of life, ignoring the severe pain in his mouth, and roared. What? 40 million? Upon hearing this number, the mouse's heart trembled. Although in normal times, Arlong would also give him some money. But over the years, there aren't even that many. If you can't get this 40 million, it will definitely be a sudden fortune. Just be a Marine, and you can go to various places to live happily and spend the rest of your life. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered to his men, Did you see someone is openly causing trouble here? Execute him on the spot. I'm heavily rewarded. There is no good soldier who can follow Colonel Mouse. When they heard that there was a reward, their eyes suddenly lit up, and their guns were all pointed at Luo Xiu. Colonel Mouse, I'm here for the Dragon Pirates. I don't want to go against you, Marine. You leave now. I'll pretend nothing happened. Seeing Marine pointing the gun at him, Luo Xiu clenched his fist and said slowly, he didn't care about a mouse colonel, he would just kill him if he wanted to. But his identity is there after all, he is Marine. Luo Xiu doesn't plan to have too many interactions with Marine until his strength is fully developed. I don't even want to be offered a bounty by Marine for killing a mouse. Hee, how dare you act recklessly under Marine's jurisdiction, and you said you don't want to go against Marine. Give you a chance, surrender now, and I will consider giving him a lighter sentence. Mouse looked at Luo Xiu now, as if he were looking at a walking 40 million. How could he listen to what he said? Moreover, Luo Xiu said that he did not want to go against Marine, which gave him the confidence to challenge. Ha! Hearing this, Luo Xiu sneered. Since the other party didn't understand, he didn't bother to talk to him anymore. It seems that we have to go on a killing spree today. 10. Chapter 10 Me. Incompetent people. One of the 8 demons. Luo Xiu didn't want to be offered a bounty by Marine just because he didn't want to cause so much trouble, but that didn't mean he was really afraid of Marine. With the Jackie Chan Adventure supporting system by his side, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. The killing spree. We'll wait until you can go out today. Seeing Luo Xiu decisively rejecting him, Colonel Mouse stopped pretending. He waved his big hand towards his soldiers. Shoot. At once. The Marine soldiers, who were already ready to attack, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The black bullet came out instantly, sparks flying everywhere. Careful. Nami on the side saw Luo Xiu being surrounded by more than a dozen guns, and was so scared that she closed her eyes and didn't dare to look. However, Luo Xiu didn't care at all about the thermal weapons held by these Marine soldiers. In his previous life, someone told him that humans could dodge bullets as long as they were fast enough. Then he will definitely think that the other person has never even studied physics and is someone who slipped through the compulsory education net, and then he added the sentence idiot. But now he won't do this, because he himself can really do it. Dodge bullets? Just a routine operation. Call out. The moment before the bullets arrived, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared instantly like a ghost, shuttling between the densely fired bullets. The speed is outrageous. Seeing this scene, the mouse's small eyes, with only a slit left, suddenly opened wide, filled with panic. In his sight, he could only capture a black shadow, jumping sideways at an extremely fast speed. But soon, he was sweating profusely, and his legs were trembling. Because, under this black shadow, the soldiers surrounding Luo Xiu were falling down one after another. The guns in their hands could not pose any threat to Luo Xiu at all. Soon, more than a dozen Marine trash fish were cleaned up. Damn it, you actually dare to kill Marine. The mouse suddenly felt chilled and yelled tremblingly, trying to suppress his courage. But the next moment, he just shut up. Luo Xiu stood in front of the mouse, wrapped his arms around his neck, and lifted him up. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't kill me. I'm Colonel Marine. You will be put on a bounty by Marine, and you will be hunted for the rest of your life. The mouse was so scared that he was almost pissed. When he faced Luo Xiu, he discovered the horror. If Luo Xiu hadn't pinched him, he would have knelt down directly. The person in front of him was very strong, several times stronger than Arlong. He doesn't want to die. There is still a great life to enjoy. The money exploited over the years has not yet been spent. Begging for mercy again and again, Mouse tried to use Marine to suppress Luo Xiu. However, when faced with the words of the mouse, Luo Xiu was completely indifferent. I'll give you money. I'll give you whatever you want. 5 million Baileys, 10 million. This is already the entire property. Please let me go. The mouse was even more panicked when he saw that Luo Xiu was indifferent and just smiled at him without answering. Luo Xiu still didn't speak, but he exerted force on his arms. What he heard in response was the sound of his neck being broken. Arlong, wanna run away? Luo Xiu threw the mouse away like garbage. Arlong took advantage of Luo Xiu's time to deal with Marine and tried to escape quietly. But how could this escape Luo Xiu's eyes? Without any hesitation, Luo Xiu jumped up. He landed in front of Arlong, who was stumbling out. You ran away from the Grand Line here, and now you're running away again. If you dare to kill me, Shichibukai will definitely take revenge on me. Arlong looked at Luo Xiu fiercely and shouted, Jinbei is not as despicable as you. He rescued you, and did this. He really embarrassed your companions and your former Captain Tiger. Luo Xiu said. The Shichibukai Arlong is talking about is naturally Jinbei, his teammate from the Sun Pirates. However, Luo Xiu knew Jinbei's character. Arlong did many evil things here. Although Jinbei had an inevitable responsibility, he was not a person who did not know right from wrong. Besides, even if Jinbei attacks him, Luo Xiu doesn't care. Just a Shichibukai. How do you know this? When Arlong heard these words, he felt like a deflated ball. Don't resist. I'll send you on your way. Luo Xiu picked up Zhang Feng on one side. Who are you? Arlong knew that his death was certain, but he was from the Grand Line and knew what a real strong man was. He also knows that with Luo Xiu's current strength, sooner or later, he will step out of the East Blue, become famous on the Grand Line, and become someone he cannot be. But before he died, he wanted to know the identity of the person in front of him. Why does it appear in the weakest East Blue? Luo Xiu, a non-abled person, one of the 8 demons. As soon as the words fell, blood spattered, and half of the sword was chopped off and inserted into Arlong's body. Be the overlord of more than 20 villages in East Blue. Duh. Witnessing Arlong's death with her own eyes, the tears in Nami's eyes could no longer stop. Well, like a collapsed embankment. Tears fell like crazy. She had been waiting for this scene for several years. Belmere, did you see that? She murmured, looking up at the sky. Arlong is dead and the dragon pirates have been destroyed. Kokoja village is free. Luo Xiu wiped out all the remaining people and then set a fire on fire. In the sky full of fire, everything here turned to dust. An hour later, the news of the demise of the dragon pirates spread to the surrounding villages as fiercely as a spreading fire. All the villagers in Kokoja village fell into ecstasy when they heard the good news. They felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Every household rushed to tell each other. From this day on, they no longer have to live in fear or be bullied by Arlong. At the same time, a person named Luo Xiu will always be remembered in their hearts. 2 hours later, the pier of Kokoja village. Nami and other villagers from Kokoja village gathered here, saying goodbye to someone. Everyone is holding some gift in their hands, either a precious pendant, a sewn craft, or food. Goodbye, everyone. Luo Xiu stood on the bow of a sailboat and waved to everyone, asking for nothing. Nami also didn't take the 100 million belly. The purpose of my coming here is simply for the third rabbit charm and the command value. For things like money, in a world where strength is valued, just enough is enough, too much will only lead to unnecessary disaster. But now that the matter is done, there is no need for him to stay any longer. After all, there is no airtight wall in the world, and paper cannot contain fire. Although the dragon pirates were destroyed, there were still those Marines. What he does will still be reported to Marine. If you stay any longer, you may have to face Marine's encirclement and suppression. What if one day you have nowhere to go? Kokoja village will always be open to you. Nami looked at Luo Xiu, who was about to leave, with tears in his eyes. From the time when he met Luo Xiu in the medical clinic to when he got rid of Arlong, and now when they are separated. Although we only got along for a short day and a half. But Luo Xiu, unknowingly, became an indelible person in her heart. Call. Call. The sea breeze blew gently, and the sailboat drifted with the wind, drifting away. On the coast, Nami finally couldn't help it and cried. After an hour of crying, her big, beautiful eyes were red and swollen from crying, but she finally stopped sobbing. Looking at Luo Xiu, who had disappeared into the horizon, she secretly swore in her heart, I must go to sea, draw a map of the world, and meet you. 11. Chapter 11, the next spell. Dragon Talisman. The quiet sea surface is as calm as a mirror and calm, like a smooth blue satin. The blue of the sky and the white of the white clouds are reflected on the sea surface, as if there is only such a peaceful ocean between heaven and earth. A small boat, carrying a series of ripples, moved forward slowly. Luo Xiu stood on the bow of the boat, facing the wind. The 12-point command is worth it, he murmured to himself. Complete the commission to kill Arlong, and the total bounty is 120 million. After the system prompts, you can get 12 points of command points. In other words, a bounty of 10 million Baileys can be exchanged for a little command point. It's so fucking expensive. Luo Xiu felt a bit too thick. Open the system space, he muttered in his mind, and the space in Luo Xiu's mind suddenly emerged. In the space, the 10 masks suspended were shrouded in gray, but one of them was glowing with a trace of red light. The mask has 2 horns on its head, white eyebrows and beard, and lips as black as jet ink. Mask Terra. Luo Xiu's mind condensed for a moment, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. If that's you, it's worth the price. Anyone who has seen and knows that in the adventures of Jackie Chan, there are 10 masks in total, 9 of which represent the 9 generals. Mask of Mantis, the Mantis General. Ninja Mask, General of the Ninja Regiment. Razor Mask, General of the Blades. Bat Mask, General of the Blackback Corps. Mask of Sumo, General of the Trolls. IKA Samurai Mask, General of the Samurai Order. Mask of Squid, General of the Alien Regiment. Minta Miniature Mask, General of the Shadow Eaters. Crab Mask, General of the Pincer Regiment. There is another piece, which is the commander of these generals and the leader of the ghost group, Terra. If the Terra mask is activated first, the other masks will not be of much help to you. Luo Xiu thought to himself. It's more suitable for other people to wear it. With Terra, he can command other masks to become his subordinates. Compared to wearing it yourself, it is indeed more suitable to give it to others. However, these are not the most important things to think about at the moment. Let's activate the Terra mask first. After calming down, Luo Xiu carefully looked at the mask in his mind. Judging by the glowing red light, if we activate them all, we won't be able to get them even if they are worth several billion. For the Terra mask in the system space, under the 12-point command value, only the chin point is covered in red. Red is the original color of the mask. In other words, the mask is activated only when the entire mask turns its original red color. At least I have some idea. Although it was a lot, Luo Xiu had a guess about the numerical value, which was better than not knowing anything at the beginning. He looked away from the mask and towards the charm. There are 12 talismans, and the current 3 talismans are all lit up, representing the horse talisman, the cow talisman, and the rabbit talisman. There is another piece, somewhere between gray and bright. This is the next talisman to be activated, the Dragon Talisman, which is also the natal talisman of the Holy Lord. The key to unlocking the spell lies in fusion. To unlock the Dragon Talisman, you have to work on the previous talisman, the Rabbit Talisman. What can I do with the Rabbit Charm? Luo Xiu thought as he paced back and forth on the small canvas boat. The Horse Charm is to help others cure their illnesses. The Cow Talisman is to exercise every day. That Rabbit Charm, don't just keep running. Speed is the key. Muran Luo Xiu figured out that he wanted to make his legs run, or in other words, move. Then we can't sit in the medical center every day and treat others that we have to move. If you have nothing to do, go out and take a few steps. Boom. Just when Luo Xiu was immersed in thinking, there was a sudden vibration on the sea surface, and the boat was hit by a huge force and rocked for a while. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave appeared on the water, and the water jumped up more than 10 meters and rushed towards the boat. There was a snap. The boat was smashed in half by the waves. WDMD, you dare to hack my boat. Luo Xiu's eyes were quick, and his legs were quick, and he jumped up on a wooden board and looked at the vast sea. Next moment, a huge creature emerged from the sea. Sea Kings. Luo Xiu's eyelids twitched, and he murmured, "Damn, this thing is so big. The Sea Kings in front of me must be at least about 50 meters tall by visual inspection. It has 2 whiskers on its head and a bulge on its back that at first glance, it looks like a fat catfish, but at a closer look, it looks like Mr. Puff and SpongeBob SquarePants. Not to mention how shocking it is to see this behemoth up close. However, it's shocking, but you broke my boat, so you have to give me an explanation." Thinking of this, Luo Xiu jumped directly on the back of Sea Kings when it was churning on the sea. Then he raised his right fist and slammed it down. The fists were retracted and fell, like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. The huge power seemed to be pierced through the thick fat and transmitted to Sea King's body. Even with his huge body, it was a bit unbearable. It was so painful that I kept rolling on the water surface. "The strength is pretty good," Luo Xiu secretly said while clenching his fists. "This effect can be achieved without weapons, just with fists, and not with full strength, which shows that the power alone is terrifying enough. If you add the speed of the spell and its recovery ability." Luo Xiu felt that he was a bit like a low-end version of Saitama now. "Are you still arrogant?" After the lesson, Luo Xiu sat on top of Sea Kings and said. Sea Kings was tidied up obediently, and his eyes as big as a small house were full of grievances. "How dare you move? It was just passing by here originally, and it was swimming happily, but suddenly a person jumped up and gave itself a hammer, completely regardless of whether others can tolerate you or not. What a sin." Snap. Luo Xiu felt that Sea Kings was still a little dissatisfied, so he threw it away with a big mouth. "Let's go. Your own ship has been destroyed, so of course you have to find sailing tools. This Sea Kings looks good. The speed is fast and the location is large." After Sea Kings suffered a big blow, no matter how small his brain capacity was, he understood what this person was going to do. Following the direction indicated by Luo Xiu, it whimpered and swam away with all its might. That's all. Luo Xiu stood on its head, using his fist as a rudder and Sea Kings as a boat, heading towards the small island of the medical center at high speed. Some crew members of the passing pirate ships were amazed when they saw this scene. "I'll go look, someone is riding Sea Kings. Damn it, with pure original power, it can run very fast. I thought I was strong enough. Whose general is this? 60 million bounty." Luo Xiu left Orange Town riding Sea Kings, but his killing of the dragon pirates and Colonel Rat did not disappear with his departure. Soon, the news that one person killed 20 million pirates and Marines spread from the 16th branch to the East Blue Marine Base. East Blue Lobe Town Marine Base Marine Headquarters Colonel Smoker, wearing a large cloak representing justice, with a cigar dangling from his mouth, was sitting on a chair in the office with a relaxed look on his face. East Blue. As the weakest sea area among the 4 seas, the strength of pirates is more than 1 level behind Grand Line and New World. Naturally, there are very few pirates causing trouble in East Blue. There are very few things that require Smoker to take action. Not to mention how relaxing it is to sit in East Blue. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu. At this time, the phone on the desk rang. Smoker reached out to answer the phone, his face still calm. Colonel Smoker, the mouse colonel of the branch, was killed. The branch major's trembling voice came from the other end of the phone, as if he had seen something terrible. What? Smoker frowned, and his calm and leisurely expression suddenly disappeared. He's all too familiar with East Blue's situation. The pirates who can be named have no more than 5 fingers, and the bounties are worth tens of millions. If these people kill a Marine branch colonel, they are not afraid of being liquidated. Or after the beginning of the Age of Discovery. Even the weakest East Blue is not willing to be left alone. Is it going to follow the New World? Not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. Smoker would nip such a thing in the cradle. No matter which pirate he is, he will be suppressed with thunderous means. Marine's strength and world government's reputation will never allow anyone to easily challenge it. Who is this pirate? Smoker asked in a deep voice. Is it that guy Arlong? In the area governed by the rats, Arlong, the leader of the dragon pirates, is the strongest. The bounty is as high as 20 million belly. Although it is not as good as those in New World who can easily make hundreds of millions, in East Blue, it is indeed the best. If anyone was said to have the strength to kill Colonel Mouse, this person would be the first person he thought of. No, came a negative voice from the other end of the phone. After Colonel Mouse was killed, I immediately conducted an investigation and compared the appearance of this man. Find out he's not anyone on Marine's bounty. In other words, he's not even a pirate. Are you kidding me? Smoker took a puff of cigarette and stood up with a bang. Are you kidding me? A man killed the branch's Colonel Mouse and escaped without telling anyone. But they don't even know each other's identity. This made Marine's face turn. Colonel Smoker, you're not kidding, and that's not all. It wasn't just Colonel Rat who was killed. The dragon pirates were also wiped out. The voice on the other end of the phone became increasingly trembling, as if he was actually there when he said this. Smoker's pupils suddenly shrank. He was furious when he killed the mouse because it was a provocation to Marine. But being able to kill Arlong also shows that you are very powerful. I'll explain it in detail. Holding back the anger in his heart, Smoker didn't even bother to smoke a cigar. The overall strength of the dragon pirates is second to none in East Blue, but it was destroyed quietly by one person. This person's strength must be 1 level higher than Arlong's. This man is very fast, and his strength is also extremely powerful. The other major, the other half, explained in detail what he saw outside. Also, the most terrifying thing is, when he said this, the major paused, seeming to calm down his inner emotions. After this person is seriously injured, he can recover as before within a few dozen seconds. Yes. Hearing this, Smoker's face became more solemn. Is he an able person? A series of information quickly ran through his mind, but he couldn't think of any devil fruit that could heal a person's hand gestures in such a short period of time. However, there is no doubt that those who can achieve this step can only be those with abilities. It seems that there is a great person in East Blue. A sneer flashed across Smoker's lips. He is very familiar with ability users, because he himself is Smoke Fruit's ability user. Describe this person's appearance to me. The other side responded, black hair, black eyes, 2 meters tall, strong build. When he said this, the major suddenly stopped, and then there was a burst of hurried footsteps. Wait a minute, Colonel, the investigation on his identity has come out. After a period of reports from his subordinates, the major picked up the phone and continued. This person's name is Luo Xiu. He is a doctor, and he is nicknamed Bloody Hands in Human Slaughter. Luo Xiu, doctor, massacre with bloody hands? Smoker murmured. His brows furrowed into a frown. Doctors and bloody massacres. What kind of reputation combination is this? Snored. No matter who you are, I will capture you. If you commit such an unforgivable crime in East Blue, no matter if you are a pirate or a devil, I will bring you to justice. Thinking of this, Smoker hung up the phone and shouted toward the door to Shiji. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and a tall woman with black glasses and sleek short hair walked in. Colonel Smoker. Put a bounty on this man. Smoker handed the drawn picture to Shiji. Who is this person? After a quick glance, she thought he was ordinary. He single-handedly killed the branch's Colonel Mouse and also killed the dragon pirates. Tashiji couldn't help but take a breath. Being able to do this alone may not be surprising in Grand Line or New World, but it is really rare in East Blue. This person is actually so powerful. Then, how much is the appropriate reward? 60 million. After a moment of silence, Smoker gave his answer. 60 million. Tashigi was a little shocked. In the tiny East Blue, the highest bounty is only 20 million. Even in the entire Four Seas, there is no pirate with a bounty of more than 30 million. As soon as this person appeared, he unexpectedly won the throne of bounties from all over the world. After Tashigi leaves, Smoker picks up another bug. Call Naval Headquarters. 13. Chapter 13 Naval Headquarters Reaction. Naval Headquarters Office. Sengoku was dealing with the complicated documents coming to the sea, while Garp sat aside, yawning. At this time, the phone on the table rang. Sengoku answered the phone, and it was Smoker calling. Yeah, got it. After listening for a while, Sengoku hung up the phone, set a newcomer's new world at 60 million. Garp, what do you think about this? 60 million, that's okay? Garp still looked indifferent. There are a few pirates with a bounty of 60 million who pop up from time to time in New World and Grand Line, but it really doesn't interest him. You guy. Sengoku looked helpless as he looked at his undisciplined old friend Garp. What if I said this person came from East Blue? East Blue. Garp couldn't help but straighten up after hearing these two words. In East Blue, 20 million pirates are almost as big as the sky. Now a big pirate worth 60 million appears, which is a bit interesting. But it's just a little interesting. What's this man's name? What did Smoker do to deserve a bounty of 60 million? He asked casually. Rakyu, one man killed the branch's Colonel Mouse and a dozen marine soldiers, and also destroyed the dragon pirate's lair. Sengoku said. He is a capable person. Ability user. Garp raised his eyebrows. The words ability user may make people take it seriously in the eyes of others, but in Garp's view, it doesn't mean anything. After all, there are countless ability users who have been beaten by him. So what do you think about this? Sengoku asked, continuing the previous topic. It's a bit high, Garp said. Even if he kills Arlong and kills the rats in the branch, the bounty of 60 million is still too high in his opinion. However, it doesn't matter. The more the bounty is, the shorter the time this person will have to wait to be punished. Besides, this bounty might be gone soon. East Blue has Smoker there, pirate worth 60 million. I believe he will handle it. Garp stretched and said. Seeing Garp like this, Sengoku shook his head and smiled. In fact, he thought so too. Smoker directly offered a reward of 60 million to a newcomer from East Blue, which is really a big deal. But he knew that Smoker would soon take action and nip it in the bud. Maybe I'll get a call next time. It was the result of Smoker reporting to him and dealing with this person. Garp, stop yawning. Come here and help me process the information. Sengoku put the matter behind him and said to Garp, There's a pile of documents from New World and Grand Line on the table, which made his head spin. I'm sleepy. Garp looked tired. He asked me to do this, but there was no way. While talking, he immediately fell asleep. Sengoku's mouth twitched. He really had no choice against Garp. He lowered his head and continued to organize his busy business. But what they don't know is that after this person named Luo Xiu will make them so anxious that they can't sleep at night. Kokoja Village. On a beautiful street, Nami was dancing and humming happily with a small basket on her waist. The red and swollen eyes could not hide the happiness on her face. Since the dragon pirates were wiped out, their village has returned to its former peace, and everyone feels unprecedented happiness. The joy of life makes Nami feel how beautiful the world is. But at this moment, a noise from the front attracted her attention. Oh my God! There is a reward of 60 million. Well, what should I do? The dead Arlong only had a bounty of 20 million, while Luo Xiu jumped to 60 million. There will definitely be many people who will take action against Luo Xiu for the huge bounty. Luo Xiu. Bounty. 60 million. Upon hearing these words, the excited expression on Nami's face immediately disappeared. Etc. What you're talking about. Nami squeezed into the crowd and took out a poster. Luo Xiu's face was clearly printed on it, and a bounty of 60 million was marked below. How so? Luo Xiu has been offered a reward of 60 million. There was a snap. The basket attached to his waist fell. Nami murmured somewhat dully. Yes, it's because of killing those Marines. She soon figured it out. It was precisely because of this that guilt suddenly welled up in her heart. If it wasn't for himself, if it wasn't for killing Arlong, then Luo Xiu wouldn't kill Marine. You won't be treated as a pirate and have a bounty on your head. On the endless sea, a Sea King's is advancing rapidly. If someone looks carefully, they will find that there is a person standing on top. There's a reward of 60 million. Marine really thinks highly of me, Luo Xiu said with a raised eyebrow, holding a reward order in his hand. In the sky, there are still many newspaper gulls going back and forth, spreading countless reward orders. Being offered a bounty by Marine, Luo Xiu was actually mentally prepared. But I actually didn't expect that the amount would be set at 60 million. Never mind. It's better to improve your strength as soon as possible. Luo Xiu threw the reward order into the sea, shrugged and said to himself, compared with bounties, improving one's own strength is the last word. No matter how much you order, it's nonsense if you can't get it. Arrived. At this time, not far in front of Luo Xiu, the outline of a small island appeared. This is where he opened a medical clinic, and it can be regarded as Luo Xiu's first home in the pirate world. He gave Sea Kings a fist and signaled it to pull over and stop. Look at that, holy shit. Yes, it's Sea Kings. What's going on? Why are Sea Kings here? This is too big, run quickly. The Sea Kings are definitely going to attack. Some residents on the edge of the island saw Sea Kings suddenly approaching, and their faces turned pale with fright. Wait a minute, there's another person standing up there. Hey, isn't this Luo Xiu, the doctor on our island? Why is he riding Sea Kings? Hi, it's really Luo Xiu. When they saw Luo Xiu standing on Sea Kings, they were a little panicked, but they suddenly became much calmer. Luo Xiu jumped up from his back, stepped ashore, and nodded to them to say hello. Most of these people, Luo Xiu had treated them before, so they looked familiar to them. Later, Luo Xiu came to his medical clinic, packed up everything, and hung a sign outside. Suspend business. There was a bounty placed on it by Marine, and the rabbit charm was obtained. There is no need to continue to open medical clinics. After Luo Xiu closed the door of the medical center, he quietly left the island. 14. Chapter 14 Olvida. News from Devil Fruit. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. In a sea area in East Blue, a figure as fast as lightning swept across the sea, and a white mist swept behind it. Something just suddenly whizzed by. Okay, it seems to be a person. ? Some fishermen fishing along the coast looked at this bizarre scene and exclaimed. Luo Xiu didn't care at all about the reactions of these people. His legs rolled out of the afterimage, and his speed continued to increase. The condition for activating the next dragon talisman is to fuse the rabbit talisman to a certain extent. The sea is vast and has no obstacles. Running on the sea is a very good choice. A month has passed. The fourth talisman should be coming soon. Luo Xiu murmured softly. The rabbit spell in the system space. With unremitting efforts during this period, the light gradually increases. It is just one step away from the critical value. Find a pirate ship to rest and resupply. In the sea of the pirate world, the most common thing is not the island, nor the fishermen, nor the marines, but the pirates. Because he had to stay at sea for a long time, every time Luo Xiu wanted to repair, he would just find a pirate ship. Whenever the pirates on the pirate ship wanted to cause trouble, Luo Xiu would inadvertently leak the 60 million reward, and everyone soon began to call each other brothers. Luo Xiu found the magical use of the bounty, which saved him a lot of trouble. Of course, you will definitely meet people who don't have much vision, but most of them will be thrown into the sea by Luo Xiu to feed the fish. Say Chow Chow and Chow Chow will arrive. No, there is a pirate ship sailing not far away. Luo Xiu sped up and headed towards the pirate ship. At the same time, on the pirate ship, a fat woman with a full face, Madara, who is fat and ugly, with a mace beside her, is standing on the bow of the ship, happily preening herself with a mirror. Young ladies, isn't my captain beautiful today? She made a pose and asked her men. So beautiful. Captain Olvida, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. The pirates were very considerate and supported her in unison. Olvida was very satisfied with her men's answers, looked at them and said, This captain is so beautiful. No one can be left behind. If you can dress up every day like me, then I think this matter is simply. Tie pants are hot. The pirates raised their hands and shouted. Alvida, the leader of the Alvida pirates, is a woman who values beauty and calls herself the most beautiful woman on the sea. This can be seen from the fact that she decorated the pirate ship with goose heads and hearts. It's just that at this time, she hasn't eaten the slippery fruit yet. It's really unflattering. Just when Alvida was immersed in her beauty, a short young man with pink hair and round glasses ran to her in a panic. "Ah, Captain Alvida. Kebe, are you done with your work?" Alvida snorted dissatisfied when she saw Kebe interrupting her at this time. "Captain, yes, someone is coming towards us." Kebe's legs were shaking, and he pointed in one direction in a panic. Alvida put the mirror down and looked in the direction Kirby said. Before she could react, a figure jumped high and landed on the bow deck. "Fat woman," Luo Xiu just blurted out before he could stand upright. From Luo Xiu's point of view, what is the fat woman standing in front of him? "You, how dare you call me a fat woman?" Alvida's character is spot on. She hates being called fat in her life. The flesh on his face trembled. Picking up the mace at her side, Alvida hit Luo Xiu. Only then did Luo Xiu realize that this was actually Alvida from the original work. What a coincidence! With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Xiu slapped the mace aside. "How dare you offend Captain Alvida? This will not be tolerated. Everyone, come together. Knock him off the boat." "Damn it! Why does this person look so familiar?" "No matter if he looks familiar or not, teach him a lesson first." The pirates on the ship saw someone attacking the pirate ship and took out their weapons to defend the dignity of the Alvida pirates. With a coax, they swarmed forward. Luo Xiu shook his head. There was no need to use any force to deal with these people. The figure moved. Boom, boom, boom. Within a few breaths, the sounds of fighting continued. Next moment, the deck was littered with pirates, including Alvida. Kebe next to him looked at this horrifying scene with his mouth agape. Okay, so strong. In his eyes, Alvida, who was domineering and powerful, was defeated so easily in front of this. "Bring the food on your ship over," Luo Xiu said. Then he took out a reward warrant from his arms and threw it in front of everyone. The moment they saw the reward order, the pirates immediately felt like they had seen a ghost. The 60 million bounty above blinded their eyes. Each and every one of them is as empty as a cicada. Alvida was sweating profusely when she saw the information on the reward order. "My intestines are so wet." She is a narcissist, but she is not stupid. What is the concept of a reward of 60 million? The whole world has its own copy. Such a big pirate. Killing himself is just like having fun. "Do you want me to say it again?" Luo Xiu said. "Luo, Mr. Luo, I'll get it for you right now." Kebe, the handyman on the pirate ship, said bravely. At this moment, his heart could only be described as passionate. He never thought that one day he would be able to see the great pirate with a bounty of 60 million. After a while, Kebe came over with a pile of food and placed it in front of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked him over and said, "Kebe, right?" Kebe was flattered. He didn't expect that Luo Xiu would remember his name, so he nodded quickly. "Thanks." Luo Xiu pointed to the food in front of him and said with a smile. Then he looked to Alvida's side. Just as he was about to speak, the other party was so frightened that he thought he was going to be killed. He lay on the ground and begged for mercy. "I didn't know you were here. We just went to Shueibwa Island to find devil fruit. If we knew you were here, we would definitely not come here to rob you." The pirates on the side nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement with their captain's words. "Did you just say devil fruit?" Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked. "Yes." Alvida said, Don't you know? News about the devil fruit has recently spread on Mizunami Island. The pirates from East Blue are all rushing there, just to get the devil fruit in the meantime." 15. Chapter 15. What a scary thought. Shueibwa Island. Devil fruit. Luo Xiu's focus fell on the last 4 words. Awakening summons the demons in the system, which requires fusion and absorption of the devil fruit. There is no doubt that this is a rare opportunity. You must know that in the world of pirates, devil fruit is an extremely rare item wherever it is placed. Even New World and Grand Line are like this. Not to mention in East Blue. It may not come out every few years. Well, Luo Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked, "Where is Shueibwa Island?" Alvida pointed in a direction. "Over there." Brush sound. After getting the specific direction, Luo Xiu didn't even bother to eat food. and his figure disappeared from the ship in an instant, stepping on the water, running towards the destination at a high speed. Alvida and the pirates were all stunned when they saw Luo Xiu's way of traveling. At the same time, they were relieved. After Luo Xiu left, it meant that there was no need to be frightened. "Captain Alvida, are we still going?" After the atmosphere in the bed was silent for a while, a pirate asked. "Go to hell." Alvida gasped, her face trembling. She didn't want to meet Luo Xiu again. With this guy here, her past would have been the same as sending her to death. "Let's go. Go back." Alvida wiped the sweat from her forehead. He signaled everyone to sail in the opposite direction, as far away from Luo Xiu as possible. "Kebe, why are you still standing here? How dare you take out the food without permission? Hurry up and mop the floor." Looking at Kebe, who was still looking blankly at Luo Xiu's departure direction, Alvida suddenly became furious. At this time, the vice captain hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Alvida aside. "Captain, you can't scold Kirby now. He seems to know Luo Xiu." Alvida's big fat head tilted, not understanding what the deputy captain meant. "Didn't you listen to what Luo Xiu said just now? He called Kirby's name and thanked him." Alvida was enlightened and her round eyes widened. It was almost bad. Luo Xiu knew Kebe, and he seemed to admire him. If he still treated Kebe the same as before, what if he was accused and Luo Xiu took revenge? This is not possible. "Captain, why don't we let Kirby leave our pirate ship? There's no use keeping it," the vice captain continued. "Rather than putting it on the boat and being frightened, it is better to just put aside the relationship. In this way, no matter what happens after Kebe, it has nothing to do with them." Hey, you're right. Alvida understood what the vice captain meant and immediately agreed. "Anyway, just a little handyman. One more is not too much, one less is not too much. At worst, when you need it, just grab another one. Kirby, you don't have to be a handyman on the ship anymore. Alvida let you go free today," Alvida said with a smile on her face. Kebe had no idea what was happening, and his body trembled violently. Why did his captain's attitude suddenly take a 180-degree turn? After a while, "Are you telling the truth?" Kebe's cowardly character almost made him cry. He had been on the ship for 2 years, working as a handyman for 2 years. "Not a day goes by that I don't dream about being free and leaving this pirate group. But when I open my eyes every day, there are only endless chores waiting for me to do." But now Alvida actually said that she wanted to free herself. This moment is extremely unreal. "Of course it's true," Alvida said with a smile. In the past, when she saw Kebe crying, she would go up and scold him. But it's different now. He also gave Kebe some money. This is the cost of working as a handyman on the ship for 2 years. "After you leave the ship and meet Luo Xiu, remember to say hello to him," the vice captain added at this time. Luo Xiu," Kebe said blankly. "No matter how stupid you are, you can still figure out why. Dock the ship and send off the crew member Kebe." Alvida waved her language stick and ordered her subordinates. At the same time, Luo Xiu, who was walking on the water, never expected that his casual words would have such an effect. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He only said one thing secretly. The power of brain power is truly terrifying. An hour later, Luo Xiu arrived at Shueibwa Island. Where is the easiest place to get information? The pirate bar is definitely a choice that cannot be ignored. He bought a hooded jacket that covered half of his face, and then walked towards a pirate bar. No, as soon as I sat down and ordered a glass of wine, I heard the table next door discussing something. This time on Shueibwa Island, I heard that several million-level pirates are here. This is devil fruit. It's normal for pirates with tens of millions of levels to come. I just don't know if the bloody massacrer from East Blue, who has a reward of 60 million, will come. Who knows? Speaking of which, how strong can he be? It's hard to say. All I know is that he punched Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million, to death, and then trampled to death Colonel Mouse of the Marine Branch. Damn it, if you don't know, don't I? IT was obviously a punch that directly destroyed the dragon pirates, and then the mouse was frightened to death when he saw it. You were all wronged. I heard that Arlong wanted to buy his own life by killing 40 million for the bloody hands, but the other party did not agree, and then he roared and killed Arlong. After hearing this, several other pirates at the table said, suddenly, I felt the hairs on my hair standing on end, and a chill ran down my spine. Luo Xiu on the side couldn't help but twitch his lips as he listened. What is this all about? The rumors are too outrageous, and there is no useful information at all. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside, accompanied by a few garbled shouts. Devil fruit appears. The location to the west of Shueibwa Island. 16. Chapter 16 Smoker's Plan. In a slightly shabby room, Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and crossed his legs. Colonel Smoker, will Luo Xiu come this time? Tashiji stood aside and asked. Snored. It's best not to come, otherwise, let him taste what smoke bombs taste like. Smoker snorted coldly. After issuing the reward order, he took people to Luo Xiu's previous medical clinic, only to find that it was already empty. He returned home unwillingly. Within a month, he deployed manpower on each island to try to find traces of Luo Xiu. But even after such a blanket search, there was still no news. Luo Xiu seemed to have disappeared directly. As a result, his mentality is about to explode these days. The arrest plan, which was originally expected to take 3 days, has been delayed indefinitely. No matter what he did, what he couldn't have imagined was that Luo Xiu had been experiencing speeds of 70 miles at sea for more than a month. But even if Luo Xiu doesn't come, catch all those damn pirates. The purpose of this operation has been achieved. Smoker took a deep puff of the cigar flue. There is a devil fruit on Mizunami Island, which was just a statement made by Smoker deliberately to lure the pirates. Here, there are no fruits, but there are many warships. It's almost time. The words fell. Smoker shook off his cigar, picked up weapons, and walked out the door, wearing a cloak representing justice. Shueibwa Island. The western location is buzzing with activity at this time. Pirates from all walks of life gathered here after hearing the news. For the little pirates of East Blue, something like devil fruit, which only exists in rumors, is really tempting. Many of the stronger pirates, waving their weapons and leading their crews, began to occupy positions. Komodo, I didn't expect you to come here too. I advise a brat like you to leave as soon as possible. Amarag, I'm bound to get the devil fruit this time. If you dare to snatch it from me, I will chop you up too. You two are really disgusting. Devil fruit requires great strength to be qualified to possess it. If you dare to touch it, I won't mind chasing you down to the end. A pirate Jia, nearly 4 meters tall, with a big beard and holding a giant hammer, said with a smile. When the other 2 pirates saw this guy coming, strong murderous intent flashed in their eyes. The giant hammer pirate named Lido is the pirate with the highest bounty in the entire East Blue, except for Arlong and Krieg. Of course, the number 1 now is Luo Xiu. The amount written on Marine's bounty order was 15 million buri. As for the other 2, one has a bounty of 12 million, and the other has a bounty of 11 million. The 3 of them are all pirates with a bounty of over 10 million. Placing it anywhere in East Blue is enough to make the sea tremble. At this time, they gathered here, making other little pirates afraid to come closer. What a joke that if I get the devil fruit, do you think I'm still afraid of you? Komodo sneered. As tens of millions of pirates, they believe that the one that limits their strength is devil fruit. Maybe it's because I stayed in East Blue for a long time. As long as they eat the devil fruit and become capable, they will be the 4 emperors, and they feel that they can compete for it. Kid, get out of here. This is not your place. At this time, there was a loud shout. The one who spoke was the crew member of the Lido pirates. He looked at a hooded man and snorted coldly. What if you don't let me? The hooded man was none other than Luo Xiu. Kid, you look like you're tired of living. The crewman slapped the man in the face. There was a click. There was no muffled sound as he imagined, only the sound of his own neck being broken. The moment he took action, Luo Xiu took action in advance. Throwing the body aside casually, Luo Xiu continued to watch the scene as if nothing was wrong. Lido, is this all your crew members are capable of? You are incompetent as a captain. I advise you to go back and go boating. Devil fruit is not something that any pirate group can get its hands on. A crew member with such strength should not get involved. The other 2 pirates, who had a bounty of over 10 million, saw Lido's men being killed like this. I immediately felt physically and mentally relaxed. Started to be sarcastic. Kid, you have some strength, but now you can go die. Leto's face was extremely gloomy as he listened to the harsh ridicule. He has been in East Blue for so many years, but he has never seen anyone dare to kill his subordinates in front of him. Even the dragon pirates, who have been destroyed by the group, still need to give themselves some face. This guy who didn't know where he came from actually dared to kill his own crew in front of so many people. Next moment, the violent momentum swept through his body instantly. Leto swung the giant hammer and raised it high in the air. Die to lousy, accompanied by a roar. Leto hit Luo Xiu on the head with a hammer. Where did this kid come from, so blind? Even Leto's crew members dare to kill. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Remember to be smart when you go out in the next life. If this hammer goes down, all the brains will be blown out. It's getting more and more interesting. The pirates in the field laughed maniacally when they saw this scene. In their view, fighting not only does not make people feel scared, but can actually ignite the blood in their hearts. In their hearts, this person has been sentenced to death. Next moment, an imaginary bombardment sounded. But .it seems different from what I imagined. An iron hammer drew an arc in the air and landed with a bang in front of two pirates with a bounty of over 10 million. Make a hole. Looking at the Leto weapon appearing in front of them, the two big pirates were confused. Then looked towards the middle of the battlefield. Brush it. Their faces instantly turned pale. My brain felt like it was struck by lightning. I saw half of Leto's head broken open, his figure swaying, and he hit the ground with a thud. A pirate with a bounty of 16 million was killed in seconds. And it's not just that. The hooded man paused in his steps as fast as lightning. In a few breaths, get rid of all the miscellaneous fish. The ground was strewn with corpses. A gust of wind blew. Luo Xiu's hood was blown off, and he stood next to the corpse, looking at everyone expressionlessly. All the pirates' pupils were shaking at this moment. What happened? The biggest pirate with the second highest bounty in East Blue was wiped out by the group just like that. Moreover, Leto was killed in an instant. How strong this person must be. Even Krieg, who has 50 pirate ships, doesn't have this ability. Wait. At this time, the pirate Mirag, who had a bounty of 12 million, almost had his eyes popping out, and his breathing became tight. Black hair, black pupils. And this face. Yes, it's Luo Xiu with a bounty of 60 million. 17. Chapter 17 finally found you. Not only did he recognize it, but others also recognized it after seeing Luo Xiu's face. It's the bloody-handed man to Luo Xiu. Damn, this is bad. What will happen to our devil fruit? Let's think about how to escape first. Even Leto was killed instantly. The pirates looked at the people in front of them in horror. The gloating in my heart just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Especially the two pirates with a bounty of over 10 million. They didn't dare to breathe at this moment. Their bounty was not as high as Lei Duo, but Lei Duo was killed instantly. The difference can be calculated with your toes. Where is devil fruit? Luo Xiu asked with calm eyes, looking at the two pirates at the front. He's here for the pure purpose of getting the devil fruit. But if someone doesn't deal with him, he won't be merciful either. But on this island, all he saw were pirates one after another, and no effective information related to devil fruit at all. It's really a bit strange. No, I don't know. We are looking for it too. One of the pirates swallowed and squeezed out a few words. I was afraid that if I said the wrong thing, I would end up like Leto. Luo Xiu felt a little toothache. Then what did you shout so joyfully just now? He thought that when he came here, a group of pirates would fight for the devil fruit and then seize the victory fruit himself. But I didn't expect the situation to be like this. I don't even know where devil fruit is. But before he could think about it, a pirate's voice suddenly came, with fear and panic. Oh no. Yes, there's Marine. They're moving this way. Outside Shueibwa Island, a dozen warships were slowly sailing toward Shueibwa Island. Thousands of Marine soldiers stood on the deck with long guns in their hands. At the front of them, Smoker stood at the bow. He stared straight at Shueibwa Island. Damn it! Why are my eyelids always twitching? For some reason, Smoker felt his heart beating harder the closer he got to Shueibwa Island. His eyelids were also twitching. I always feel that something bad will happen next on Shueibwa Island. But this doesn't make sense. What could be scary about a small Shueibwa Island? They are just pirates with bounties worth 10 or 20 million. Even if he doesn't use his fruit ability, he can sweep a large area. Maybe it's because I haven't had much rest recently. Smoker patted his forehead and said to himself. After a while, the ship was about to dock. Smoker first took part of the Marines and rushed towards the destination. Oh shit. Fell into a trap. The moment he learned the Marine was approaching, Luo Xiu realized something was wrong. As soon as the pirates gathered together, Marine's warship happened to come over. This is obviously someone fishing. Not waiting for Luo Xiu to make other moves. A hissing sound. A thick plume of smoke appeared not far away. Only visible in the smoke. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and looked at the crowd indifferently. The next moment, Smoker's brows furrowed involuntarily, and he realized something was wrong. He has come into contact with pirates countless times, and he is very familiar with these people. They are all cruel and murderous guys. I even waited for a while to come over, just to let the pirates kill each other for a while. But now that there are so many pirates together, they actually behave so honestly. It's really the first time I've seen it. And these people seem to be afraid of one person. With loneliness and suspicion, Smoker followed his gaze. It's a young man. Black hair and black eyes. 2 meters tall. Strong body shape, etc. This familiar look. With his eyes locked on Luo Xiu's face, Smoker's pupil shrank. That's right. Absolutely right. This is the person I have been searching for more than a month. Luo Xiu tramples on Marine's justice and flees. It's Colonel Marine, Smoker. Damn, why is he here? And Marine, hundreds of Marine soldiers are coming. When Smoker looked at Luo Xiu, the pirates also spotted Smoker. The colonel of the headquarters who is stationed at the Grand Line Crossing, a user with Logia fruit ability. It's hard for them not to know each other. Moreover, Marine soldiers holding spears and swords also came over at this time. Quick run. A coaxing sound. The pirates immediately fled in all directions. Who cares about devil fruit? If Marine caught him, he would be imprisoned in an infinite prison and would never be able to escape. In their imagination, they were really strong enough to enter Impel prison. Luo Xiu naturally noticed Smoker, but he did not run away. The smoke man, Smoker. A guy who is invincible in the early stage but becomes a punching bag in the later stage. There is no doubt that all this was planned by him. You will make your trip in vain. We can't just let this matter go. Luo Xiu, I finally found you. Smoker smiled. Smiling happily. He thought it would be enough to catch some little Luo today. But he didn't expect that his strategy could catch a big fish like Luo Xiu. What a surprise. Today, he would use iron and blood to suppress Luo Xiu. Let East Blue return to its usual calm. The mouse colonel who dared to kill Marine touched Marine's dignity. Time to execute Marine's justice. Just today, the words fell. Smoker raised his voice fiercely. He rushed towards Luo Xiu. White fist, accompanied by a low groan. Smoker's arms and legs instantly evaporated. When he was a few inches away from Luo Xiu, his white fist stretched out with a crackle, like bullets being ejected after igniting the spray paint. Wrapped in a long smoke, he instantly reached Luo Xiu. Boom. The huge impact blasted out a large crater several feet wide and kicked up a cloud of dust. But Luo Xiu's body had disappeared from the spot the moment he took action. Smoker's face brightened. Luo Xiu was moving so fast just now that even he couldn't see clearly, and he disappeared in just an instant. He also thought that with his fruit ability, he could stabilize the opponent's head. Now it seems that he is a bit underestimating Luo Xiu's strength. However, at the moment when he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? 18. Chapter 18 Smoker's Luo Xiu. Smoker turned around sharply. He saw a fist coming towards him. Buzz. Smoke billows. White smoke launcher. The lower body suddenly turned into smoke, producing an explosive reverse thrust in an instant, allowing it to move and fly quickly. Smoker jumped more than 10 meters away. But despite this, his cheek was still scratched by the wind from the fist. Damn it! Smoker touched his cheek with his hand. I was shocked. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have been hit head-on by Luo Xiu. After a slight adjustment, Smoker spit out the cigar in his mouth. His face became quite serious. Come again. The words fell. Smoker locked Luo Xiu's position. White snake. The arm instantly turned into white smoke and then transformed into a long snake. The scary fangs, exposed to the air, looked sinister. Go. With a loud shout, the long white snake was driven like an arm and rushed toward Luo Xiu. It seemed like it was going to swallow everything up. The other side, facing the attack of demon fruit power, Luo Xiu showed no expression. An attack of this level does not pose a threat to oneself. Think about this. He sank. A stream of hot air emerged from the corner of his mouth, urging the power of the spell to surge towards his palm. Boom. The knotted muscles suddenly swelled in size. At the same time, open your arms and make your fingers form palms. Next moment, both palms suddenly clasped toward the middle. Buzz. The moment the long snake composed of white smoke pounced towards him. A violent wave of air spurted forward from Luo Xiu's palms. The air is momentarily compressed by the power of the Ox Talisman, and then released. The air wave generated is enough to destroy everything in front of it. The long white snake was blown away the moment it was touched. Like a cigarette placed in front of a powerful electric fan, it turns to ashes. By man, seeing that his attack was easily resolved in Luo Xiu's hands, Smoker's face became increasingly ugly. Without any hesitation, the power of the natural fruit activated again. The smoke that dissipated in the air quickly condensed again. A huge vine stretched out into a spiral column of smoke. Want to catch Luo Xiu? It's smoke again. See this scene. Luo Xiu frowned, not bothering to bother with Smoker at all. The figure exploded backwards. The speed of the rabbit charm made Smoker's attack miss. Well done, Colonel Smoker. I'm just telling you, Luo Xiu will definitely not be the Colonel's opponent. A mere pirate still wants to challenge our Colonel. He really doesn't know how to live or die. After all, he is the disciple of the old Marine instructor Zephyr, who is in charge of East Blue. Colonel Smoker will win. Justice will prevail. On the other side, the Marine soldiers who were fighting the pirates saw Luo Xiu being repelled by Smoker. I thought Smoker had taken advantage of it. I was suddenly excited. The shouts and cheers boosted Marine's morale. Originally, there was a 50-50 situation with the pirates. Suddenly, there is a one-sided trend. However, there is no sense of relaxation in Smoker. Narrowing his eyes, Luo Xiu's face looked solemn as he looked into the distance. The Marine soldiers couldn't see it just now. Why can't I see it myself? So it didn't mean that he was repulsed. He simply wasn't close to anyone. At the same time, I was secretly shocked. Where did this guy Luo Xiu come from? Terrifying speed and terrifying power. These two aspects alone are enough to join the ranks of the strong. And according to the information in the report, there is still a strong self-healing ability that has not been demonstrated. Is it possible that speed and strength are additional abilities brought by self-healing fruits? But what devil fruit can have such an effect? Smoker was a little confused. Fortunately, I'm also an Esper, otherwise I would have been injured in the simple fight just now. The 60 million bounty was previously thought to be a bit too frivolous, but now it seems that it may be too little. The best newcomer in East Blue. It really deserves its reputation. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the superstars who had shown off in the Grand Line and New World. Fire Fist Ace, Cavendish, who already has Shichibukai combat power. Unable to resist, he compares them. Then he couldn't help but shook his head. I must capture you today. Otherwise, this sea will have another superstar. He looked at Luo Xiu with burning eyes. Smoker took a long breath. Since it's demon fruit power, then try this. Pull out the weapon with 10 hands and hold it in your hand. Smoker pumped his arms. Power immediately poured into the bones of his hands. At the same time, Luo Xiu stood on a clod of dirt and looked at Smoker quietly. Logia devil fruit, trouble. Chunin couldn't help complaining. It's not for any other reason than keeping a distance from Smoker. But his own fist and kick attacks cannot cause substantial damage to the Logia ability user. Fighting against elementalized bodies makes no sense, unless you take advantage of speed and strength. Suppress with absolute superiority. But when Luo Xiu saw Smoker draw out 10 hands, he knew. No need to go to such trouble. The 10 hands, with the top made of sea stone, are the greatest nemesis of those with abilities. Smoker put it there specially to deal with demon fruit power. However, what he didn't expect was that one day, this effect would be used on himself. Right now, Smoker moved. The legs turned into smoke again and sprayed out airwaves. The speed increased by more than one level in an instant. He held 10 hands in his hands and slashed them hard at Luo Xiu. Boom. The slash failed. Only an afterimage appeared in place, and a large pit several feet in diameter on the same spot. Suddenly, cold sweat appeared on Smoker's forehead. Brush. Behind him, there was a roar of wind. Almost subconsciously, Smoker flipped his wrist and stabbed towards the back. Boom. A muffled sound came out. Smoker's face suddenly became overjoyed. Bingo! With many years of combat experience, he knew exactly what this sound meant. This is the unique muffled sound produced when weapons and flesh collide. A casual blow of his own. He actually hit Luo Xiu. The truth was just as he thought. The moment Smoker turned around, Luo Xiu's figure came into view, and the 10 hands made of sea stone at the top were pressed against his chest. Ha ha! Luo Xiu, pay the price for your actions. 19. Chapter 19. Are you not a capable person? Sea stone, the greatest nemesis of ability users. As long as you are restrained by it, you cannot use Devil Fruit's abilities. Not only that, what's more, even the most basic actions will be affected. My whole body was limp and weak. Smoker looked at Luo Xiu, who was restrained by 10 hands, and felt sure of victory. He didn't believe in people who ate devil fruit after being restrained by sea stone. What else can be done? However, slaps in the face always happen too quickly. Next moment, Smoker's eyes paused, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. In front of him, Luo Xiu's condition not only showed no discomfort, but also showed an inexplicable smile. Instantly, Smoker's scalp went numb. I feel bad in my heart. With a strong momentum, he wanted to withdraw his 10 hands. However, it backfired. At this moment, his 10 weapons were being held by Luo Xiu. A huge force came from above. Smoker found that his power was like mayfly shaking a tree at this moment, unable to shake it at all. How can it be? Feeling this strange scene, Smoker's mentality is about to explode. Brush sound. Devil Fruit's ability activates. His entire body, except for his head, was completely transformed into elements in an instant. Without any hesitation. What the hell? Explode backwards. Directly distance yourself from Luo Xiu. At this moment, Luo Xiu took away Smoker's weapon and weighed it in his hand. It feels pretty good. Then he looked at Smoker, who was pulling away from the elements, and said calmly, "It's my turn." The words fell. Luo Xiu expressed his momentum. Boom. The tip of his toe hit the ground, making a hole. The cracks spread along the center of the pothole in all directions like a spider web. This shows how powerful it is. And his body was ejected like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and Smoker was shortened. White Snake. Feeling the roaring sound behind him, Smoker roared angrily. A long snake of smoke quickly spewed out, trying to use it to fight Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu dodged slightly, and the long snake jumped into the air. 6 styles of shaving. Seeing that Smoker's attack was useless, Smoker canceled the elementalization of his legs. Puff, puff. Then he stepped on the ground dozens of times. The gravel flew, and the dust flew up. Increased speed to an ultimate. In an instant, a distance was created. But even so, he could still feel the sound of breaking through the air from behind. Why is this happening? Smoker's brows formed into the shape of the Chinese character Sichuan. I was very puzzled. He really couldn't figure out why Luo Xiu wasn't affected in any way after being restrained by Just Ho. It can still display terrifying speed. Could it be a sea stone problem? No, this is impossible. Sea stone can limit the strength of ability users. This is a consensus reached by the entire sea. Countless examples prove this. But why? Suddenly, Smoker's eyes froze. A guess came to mind. Could it be that Luo Xiu isn't a capable person at all? Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. My heart felt like it was rolling over a huge wave. People without abilities can achieve this level. It was even greater than the impact brought to him by an ability user. It was at this time. There was a bang. Luo Xiu's figure hung down from the sky and landed in front of him. Are you not a capable person? Smoker looked at Luo Xiu, who was blocking his eyes. His face was shaken, and he almost squeezed out these words through his teeth. Anger can even overflow from his eyes. Did you lie to me? Luo Xiu couldn't help but frown. When did I say that I was an able person? You obviously think so yourself. However, he was too lazy to explain to Smoker. The tin hands held in his hands were raised and lowered, slashed towards Smoker. White blast. Smoker's facial features were distorted. The smoke filled the air instantly, obscuring the view. Then, with Smoker as the center, it spread to all directions. Surround Luo Xiu inside. Poof. In a trance. Only the sound of weapons piercing flesh could be heard. The smoke slowly disappeared. Just see the center position. Smoker was lying on the ground in a miserable state, with blood dripping from one arm. Who are you? His technique was instantly cracked in Luo Xiu's hands. But Smoker didn't care about the pain after his arm was pierced now, and asked through gritted teeth. He suddenly emerged from East Blue, first killing Colonel Tiger, and then destroying the Dragon Pirates. Now I have been fighting with myself for so long without falling behind. He really couldn't figure out where such a person came from. And why'd I never heard any news about Luo Xiu before this? It's like it came out of nowhere. And most importantly, someone with such speed and power is not demon fruit power. Who is he? Luo Xiu, one of the 8 demons. If you call me the Holy Lord, I can bear it. Luo Xiu said coldly while keeping his 10 hands broken into pieces. One of the 8 demons? Holy Lord? These 2 extremely unfamiliar words popped into Smoker's mind. His mind went blank. He couldn't help but froze in place. What is this and what? Never heard of it at all. Luo Xiu looked at the confused Morgans and had no intention of explaining more. The weapon is broken, and the devil fruit is another scam. People with natural fruit abilities can be seriously injured, but it is still difficult to completely destroy them without Haki's blessing. Besides, getting rid of Smoker would do him no good. Think about this. Luo Xiu stepped forward, sneered, and left from here. Asshole. Stop looking down on others. Do you think you can defeat me? Seeing that Luo Xiu wanted to leave like this, Smoker stood up suddenly and shouted angrily. Are you kidding me? I am Colonel Smoker Marine, Zephyr's favorite disciple. In naval headquarters, he can be regarded as a prominent figure. Usually when Vice Admiral Garp comes to check, he always laughs with me. How can I let you run away under my nose? Absolutely not. The battle is not over yet. I have not lost yet. As long as there is still breath left, we must fight to the end. Moreover, Tashiji will come with a large army immediately, as long as he delays for a while. Luo Xiu was indifferent, too lazy to talk to Smoker. Do you think running away this time will end it? I will chase you to the ends of the earth to find you. No matter who you are, the 8 great demons or the Holy Lord, you will all be trampled under my feet by me, Smoker. Smoker roared. Snapped. Hearing this, Luo Xiu, who had moved some distance away, stopped. Somehow, in my subconscious, an idea emerged uncontrollably. Just press Smoker to the ground and give him a good rub. Turning to look at the panting Smoker, Luo Xiu's eyes moved slightly. A pair of dark and sharp eyes raised. Next moment, boom. Taking Luo Xiu's position as the center point, circles of spiderweb-like cracks have appeared, exploding into a deep pit 10 meters in diameter. His figure was approaching ultimate, streaking across the sky like a bright light. Moment. It landed in front of Smoker. The fist was packed with huge force, pressing like a mountain, and headed towards Morgan's. Just in time. 20. Chapter 20. The Terrifying Repressive Power. A sneer appeared at the corner of Smoker's mouth. All his hands were gone. Can your attack still hurt me? White fist. With his hands transformed into elements, Smoker blasted his white fists towards Luo Xiu. Relying on his devil fruit ability, he was not afraid of confronting Luo Xiu at all. Less than a breath. Luo Xiu and Smoker's attacks collided. Only, this time, Smoker felt a profound difference. Although the whitened fists will not be directly damaged by the opponent, but but an extremely heavy force was transmitted from Luo Xiu's hand. It was like a mountain crashing down. The shock wave of vibration spreads from the point of contact and then spreads to his entire body. My body felt swollen and painful for no reason. Smoker's face looked extremely ugly. My heart was even more shocked. Without just Ho, he was actually not affected by the other party. Although not enough to cause injury, it is not a good sign. You must know that demon fruit power is almost invincible to ordinary people. Without the restrictions of seawater, sea stone, and hockey, it is invincible. But before he could think about it further, why can the other party achieve this effect? Luo Xiu punched him again, blocking his thoughts. The power is equally heavy. Phew. Smoker also reacts quickly, using his fruit ability to turn into smoke where the opponent's fist lands. Another explosion sounded. Bang, bang, bang. Then, in just a few seconds, continuous sounds came from the collision between the two of them. The airwaves rush and the energy rages. The center of the fight was in a mess. With the help of Luo Xiu's terrifying power and terrifying speed, the energy that burst out was as devastating as any. Everything is falling apart. Mountains collapsed into ashes, trees shattered into flying ash, and even the air seemed to be affected, with white sonic boom waves rising. Huge potholes are constantly appearing on the ground where the battle is taking place. The earth and rocks are flying and exploding under the violent energy, flying in all directions like blades. And Smoker, who fought against Luo Xiu. At this time, my heart felt like I had rolled over 1,000 huge waves. Damn it! How so? Smoker felt that what he was facing was not a human being at all, but a wild beast. The power that came one after another made him unable to bear it, even with the devil fruit. Boom. The next moment, Luo Xiu stepped out towards Smoker. Danger. Extremely dangerous. There were only these few words echoing in Smoker's mind. Quickly smoke the arm. However, Luo Xiu's speed was too fast after taking a kick. Another punch was thrown. Smoker had no time to react. Then, after a loud noise, he was directly hit by Luo Xiu head-on and dived down like an arrow. Make a big hole. The two people were fighting so loudly that the Marines who were fighting couldn't help but look towards this position. Colonel Smoker was beaten into the pit. How could this happen? Colonel Smoker actually fell into a disadvantage. Damn it! It was obvious that Luo Xiu was beaten just now. Is this the person with a bounty of 60 million? It's simply too scary. At this moment, Marine couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Colonel Smoker, who was invincible in their hearts, was actually suppressed and beaten by Luo Xiu. I haven't seen anything like this since working with Marine in East Blue. After all, as long as Smoker showed up, no matter how notorious the opponent was, within a few moves, the opponent will be suppressed. It's not just them. Pirates from all over the East Blue also noticed the situation on Luo Xiu's side. Two of the pirates, worth over 10 million, looked frightened. No wonder he was able to kill Lido instantly and become the first pirate in East Blue to reach 60 million. Even Smoker can't beat him. Why would you stay in East Blue if you are so powerful? Damn it. I thought I was in the new world now. The situation on the battlefield continues. Smoker climbed out of the pit and wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes stared at Luo Xiu as if they were about to burst out with anger. His face was so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping with water. Bam! With a violent cough, Smoker felt his internal organs surging inside his body. At this time, Tashigi and the Marine force rushed over, and all the warships came closer. Nearly 1,000 Marine soldiers holding weapons in their hands are really impressive. Colonel Smoker, are you injured? Tashigi looked at Smoker, who had a hint of bloodline on the corner of his mouth, running along with worry on his face. Yeah. Smoker nodded, looking at the Marine troops coming over, and his mentality stabilized a little. Otherwise, I really won't be able to hold on. This Luo Xiu is like a monster, getting braver and braver as he fights. He doesn't look like a normal person at all. Are all the pirates here so scary? Tashigi covered his mouth with a look of surprise on his face. Even Master Smoker was injured. Don't worry about this yet. Catch these damn pirates, Smoker said. Then he looked at Luo Xiu. Quick victory. After saying these words, next moment, Smoker rushed towards Luo Xiu, who was coming towards him. After hearing the order, Tashigi knew the seriousness of the matter and quickly ordered the Marine soldiers to attack the pirates. The originally tense battle between the Marines and the pirates fell to one side with the addition of the large new troops. Damn it! We've fallen into a trap. There is no devil fruit. This is Marine scam. Fuck Smoker. Seeing so many Marines approaching, as well as the pirates approaching with warships, the pirates looked horrified. No matter how stupid he is, he still guesses the truth of the matter. Many of the pirates who were still resisting Marine had lost the courage to fight at this moment. They were just little pirates. Most of them came here to fish and looked familiar. Never seen such a big battle before. Everyone finds a direction. Breakout. The two leading pirates, worth over 10 million, roared at the pirates who wanted to give up. Sitting there and waiting for death will only lead to being massacred. Now that things have come to this, if you give it a try, there may still be some opportunities. As soon as he finished speaking, the pupils of the pirates all gleamed with intense light, and the weapons in their hands were held even more tightly, trying to carve out a bloody path. Take them down, Tashigi said. At this time, boom, a loud bang suddenly exploded. The faces of everyone present could not help but perk up. Tashigi looked over and saw his immediate boss, Smoker, drawing a graceful arc in the sky and crashing in front of him. White hair messy. 21. Chapter 21. Smoker is defeated. Colonel Smoker? You are. Before he finished speaking, a figure followed closely. Then he landed in front of Smoker, who had just stood up, and punched him in the stomach. Puff. Under Tashigi's shocked gaze, Smoker's body flew backwards again, even faster than before. Ah, Tashigi was numb. This is too fierce. Asshole. Smoker was going crazy as he flew backwards, his teeth chattering. However, anger is useless. This is not making a movie, let alone drawing animation. Anger has no strength bonus in any sense other than making people lose their minds. Before he could fall, another kick came. Smoker's body arched like a shrimp as if struck by lightning. White snake, white smoke launcher, white fist. Smoke filled the air, and Smoker endured the pain in his body. 3 attacks came out in a row. He leaned his elemental body part against Luo Xiu. Used this to block attacks. But soon he discovered that it was of no use at all, because Luo Xiu's speed was simply too fast. It was even faster than the previous fight. It's so fast that even elementalization can't keep up. Brush. Luo Xiu's figure disappeared again. When it appeared, it was already above him. One kick, lift, fall. Simple and crude. Stomp hard on Smoker's head. Only Smoker, whose head was not elementalized, didn't even have time to stabilize his body. He saw a huge footprint coming towards him. Then the footprints in the reflection of the pupils grew larger and larger. Boom. No surprise. Smoker was kicked down. The whole ground shook. A big hole appears. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew. Tashigi and the Marines swallowed dumbly. This is Luo Xiu. The fighting speed just now was too fast to see the faces clearly. At this time, the two stopped and saw who was holding down the colonel and beating him. Luo Xiu moved his foot away from Smoker's face, and a big shoe mark was clearly visible on it. Then the figure flashed and disappeared with an oppressive momentum. But before leaving, he harvested the heads of 2 pirates with a bounty worth tens of millions, although their amounts are not that great. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. One step closer to unlocking the boss mask. Quickly, send Colonel Smoker for treatment. A Marine lieutenant colonel came to his senses and shouted. At this time, Smoker's eyes rolled white, his mouth opened wide, and he had fainted. His whole body was covered in colorful paint, and his clothes were in tatters. Although there were no serious injuries, there were fine scars all over the body. The blood that overflowed was dripping down. It seems like I won't be able to survive at any moment. Colonel, you must hold on. Colonel Smoker, what would we do without you? Several Marine majors burst into tears and wailed, then jumped into the pit, lifted Smoker out, and sent it to the warship. Smoker came from the Marine headquarters. He is very powerful and has been in East Blue for some years. If he really died like this, the pirates of East Blue would have to go to hell. Now, everyone get out. When the pirates saw Smoker fainting, their expressions were hard, and they were sharpening their knives, ready to break out of the siege. Suddenly, the two sides struggled together. The flash of swords and shadows, and the shouts of killing continued for several hours before they finally stopped. Half a day later, a medical room. Smoker's body was wrapped in bandages, and his face was covered with a white cloth. Only a mouth and a pair of eyes were left outside. Even so, his fatigue at this time can still be seen in his eyes. Being stepped on in the face by a newcomer from East Blue is an extremely humiliating thing no matter how you think about it. Smoker was lying on the hospital bed, feeling burning pain even with medicine on his face. To Shiji, report the results of this operation, Smoker said after a while. Shiji nodded. Colonel Smoker, this time we killed more than 80 pirates and captured nearly 200, and they have now been taken back to the headquarters. Nearly 50 pirates escaped from Shueibwa Island. What? Are there any pirates who escaped? When Smoker heard the next sentence, the bandages on his body almost couldn't be stretched. It's about to burst. In this operation, a total of more than a dozen warships and nearly 1,000 Marine soldiers were dispatched. Weapons and ammunition are even more abundant. The purpose is to use this action plan to catch all the pirates who come to Shueibwa Island. But the current result is so different from what was expected. There are nearly 1,000 Marines. It actually allowed the pirates to escape a lot. What a joke. If this spreads out, people will laugh out loud. Colonel Smoker. Because you were injured and unconscious at the time, the Major and Lieutenant Colonel wanted to ensure your safety. So hundreds of elite Marine soldiers were assigned to escort you to the medical room. As a result, the intensity of the encirclement and suppression operations has been greatly reduced. In addition, Luo Xiu's behavior has boosted the morale of the pirates, and he is elusive. I don't know if he will attack again, so... At this point, Tashiji's voice became smaller and smaller, until completely inaudible. Because at this time, Smoker's mouth was filled with anger. Ahem. Smoker coughed violently. Yes. The shock brought up the injuries on his body, causing him to take a breath. Not to mention that he was beaten like this, the encirclement and suppression operation, which was originally planned to be a great success, also had unexpected events. Luo Xiu, this is an unpardonable crime. However, he couldn't help but change his mind. If Luo Xiu hadn't appeared at that time, wouldn't all this have developed like this, and I wouldn't have. He shook his head violently. Smoker gave himself a hard slap in his heart. How can I have such an idea? What about the 3 pirates with a bounty of over 10 million? Did they escape? To Shiji, they are all dead, killed by Luo Xiu. It's him again. Smoker's eyes twitched fiercely. During the Marine encirclement and suppression operation, the 3 biggest pirates were killed by a non-Marine. This is a disgraceful thing no matter where you put it. However, after thinking about it carefully, Smoker discovered something even more wrong. Luo Xiu just wanted to trouble him, but why did he want to kill the pirates? He was confused and a little confused. It doesn't make sense. Pirates are naturally on the opposite side of pirates, and Luo Xiu is wanted by Marine. Logically speaking, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Luo Xiu's behavior cannot be explained by common sense. Could it be that it's for the bounty? Subsequently, Smoker dismissed the idea. Because Luo Xiu himself was wanted, how could he dare to take the heads of pirates to the Marine branch in exchange for the bounty? Even if he dared, Marine would definitely not give it to him. Is it because of his status? Correct. 8 demons. Thinking of what Luo Xiu said, his eyes couldn't help but light up. 22. Chapter 22 Meeting at Naval Headquarters. 8 demons. There is also the Holy Lord whom I have never heard of. Smoker tried hard to recall the information he had heard in the past. Finally, he sighed. No memory exists. To Shiji, compile the information about this incident into a file and send it to Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's Office. Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, and Marine Admiral Kizuru. Sengoku held a document in his hand and frowned. This document was sent from the East Blue base. What is recorded above is the details of the battle after Morgans encountered Luo Xiu, and the result of the battle. Walking to the conference table, Sengoku placed the file on the table. Garp, remember the Luo Xiu I mentioned before? He asked Garp. Garp, who was sitting on the side eating senbei, stopped stuffing food into his mouth. He tilted his head and thought hard. That pirate from East Blue. Sengoku, it's been 2 months. Why do you still remember it? After finishing speaking, Garp continued where he had paused. A guy with a bounty of 60 million won't make you worry about him so much. Is it possible that we came here because of this kid? Garp was a little puzzled by Sengoku's sudden summons, thinking it was something big. It turns out it's because of this person. Although it is indeed rare in East Blue's 60 million New World. But there's no need to pay so much attention. New World and Grand Line have more troubles to deal with. Kizaru looked at ease as he listened to the conversation between the two seniors. A picture of clocking in at work and getting off work at the right time. Smoker met him. Sengoku continued, pushing the file in front of Garp as he spoke. That's right. Garp smiled. Although Smoker is not very gregarious, he has no problem sitting in East Blue. That Luo Xiu has been dealt with now. He glanced at the document and said with a smile, the senbei in his mouth about to fall out from between his lips and teeth. Garp shook his head. The document says that Smoker brought a dozen warships and nearly 1,000 Marines to capture the pirates this time. But because Luo Xiu appeared in the middle, the mission was half completed, and Smoker fought with Luo Xiu. In the end, he was defeated by him. He glanced at Garp angrily and recounted what happened on Shueibwa Island. The words fell. Garp's expression straightened slightly. Smoker actually failed. Garp was still a little surprised by this news. Smoker is the proud student of his former comrade Zephyr and a user with a natural fruit smoke ability. I have been in East Blue for many years and have rich combat experience, but I have not been able to win a newcomer who came out of East Blue. But soon, Garp's expression returned to normal. This news, it can only make him a little surprised. Smoker's position is that of a colonel in the headquarters, and his strength is close to that of a rear admiral. After defeating Smoker, according to speculation, Luo Xiu's strength should be around vice admiral. The strength of the vice admiral of naval headquarters is indeed extremely powerful for ordinary people. But put it in the vast sea. In fact, it is not enough. Shichibukai, captain of the 4 Emperors Division, the 4 Emperors, and their Marine Admiral. Which one is not in existence beyond strength? Moreover, Garp has seen too many talented people in the sea, having been in naval headquarters for so many years. There are too many people who have been beaten with an iron fist. Not much of a cold. If this were the only way, I wouldn't call you here, Sengoku said, looking at Garp's indifferent expression. What I just said is the most minor part of this incident. The most important thing is that when Smoker and Luo Xiu fought, they discovered that the other party was not demon fruit power. Non-able person? Sengoku's words made Garp sit up straighter. There is no doubt that the 3 people present are at the peak of Marine's combat capabilities. But 2 of them are demon fruit power. They are Sengoku and Kizaru respectively. But only Garp is a non-able person. As a person who doesn't rely on devil fruit to become the pinnacle of strength, Garp knows exactly what this means. That is top-level talent and extremely terrifying potential. Roger, the redhead, and himself are all such people. Become one of the strongest without relying on devil fruit. This Luo Xiu is probably more than just vice admiral. And according to the information recorded above, the speed at which Luo Xiu showed up, Smoker said he had only seen it in one person. Sengoku paused here and did not finish. But his eyes said it all. At this time, his eyes looked at Kizaru. Kizaru said in a joking tone, "Me, Marshal Sengoku, you are not kidding." Sengoku said nothing, but his face remained serious. Kizaru smiled sarcastically. The laziness on his face disappeared. From the look on Sengoku's face, it didn't look like he was joking. A person without abilities has speed comparable to me. How is this possible? Kizaru looked shocked, but even more confused. As a user with the ability of sparkling fruit, he has the most ultimate speed in the entire ocean. However, he knew that these were all bonuses brought by the fruit's ability, because the specific attributes of sparkling fruit were already powerful enough. There is no other one in the whole world. If there is a person in this world who has the same fighting power as himself, Kizaru may not be so surprised. Because although there are few people like this, they don't exist. But it would be outrageous to say that someone could catch up with him in terms of speed. And this guy doesn't rely on devil fruit. That would be even more outrageous. Garp was silent. What he is thinking about now is not only speed, but also the self-healing ability that the branch reported before. If it weren't for demon fruit power, there would be far fewer restrictions, and the threat in the future would be even greater. This Luo Xiu, it seems he needs to take a serious look at it. A character like this comes out of East Blue. It's really a bit tricky, Garp said, tapping his fingers vigorously on the table. Kizaru nodded, also aware of the seriousness of the problem. It would be easier if he was the only one. The problem is, it seems he's not the only one. Sengoku's goatee trembled, and his eyes under the black round-rimmed glasses showed a glimmer of light. Sengoku, what do you mean? More than one? Garp wondered. Have you ever heard of the name Holy Lord? There are also 8 demons. 23. Chapter 23. Activate the Dragon Talisman. Sengoku said slowly. Garp frowned. Kizaru frowned as well. Their expressions conveyed only one message. Have no idea. Not only did I not know about it, I had never heard of it at all. Sengoku looked at their expressions, as if he had expected it. Because when I saw these words, my expressions were exactly the same as theirs. Sengoku, where did you get this information? Are you sure it really exists? Garp couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Sengoku pushed up his toad glasses. According to Smoker's report, these were said by Luo Xiu himself. So there won't be any lies. Yes. Garp put the senbei in his hand on the table, and his expression became serious. If this is true, it means that Luo Xiu is not alone. There could be 7 more. Sengoku nodded. This was the crux of his worry. He couldn't help but rub his sore eyebrows and said, and the most important thing is that we know absolutely nothing about him. I don't even know what these demons look like and what abilities they have. Isn't it similar to Luo Xiu's strength? Garp slowly exhaled a breath. I'm afraid even if it's not as good as Luo Xiu, it won't be too different. The 8 great demons are worthy of the word devil, so how can their strength be so different? Luo Xiu, what you have in mind is huge. Such a terrifying organization has been lurking in obscurity for so many years without revealing any information. It can only explain 2 problems. Either they are indifferent to the world, or they are plotting a hegemony. Judging from Luo Xiu's rise from East Blue and his high-profile style of doing things, the former can basically be ruled out. Only the latter one remains. These people who call themselves demons are planning a big conspiracy. And Luo Xiu, he was the first guy to come out and try the ingredients in the sea. Think of this. Sengoku felt his head feel dizzy. Just in the Grand Line and New World, there are already a lot of people who are annoying. Now another demonic organization appears from nowhere. The future world is destined to be uneven. Marshal Sengoku, does Luo Xiu's bounty need to be increased? Kizaru asked after a long silence. Luo Xiu's bounty is now 60 million, but judging from the information currently available, a bounty of 60 million is simply not enough. No, there is no need to change his bounty, Sengoku said solemnly. Indeed, Luo Xiu can defeat Smoker, and he has big plans. There is a great threat to Marine, and even to the world government. A bounty of 60 million is not much at all, even too little. However, he knew that he could not raise Luo Xiu's bounty, because if you want to mention it, it must be in billions. Maybe 100 million, maybe 200 million, maybe 500 million. But no matter how many billions, this is a very shocking thing for a newcomer from East Blue. Just imagine. The young man who had just emerged was given a bounty of hundreds of millions by Marine. If it reaches the ears of the big pirates in New World, Luo Xiu will inevitably be traced. The 4 emperors would even invite Luo Xiu to become a crew member. When the time comes, if Marine wants to move Luo Xiu and investigate the organization behind it, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Therefore, what we need to do is not only to increase the bounty, but to block the news about Luo Xiu. Fight him with Smoker and use your maximum strength to suppress him. Before Luo Xiu truly grew up, he secretly arranged to capture him. Think of this. Sengoku's eyes fell on Kizaru. Borsalino, you set out immediately. Don't alert anyone. Use the fastest speed to capture Luo Xiu back to naval headquarters. Smoker's information has shown that Luo Xiu's speed is only comparable to Kizaru. So in order to prevent others from escaping, sending Kizaru there is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Oops. When Kizaru heard that he was about to go on a mission, he couldn't help but look like he wanted to show off. Today's young people are really more ruthless than the others. My good life must come to an end. Although he said so, he still would not refuse the tasks assigned by Marshal Sengoku. Moreover, he also realized the importance of the problem. This Luo Xiu must be captured to find out what the demonic forces behind him are. Then Sengoku said quietly to Garp, "It's okay, come home often. You haven't been back to East Blue for a few days. Take good care of it. By the way, let's investigate about Luo Xiu." East Blue, a very secret island. The coastline is lined with green trees, and the white sand on the beach is as smooth as silk. At this time, it was dusk. The entire sky was dyed orange, red, and lavender, and the sea surface also turned golden. Surround the island in the middle. A few scattered fishermen came slowly to the island from the horizon in the distance in small boats. Their faces showed the smiles of returning home after sunset, full of achievements. Today's harvest is good, enough for us to eat for several days. Ah, yes, we finally have a good day. They talked and laughed, praising today's labor. Boom. At this moment, in an uninhabited location on the east side of the island, suddenly there was a violent roar, accompanied by soaring fire. What happened? Yes, there was an explosion over there. After several fishermen settled the boat, they trotted over there quickly. Find out the situation quietly. After a while, they arrived at the location where the explosion had just occurred. In their sight, they saw a man with black hair and black eyes, 2 meters tall, sitting on a rock. It was Luo Xiu who left Shueibwa Island. The power of the natal talisman is indeed powerful. Yes, the explosion just now. It was the 4th talisman activated by Luo Xiu, the dragon talisman. It is also the natal magic power in the body of the fire demon, Holy Lord. It can burst out explosive flames with huge destructive power, which represents explosive bombing. 1 month's time. Complete the awakening of the 4th talisman. I have to say, very quickly. After all, the further the spell is activated, the more difficult it will be to fuse it and the longer it will take. The frequent use of speed in the battle with Smoker made a great contribution. No. With the blessing of the natal talisman, Luo Xiu felt that his body was filled with explosive power. The strength has reached a new level. If he had to put in a lot of effort before to hammer Smoker. So now with the explosive power of the dragon talisman, Smoker will have to say goodbye within a few moves. From this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but think in his mind. How would it compare to Marine Admiral? 24. Chapter 24, Entering the Grand Line. After thinking for a moment, Luo Xiu shook his head. Admiral is the pinnacle of combat power in this world, and you can only know it after actually fighting against him. The fantasy is groundless. However, relying on the heaven-defying self-healing ability of the horse talisman, even if he does meet Admiral one day, he will not be afraid at all. Although I didn't get the devil fruit in this operation, but I also got more than 3 command points. It's just that we are still far from the big goal. We need to leave East Blue and go to the Grand Line, Luo Xiu thought to himself. In East Blue, although there are few capable people and they don't pose much danger to him, it's the same. There are few opportunities here either. Devil fruit may not appear in the entire sea area for several years. Even if it does appear, it may not be possible to get it. As for the pirate bounty, it is even pitiful. There are only a few tens of millions left. Stay in East Blue and want to activate the mask and demon. I really have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse. But the Grand Line is different. IT is a paradise for the new generation of pirates and has a huge kingdom. IT is undoubtedly the best choice. Besides, the news of Smoker's defeat must have reached Marine headquarters by this time. People will be sent over there to investigate, implement, and arrest. East Blue, by any means, is no longer a good place to be. Think about this. Luo Xiu stood up and prepared to leave the island. However, at this moment, there were several strong energy shocks that did not come to Luo Xiu's body, as if heat was rushing through the blood vessels, making people feel a stinging pain. This feeling made people couldn't help but curl up and clench their fists with their hands, trying to resist this strong stimulation. But as the energy impact intensified, the stinging pain became more and more intense. as if a cutting knife was cutting on the flesh. What's going on? There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and his facial features became a little distorted. Could it be the energy incompatibility between the spells? Luo Xiu thought of this possibility. In the original work, the 12 talismans are powerful. But if several talismans are used together, there will be conflicting forces and confusion. To put it simply, they are repelling each other and no one is doting on the other. Before, I activated 3 talismans and felt nothing. This incompatibility begins to manifest itself when the 4th spell is activated. It seems so. Luo Xiu slowly exhaled a long breath and suppressed the stinging feeling. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. I originally thought that with the Holy Master template, this side effect would disappear. I didn't expect it would still exist. Fortunately, the 5th one that is about to be activated is the Tiger Talisman. It can balance these abilities. The Tiger is a special auxiliary for balancing conflicting forces. IT was originally used to regulate the conflict of all the magic spells in the Saint's body and relieve the conflict of forces to avoid chaos. That is to prevent the mutual harm of yin and yang, and to reconcile the defects of mutual generation and restraint between the 12 talismans. If the Tiger Talisman is activated, the problems Luo Xiu is currently facing will naturally be solved. Open system space. I saw that in the system space, the Tiger Talisman was between gray and bright colors. It can be considered a kind of luck. Luo Xiu smiled. But soon, he thought of the side effects of the Tiger Talisman, and his smile stopped abruptly. It can split a person into yin and yang. Why? I hope I won't split when the time comes. Luo Xiu could only pray silently in his heart. Then, putting these thoughts to the back of his mind, he looked forward. It's better to ask for directions first. Think so. Luo Xiu's figure disappeared on the spot. The fishermen who were secretly watching were suddenly startled. When they react, Luo Xiu was already standing in front of them. No, don't kill me. We were just passing through. Several fishermen looked frightened, thinking that the other party was a pirate who wanted to kill and silence them. A few uncles. Excuse me, which direction can we leave East Blue as soon as possible? Luo Xiu asked. Well, one of the fishermen was stunned for a moment, then pointed in a direction. Thank you. Luo Xiu smiled and took out a few Pele cards as a thank you. Then he rushed as fast as lightning and disappeared on this inconspicuous island. Several fishermen looked at Luo Xiu, who disappeared, and muttered secretly, there are still many good people in this world. 2 days later, the sea area. A red mountain peak is extremely conspicuous, like an inverted giant pillar reaching into the sky, or like a red giant sword hanging upside down on the sea. In the middle of the mountain peak, the sea water flows back from bottom to top. The water flows in and out in 4 directions. The 4 hypotenuses are water channels flowing in from the 4 seas. After converging on the top of the mountain, they flow out through a horizontal water channel. This is the entrance to the Grand Line upside-down mountain. Luo Xiu stood under the rushing water and looked up. Finally reached. After constantly changing pirate ships along the way, he left East Blue and finally arrived at the Grand Line. Next moment, Luo Xiu jumped lightly and followed the current towards the Grand Line. Bah! With a fierce sound of water splashing, Luo Xiu rushed directly into the sea of Grand Line from the current of upside-down mountain. A brand new world appeared in front of him. And there is also a huge mouth coming towards you. Suddenly, the surroundings suddenly became dark, and all the light disappeared. The sun is high in the sky, with hot air. Luo Xiu couldn't feel any warmth. Luo Xiu ? Then he punched it upward. Boom. There was a muffled sound. After the ground shook, Luo Xiu felt like something had been spat out. He looked back at the thing that swallowed him in one gulp. Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, because he knows the one who swallowed him. At the same time, on the other side, an old man with hair like saffron was running over here. Crocus? What a coincidence! Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, Clocus, former ship's doctor of Roger Pirates, now the lighthouse keeper of Twin Points, has been taking care of the whale Abu here. Please don't do anything, it's sick. Crocus came over, looked at Abu rolling in pain on the sea, and said hurriedly, Abu has been waiting here for the Lumba pirates for decades, and his temper has become violent. From time to time, he would get sick and hit the upside-down mountain. Luo Xiu ignored Crocus, but turned to look at Abu, stepped into the water, and reached out to touch Abu's huge forehead. Crocus's pupils shrank. I thought Luo Xiu was going to take action again. However, a scene that shocked him happened. Abu, who had been furious just now, slowly calmed down under the hands of this young man. Moreover, the scars on the head caused by years of impact are also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 25. Chapter 25 Twin Gorges. Abu and the ship's doctor. 2 days later. Twin Gorges inside the lighthouse. Crocus took a barrel of wine and walked into the house with a smile. Luo Xiu was standing by the window at this time, looking at Abu, who was playing below. The scene from 2 days ago echoed in his mind. At that time, Crocus was surprised after curing Abu with the horse charm. Then he was cordially invited to his place of residence to express his gratitude. Luo Xiu originally wanted to leave directly, but after a second thought, I gave up the idea for the time being. The reason is simple. As a crew member of the Roger Pirates, Crocus can be said to be a living fossil on the sea. Such a treasure trove of knowledge has a lot of experience in the pirate world, which Luo Xiu does not have. Luo Xiu, come here and have a few drinks first. Crocus put the wine barrel on the table and shouted to Luo Xiu. Your inventory has been almost finished in the past 2 days. You really don't leave any for yourself. Luo Xiu turned around and smiled. Whenever he has time in the past 2 days, Crocus will invite him to have a drink with him. His little inventory, which was already small, was even more depleted. It's pointless to drink too much wine alone. Besides, if you help Abu, you are my friend. A little wine is nothing. Crocus didn't mind. Abu has a hidden physical illness that has plagued him for many years. He has made many efforts to this end. It was to help Abu transform his body and to make a large dose of tranquilizers. But no matter what, it's just relief. But now, through Luo Xiu's hands, all problems have been solved. Easy to do. Luo Xiu smiled, poured himself a glass, and then poured another glass for Crocus. This is not polite. It is indeed a simple effort. I really don't know how you got your medical skills at such a young age. Crocus shook his head, picked up a glass, and drank it in one gulp. As the ship's doctor on the Pirate King Roger's Pirates, he traveled the sea for many years decades ago. Even if his medical skills are at the top of the world, few can surpass him. He is one of the best doctors in the world, and was also an excellent pharmacist and surgeon. But even so, facing Abu's pain, he was helpless and could only try to use different methods to alleviate it. This is the first time I have seen someone with miraculous medical abilities like Luo Xiu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity! Decades ago, when Roger was terminally ill, I was in the same helpless situation. It can only be alleviated through means and force to continue life. If Luo Xiu had been born decades earlier, then his former captain Roger would not have died. You can also continue to search for the Lumba pirates. But these are just thoughts after all. Luo Xiu looked at Crocus, who sighed, and thought it was because of Abu. Although Abu's injury has healed, it is only temporary. Compared to trauma, psychological problems are more important. Luo Xiu said slowly, if this aspect cannot be cured, problems will occur sooner or later. The most difficult injury in the world to treat is not physical, but psychological. Even the horse charm can't do anything. Crocus naturally knew what Luo Xiu was referring to, but soon his eyes froze. Here are other meanings from it. Do you know about Abu? Luo Xiu nodded. So, do you know about the Lumba pirates? Luo Xiu nodded but said nothing. But the silence explained everything. The Lombard pirates encountered an accident many years ago. Crocus couldn't help but look a little lonely. In fact, he had expected this result. After all, almost 50 years had passed. If he could come back, he would have come back long ago. But when someone could prove this, he still couldn't help but feel sentimental. This means that Abu's waiting is just a meaningless thing after all. But there's good news. There are still people alive in the Lumba pirates. Luo Xiu said. Crocus was concerned about 2 things in this world. One is Abu, and the other is the Lumba pirates. Upon hearing the news, his somewhat silent eyes suddenly lit up. Before he could ask, Luo Xiu continued, one day you will meet each other. Plus, his name is Brook. That's it. Crocus smiled, feeling relieved in his heart. If someone else told the news, he might not believe it. But it was different coming from Luo Xiu's mouth. Crocus wanted to believe. Because in Luo Xiu, he saw an aura that did not belong to this era. Very powerful and mysterious. This is something that others don't have. This was another reason why Luo Xiu was invited to the lighthouse. Huh. Are you going to the Grand Line today? Crocus put the topic aside and looked at Luo Xiu and asked. Luo Xiu nodded. I have been here for 2 days. Although it is comfortable, it does not help much in improving my strength. Grand Line, there is still a lot to do and be done. How about we go later? Crocus touched his graying beard. He understands the sentiment of young people wanting to conquer the Grand Line. However, Crocus felt that more preparations should be made. After all, the Grand Line is different from Sea High and is much more dangerous. Why? Luo Xiu was puzzled. I can see that you are very strong, but something is missing. Like hockey, Crocus rolled his eyes. Hockey is a symbol of the absolute strength of this sea. It is the most indispensable thing for a peak powerhouse. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. Hockey. Luo Xiu had some idea of Crocus's strength. Although there are not many fighting scenes of him in the original book, Crocus has been on Roger's ship for many years. The Roger pirates have fought against the Golden Lion pirates, the Rocks pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Garp trio. Without strong strength, it would be impossible to survive so many fierce battles. And being able to be the ship's doctor of the Roger pirates shows that his strength is average. Regarding the hockey Crocus mentioned, Luo Xiu was not surprised at all that he would. Observation hockey, one of the 3 colors. This is my strength, old man. 26. Chapter 26 Awakening Observation Hockey. Observation Hockey. It can read the location and number of enemies outside the line of sight, as well as the actions the opponent will take in the next moment. It is the passport of the strong in this world, adhering to the concept of having too many skills and not being too overwhelmed. Luo Xiu didn't hesitate too much and decided to listen to Crocus and stay here for a while longer. After activating Observation Hockey, it's never too late to leave. In the blink of an eye. 5 days passed. Twin Gorges. Coastal. Luo Xiu stood on the shore, his eyes raised. Boom. A dazzling pillar of flame shot out from the middle of his palm and then hit the red earth cliff. Suddenly a piece of rubble exploded, and a huge black pit with a burning smell appeared in the field of vision. At the same time, there was another figure passing by at an extremely fast speed on the cliff. Crocus felt like he was sweating profusely at this time, and he kept walking on the red soil, avoiding Luo Xiu's pyroblast attack. Learn strength from the stone in the lower left corner. This is the blind corner of Luo Xiu's vision. He was thinking about his next move. Next moment, he increased his speed again and ran towards the target he had set. Of course. Boom. Another extremely explosive sound came. The stone in the lower left corner was blown into rubble by Luo Xiu's flame pillar. This guy Luo Xiu, you actually predicted my next move. Crocus felt his scalp numb when he saw that his intentions were revealed. Obviously, this is the reason why Luo Xiu uses observation hockey. If it weren't for hockey, this blind spot in the field of vision is impossible to detect and strike accurately. It's only been a few days. Crocus couldn't help complaining inwardly. Observation hockey, it took a lot of effort for him to awaken at that time. In Luo Xiu, there was no bottleneck at all. It only took 2 days to go from scratch. This kind of learning speed is simply unheard of. Yes, as early as 3 days ago, Luo Xiu had already taken a preliminary peek at observation hockey and completed its awakening. Now it's time to hone the advanced exercises. Boom. Before Crocus could continue thinking, Luo Xiu's attack struck again. This time, hit the position directly in front of Crocus. His path ahead was cut off again. Abu, who was in the water next to him, saw Luo Xiu and Crocus competing in a competition. They were jumping up and down on the sea surface. They were so happy that they sprayed out sea water and started to compete with him, to express the excitement in your heart. Finally, after several interceptions by Luo Xiu, Crocus on the red cliff couldn't stand it any longer. Then he yelled to stop. This discussion is finally over. Observation hockey, that's about all I can teach you. This ends today. Crocus took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his head, and said to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu calmed down his momentum. Thank you for your sparring these days. Thanks for your hard work. Crocus waved his hand, saying there was no need to be so polite. Although I'm old, it doesn't mean I can't move. I can still handle a few days of sparring. Actually, it was originally expected that it would take at least a few months for you to reach the threshold of hockey. I didn't know you could learn so quickly. I really don't know how you reached this critical point so quickly. It's said to be sparring, but the whole process is actually very simple. Luo Xiu just stood there and attacked Crocus, while Crocus used observation hockey to dodge and advance. Use this to improve Luo Xiu's observation hockey ability. It seemed that the two of them were attacking and hiding. In fact, it is a duel between their observation hockey. As for why Luo Xiu was asked to stand still, the reason is simple. Because Crocus discovered after the first day of trial that Luo Xiu's speed was simply too fast. It was so close that there was no time to dodge, and it was immediately in front of you. There was really no other way, so Crocus set such a condition, otherwise there would be no fight between the two. Luo Xiu smiled sarcastically at Crocus's words. The physical talent brought by the fusion spell, the five senses are already sharp, plus Crocus's guidance. There are basically no obstacles to learning hockey. Maybe this is talent. Crocus said something to himself. Then he looked at Luo Xiu and said slowly, your current observation hockey should be at the intermediate level. But how to get to an advanced level cannot be guided by others. The rest can only be relied on to keep improving on your own. Hockey can be divided into 3 levels. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. Luo Xiu's observation hockey level is now at the 2nd level. But there is some distance between it and advanced level. But this seems normal to Crocus. After all, how long has Luo Xiu been practicing? This result is surprising enough. And in the entire sea, there aren't many people who can train hockey to an advanced level. Which of those is not a top figure? Such as 4 emperors, Red Earl, Golden Lion, etc. Yeah, Luo Xiu said he understood. After all, Crocus is not a Kaido teacher who can unleash his potential with just one blow. He still understands this truth. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The weather is clear and sunny. It's a good weather. Today is also the day Luo Xiu leaves Shuangzixia. Stay here for about 10 days in total. If he stayed any longer, Luo Xiu was afraid that he would finish building all the things Crocus had. At this time, Luo Xiu stood on the shore and said goodbye to Crocus. Abu's huge body leaned next to him, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. See you soon. I'll take you around the world then. Luo Xiu touched Abu's head and said with a smile. Abu rubbed Luo Xiu's arm. If you say it out loud, it's a sure thing. Luo Xiu believed that this day would not be too far away. Before leaving, Crocus took something out of his arms. Although we are reluctant to leave, parting is the normal state of life. He handed the thing to Luo Xiu. This is the record pointer. It will be useful in the Grand Line. Give it to you. 27, Chapter 27, Whiskey Peak. Bounty Hunter. When sailing in the 4 seas in the east, west, south, and north, there are fixed ocean currents between islands, and there are also winds brought by roughly the same climate flow, so sailing in the 4 seas is very simple. But Grand Line is different. Magnetic fields are highly variable and difficult to detect. There are also all kinds of extreme weather and even sudden special ocean currents. So a record pointer is necessary. Taking the pointer handed over by Crocus, Luo Xiu nodded. Thank you. Correct. I never asked you. You sailed from the entrance, and I didn't see your sailboat. How are you going to get there? There are huge sea kings, ferocious sea beasts, countless vicious pirate groups, and even bounty hunters on the bottom of the Grand Line. Acting alone is an extremely dangerous thing. Not to mention not even a ship was seen. At that time, he was a little confused and didn't understand why Luo Xiu was alone when he came down from the current in the upside-down mountain. As long as it's fast enough, Luo Xiu laughed at Crocus's question. Just be quick enough. Crocus was a little confused, so he didn't ask much. Let's go. Luo Xiu finally waved towards Crocus and Abu. The road is at your feet. It's time to show off your real skills. Next moment, a hissing sound. Following the route designated by Crocus, Luo Xiu rode swiftly across the sea and disappeared from their sight. Only the gorgeous water splashing in the sky slapped on the lighthouse. Crocus looked at Luo Xiu, who was leaving. His eyes flashed, and he swallowed. I finally understood what Luo Xiu meant. Really, as long as it's fast enough. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The sea area in the first half of the Grand Line. A huge pirate ship moved forward slowly on the calm water. Judging from the appearance alone, this pirate ship is several times larger than the ship sailing in East Blue. On the board of the ship, some pirates gathered together, drinking and spanking. There was constant laughter. Drink. How much can you drink now? Brother Jie is so stupid to be a pirate. You have to drink a lot of wine and eat a lot of meat. You'd better drink less. We'll reach Whiskey Peak not far ahead. I heard this is a place that welcomes new pirates. The captain said he would go up there to replenish supplies later. A pirate who looked like a cadre reminded him while holding a wine glass. After saying that, he took another bite himself. At this time, in a corner of the ship, Luo Xiu listened to the playfulness of these pirates and shook his head. After leaving Twin Gorges, he took a hitchhike all the way across the vast sea. In order to hear more information and reduce unnecessary conflicts, Luo Xiu has restrained himself a lot compared to East Blue. So at this time, no one on the entire pirate ship noticed that there was a stranger on the ship. Whiskey Peak. If I remember correctly, this place is not a good place for pirates. Luo Xiu thought to himself, it seems that IT is a gathering place for bounty hunters. In areas with mixed traffic, it is easier to find out information. It's not a rough place to stay. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the captain of the pirate ship stood at the bow of the ship with long strides. Young ones, Whiskey Peak is ahead. Everyone, pack your things and get ready to disembark. He drew out the saber from his waist and shouted to the pirates gathered on the deck. The eyes of the hazes on the deck suddenly shone with excitement, and they cheered in unison. Every pirate who dares to come to Grand Line had an ultimate dream and is full of longing for the future. This is their first stop when they come to Grand Line from all over the world. It is of extremely important significance. Bah. The huge ship approached the coast, and the pirates on board shouted and walked down from the deck one at a time. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous footsteps, stepping on the ground, making bursts of sucking sounds. Luo Xiu blended in with the crowd and followed him off the boat. Dear friends who have come from afar, please go this way. On the coast of Whiskey Peak, there are some people who have been waiting here for a long time. Seeing pirates coming, a man greeted them enthusiastically. Sir, please come this way. We have prepared a banquet to welcome everyone. Just as Luo Xiu looked around, a man with a long beard walked up to him. Is it free? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. Do not worry. Every day, Whiskey Peak holds a banquet. It's just to welcome the pirates coming from the four seas. You don't need to pay anything for the whole journey, the bearded man said politely. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded, and then led the man to his destination. After a while, when I arrived at the location, I saw an extremely spacious place. Pirates who came from all over the place were drinking heavily and bragging about their past achievements. It's nothing more than how many people have been killed and how many treasures have been robbed. The receptionist at Whiskey Peak poured them wine and served food. The entire banquet was filled with a warm atmosphere. After finding a seat in the corner, Luo Xiu sat down. Soon, the man who had just brought Luo Xiu over brought a barrel of wine and poured it for Luo Xiu. Come on, this is Whiskey Peak's unique wine, only available to pirates from all over the world. I wonder which sea area you are coming from, the bearded man asked while pouring wine. East Blue, Luo Xiu said calmly. Before the assassination, get some information first. Bounty hunter routine. After hearing what Luo Xiu said, it was true. Excitement flashed in the bearded man's eyes. East Blue is the weakest sea area in the world. The pirates who came out were naturally weak. Today, these pirates are not just pinching them with their hands. I heard that you, East Blue, are rumored to have a 60 million pirate. I wonder if it's true? The bearded man continued to ask. Yes. Luo Xiu laughed. 60 million bounty. I really wonder what this guy looks like. The bearded man was confirmed, and he didn't even bother to hide the greed in his eyes. 60 million. How many new pirates from all over the world must be killed to reach this number? It is said that he has explosive muscles all over his body and can tear up marines with his hands. He also likes to wear overalls and have his hair parted in the middle. This is a bit strange. No wonder East Blue is able to make a sudden splash and win the throne of the highest bounty in the world. The bearded man had a look of sudden realization. because Marine specifically blocked information about Luo Xiu. Although their people on the Grand Line had heard of Luo Xiu's name from the pirates who came here, few of them had actually seen the reward order. I don't even know what Luo Xiu looks like. Then you drink here. I'm going to entertain the others first. The bearded man poured Luo Xiu another glass of wine and said goodbye. Luo Xiu held the cup and drank it in front of him. With the horse charm on him, this drugged wine would not have any effect on him at all. Seeing Luo Xiu finish drinking, the bearded man smiled and then disappeared from Luo Xiu's eyes. 28. Chapter 28. Tell me the news about devil fruit. After an hour, the medicine begins to take effect. The loud noises, clinking of drinking glasses, and bragging slowly disappeared. Hundreds of pirates were lying on the ground, on the table, and on others in various strange postures. Ha 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 ha. These stupid pirates, do you really think Whiskey Peak is a charity place? It's free, but you have to pay for it with your lives. When the long-bearded man saw that everyone who had drunk wine had fallen down, his true colors were immediately revealed. The polite and elegant person just now has become violent and unruly. Brush sound. A man who seemed to be the leader of the bounty hunter pulled out a large knife that had been prepared from under the table. Everybody do it. Chop these people into pieces. Remember not to scratch your face, because you have to rely on this to collect the bounty from Marine. I'll take care of this. You handle it over there. The long-bearded man received the leader's order and walked towards the corner. When I saw another person sitting upright, slowly drinking the drink in front of me, his expression suddenly changed. Are you okay? He looked at Luo Xiu, who he had brought here in person, and was quite surprised. I've been here for so long. I don't know how many pirates I've encountered. I've never seen anyone drink this wine without getting dizzy. Ask you something. Luo Xiu glanced at him and said calmly, do you know where there is devil fruit? Or do you have it in stock? Give me the number. I will buy it at a price higher than the market price. The bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak have accumulated over the years and robbed so many pirate ships. Maybe devil fruit existed on some pirate ships. This is the purpose of Luo Xiu attending this banquet. And even if not, you can still get the information from them. When the long-bearded man heard this, his face froze, and then he laughed. You are really a new pirate. So what if you don't faint? How dare you ask about devil fruit just after arriving at the Grand Line? After all, you have never seen the world before. I think you kid, you'd better ask down below. Although he didn't know why Luo Xiu drank under his nose, he was fine. But there is only one young man left, and he comes from East Blue, so it is not easy to deal with it. This is what I think and do. The bearded man was too lazy to talk nonsense. He held the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Luo Xiu with a hiss. Poof! A stream of blood spattered out. Then a scream sounded. The long-bearded man had one of his arms chopped off by Luo Xiu. Next, Luo Xiu kept the long sword in his hand on the ground, without even looking at the bearded man who fell to the ground and howled, and then looked at the other bounty hunter. What do you think? Such a sudden scene. The bounty hunters present couldn't help but look over. When they saw the tragic scene, everyone's expressions changed. What a boy! He didn't even faint. It's really annoying, the leader sneered, and then he ordered his men. Behead him first. Take care of the others. Buzzing sound. The bounty hunters who were cleaning up the unconscious pirates on the ground immediately targeted Luo Xiu. The weapon in his hand was dripping with blood. At this time, the corner of the mouth of the person pointed by Luo Xiu twitched even more fiercely. Kid, you're looking for death. He held a mace and his expression was grim. Rushed towards Luo Xiu. Poof. Simple and straightforward. His arms were also removed. That's not what I want to hear. Luo Xiu looked at the other bounty hunter again. Tell me about it. What a speed. Did you see clearly just now? No, too fast. Damn it, we've hit a rough patch. The bounty hunters who saw Luo Xiu taking action couldn't help but swallow their saliva. He didn't even see what he was doing. The pressure immediately came up. The leader of the bounty hunter looked at Luo Xiu and twisted his neck. Kid, you have some skills. Cut off one of your own hands and get out of here. I can let you live. Luo Xiu glanced at him and said calmly, You haven't answered my question yet. Snored. Seeking death. The leader of the bounty hunters sneered. What kind of pirates had he not seen at Whiskey Peak? As a new pirate, he is not afraid even if he has some tricks. Chop him into pieces, he shouted. Buzz. The bounty hunters looked ruthless and sharpened their swords shining with light and shadow. Luo Xiu was surrounded. The next moment, they rushed towards Luo Xiu. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he touched Luo Xiu, a series of sounds came. The sounds of swords being broken and screams could be heard endlessly. Within a few breaths, bodies were flying everywhere. There were bounty hunters lying on the ground. His face was twisted together, and he was rolling on the ground in pain. You're the only one left. Luo Xiu looked at the only bounty hunter leader standing. The latter's legs were shaking. This is where we encountered a heart problem. This is a ghost encounter. How could a rookie pirate who came from all over the world be so strong? Impossible. Has anyone in the world reached this level of strength recently? Yes. The leader of the bounty hunters suddenly thought of someone, and his expression suddenly changed. You are the newcomer from East Blue with a bounty of 60 million. Boom. The more I think about it, the more possible it becomes. His mind was exploding. Luo Xiu, who had a bounty of 60 million, actually looked so ordinary. Brothers, he's the walking 60 million. Fuck him. You don't have to be a bounty hunter here anymore. Luo Xiu's identity not only did not scare the bounty leader. Instead, it aroused the greed in my heart. This is 60 million Baileys. If I kill him, I won't have to worry about it for the rest of my life. The bearded man lying on the ground looked even more shocked. I was just asking someone, but I didn't expect the question to come to me. Then he forced himself to get up. Bounty hunters are guys who add blood to their swords, dare to do anything for money. I heard the leader say 60 million. Everyone's eyes were shining. Buzz. Another wave of siege. Luo Xiu shook his head and sighed secretly. After all, this method of questioning won't work. These bounty hunters don't communicate with themselves normally at all. They are all guys with some valuable things in mind. Next moment, he ducked over to a pirate. With a click, he broke the opponent's neck. Then he rushed into the crowd. There was no holding back this time. When your identity is recognized, it is best to do it quickly. The continuous crashing sounds continued, and the entire banquet became a one-sided massacre. The bounty hunter who set the trap here fell to the ground and fell into a long sleep. At the same time, in a corner of the party, a man with exaggerated curly hair hanging down his shoulders quietly watched everything that happened. Then he took out a reward notice from his pocket, took it out and took a look. It's really you. 29. Chapter 29 at Karam's request. After Luo Xiu finished dealing with the bounty hunter, he glanced at the unconscious pirate. There was no option to take action. Get up early tomorrow and need to go out on a pirate ship. To deal with them all, we really have to rely on our legs to fly across the sea. Although the speed of the rabbit charm is much faster than the movement of the pirate ship, but it's physically draining. At Grand Line, we don't want to be too conspicuous. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu quickly left the venue. On the other side, the curly-haired man looked at Luo Xiu and disappeared immediately, silently put away the reward order in his hand. What a speed! I can't see which direction to go at all. He couldn't help but mutter in his mind. It's so rare. Then he shook his head, picked up his steps, and left here. But the next moment, when he turned around, he saw the person who had just disappeared standing in front of him. The pupils suddenly tightened. What's up? Luo Xiu asked coldly. Under observation Haki's perception, the surrounding situation is clear. Naturally, this person couldn't escape Luo Xiu's eyes. Hello, please introduce yourself. My name is Akaram. It's the secret crew on Whiskey Peak. People from the great kingdom of Alabasta. Akaram immediately regained his composure and said politely, Alabasta? Akaram? Luo Xiu heard these names. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Think about it in your heart. He remembered the plot in the original work. It seems that there is indeed such a #1 person on Whiskey Peak. And this person is not just the guardian of Alabasta. He's also a mid-level agent of Baroque Working Company, codenamed Mr. 8, although he is actually an undercover agent in the work company. So, Luo Xiu asked, if the other party doesn't give him a suitable reason, he will end up like a bounty hunter. This is not the place to talk. Please come with me to my residence to talk. Ikarim felt the fierceness in Luo Xiu's eyes, swallowed his saliva, and extended the invitation. Luo Xiu hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to go over and take a look out of curiosity. Ikarim's residence. After listening to Ikarim's request, Luo Xiu's eyes moved slightly. Let me help you save the kingdom from crisis. Don't you think too highly of me? I didn't know you before, right? Alabasta. Now we are facing a huge internal struggle. The secret criminal organization Baroque Cooperative, led by the former 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, carried out Operation Utopia here. There was no rain at all in the country except for the capital Albana for 3 years. Under the deliberate arrangement of the Baroque works, the people were led to believe that the drought was caused by the king's private use of the rain-inducing agent dancing powder, thus triggering a civil war. You are a big pirate from East Blue with a bounty of 60 million. I saw your strength just now. Your true strength is even much higher than 60 million. If you are willing, not to mention solving the crisis, but you can also be a help to us, I can give you a reward, Ikarim said humbly. In fact, when he suddenly decided to look for Luo Xiu to help his kingdom, he was desperate and had to make a choice. Because the situation the kingdom is facing now is not actually about the civil war, but about a force hiding in the dark that is promoting and controlling all of this. And most importantly, this force is very powerful. Therefore, he could only turn to the strong and try his best to find pirates with strong strength to consolidate his own strength. Make some preparations for the upcoming battle. The sword takes a wrong turn, and the chess moves dangerously. Remuneration. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu glanced at Ikarim with interest. Yes. How many Baileys do you need to be willing to take action? As a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line, it covers an area of more than 10 million square kilometers. Although we are in chaos now, we still have money. I don't need Bailey. Does your kingdom have devil fruit? Luo Xiu asked bluntly. Devil fruit? Ikarim's expression paused. Then he was silent for a while. After a pause, he looked at Luo Xiu and continued, Yes, but devil fruit is extremely important and cannot be determined by my identity. Well, it takes royalty to decide. Regarding Pele, he could decide on the spot. After all, the identity of Alabastus Guard Captain lies there. But when it comes to devil fruit, the nature is completely different. Then I'm sorry. Seeing no results, Luo Xiu shook his head and refused. Without devil fruit, there is absolutely no need to conflict with Shichibukai just over some Baileys. You don't have to refuse yet. This is a phone bug. Keep it with you during this time. If the royal family is willing, I will notify you of the results. Ikarim took out a phone bug and handed it to Luo Xiu. Of course, if you change your mind, you can call me. Okay. Luo Xiu took it. There is no such thing as calling you. Nothing but devil fruit makes sense now. Afterwards, the two briefly chatted for a few more words. Luo Xiu then stood up and left. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Looking forward to your call. Before leaving, he pointed at the phone bug. Ikarim nodded. Looking at Luo Xiu leaving, he couldn't help but sigh. Pity. You have to find someone else. Inviting Luo Xiu was originally a small impromptu plan he made. As for the devil fruit, he would not tell the royal family at all. The reason is simple. In his opinion, although Luo Xiu was strong, he was only a little strong. With him, it can increase the kingdom's combat power and increase the possibility of victory. But compared to how cherished devil fruit is, it's not on the same level at all. Unless he can do it alone, he will pick out the forces hiding in the dark. But this is completely impossible even for a character with a bounty of 60 million. As for why the phone bug was given to Luo Xiu, he wanted Luo Xiu to give him a reply when he changed his mind and wanted the reward. It's time to go back to the kingdom. Ikarim exhaled slowly and murmured. The next day, Luo Xiu took the pirate ship and continued to move forward on the sea. What happened to the bounty hunter yesterday not only shocked and frightened these pirates, but it did not affect their courage to continue sailing. This is quite good. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Alabasta. Baroque works. A man with a slicked back hair, a long horizontal scar on his face, an earring in his right ear, and a man who likes to smoke cigars. Sitting at the head of a long table that could accommodate more than a dozen people, he tapped his fingers on the tabletop habitually, making a crisp sound. Next to him is a charming woman with glasses, black hair, a curvy figure. At this time, a staff member from the agency walked in. President, the investigation results about Mr. 8 and Mr. Wednesday are out. 30. Chapter 30 The Hunted Princess Weiwei. Crocodile's face hardened, and he leaned forward slightly. Speak. They are Alabasta people. Boom. The arm made of crocodile, gold hook slammed onto the table. Damn it. Hearing the news, Crocodile was in a bad mood. Unexpectedly, the two mid-level agents in the agency would actually be from Alabasta. What was even more unacceptable to him was that these two people followed Robin and saw his true face. There is no doubt that these two people are undercover agents of the kingdom. His goal is to seize Alabasta as a national hero and obtain information about the three ancient weapons Pluton. Creating 3 years of no rain, provoking domestic wars, and blaming Alabasta were all paving the way for this step. If his identity is exposed, all his efforts will be in vain. Let Miss 5 and Miss Valentine go and arrest these two people. Get them back. Yes, President. The visitor responded and exited. I believe that if we send these two, Mr. 8 and Mr. Wednesday will not be able to escape. Standing next to Crocodile, Robin's beautiful eyes flashed with a gleam. The two of them followed her here, but he didn't expect that they would see Crocodile's true face. He actually leaked his breath in shock and was discovered. This time, both of them are doomed. I hope so. Crocodile blew out a smoke ring and finally continued. Robin, stay in the club during this time. You don't have to go anywhere. Interpret historical texts well. When Robin heard this, a strange look appeared in his eyes, but he still nodded. Yes, President. A few hours later. A desert in Alabasta. The scorched lusts and the scorching sun in the sky are scorching the earth. As a desert country, most of the time in Alabasta, it is hot and the air is extremely dry. The sky is full of yellow sand, like a beach of Gobi. A pretty and capable woman with long blue hair tied into a ponytail and a stunning face, wearing a yellow shirt, ran for her life on the yellow sand. Next to him, there was a man with yellow curly hair scattered on his shoulders. It was a Karam who left Whiskey Peak 2 days ago. Princess Weiwei, go that way. I'll lure Mr. 5 and the others away from here. The Karam gritted his teeth and said to Weiwei, No, I won't leave you alone. Weiwei looked anxious, determined not to give up on anyone around her. Princess, your identity must not be captured by Crocodile, the Karam said hurriedly. After leaving Whiskey Peak and returning to the kingdom, he didn't expect that things would change drastically in the past 2 days. That huge force hiding in the dark turns out to be Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. The internal fighting in the kingdom was also initiated and controlled by him. Now they are being chased by Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine and the club. If they don't run away separately, neither of them will be able to escape. And now that I have been injured, it is difficult to continue escaping. Following Weiwei will only hold you back. You are Alabasta's hope. Ikaram continued to persuade. No, I can't leave you here alone. Weiwei's big eyes were shining with tears, and she blamed herself in her voice. It's all because of me that you got hurt. Supporting Ikarim, Weiwei placed him under a huge rock regardless of his objections. Delighted with a chance to breathe, Ikarim's thoughts flashed, and he suddenly remembered something. He took out the phone bug he had been keeping on his body. Weiwei looked at the phone bug, her big eyes flashing with tears. Ikarim, what are you doing? A pirate I met at Whiskey Peak before. He is very fast. If he can catch up, there may be some hope. When the time comes, let him take you away. At this point, he has nothing to rely on. Hi, pirate. Weiwei's beautiful eyes widened, a little unbelievable. Crocodile is also a pirate. Even if this person comes, he won't help him. Maybe they'll even take advantage of it. Ikarim, you can't trust pirates. We can escape. Ikarim shook his head. If the current situation continues, Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine will definitely catch him. Escape was impossible. This phone bug might still be able to give it a try. Without any hesitation, Ikarim called the bug. At the same time, the other side. Bulu, Bulu. Bulu, Bulu. Hidden on a pirate ship, Luo Xiu was blowing the sea breeze. I was startled by the sudden call bug. He reached out and took it out from his arms. His face couldn't help but condense. 2 days passed, and he thought the phone bug would stop ringing. They are all ready to throw it into the sea to feed the fish. I didn't expect a call to come at this time. Reach out and connect. Anxious voices immediately came from the phone. Wait until you finish listening. Luo Xiu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It seems that devil fruit has been found. There was a bang. He raised his feet a little higher on the deck. There was an explosion on the ship. The crew members on the pirate ship rushed here after hearing the sound. When I saw that there was a stranger on the boat at some point, each and every one of them felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Alabasta, where is the location? Princess Weiwei, I can still resist for a while. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Ikarim put down the phone bug and asked Weiwei again. As for whether Luo Xiu can come, he actually had no idea. This is not something he can decide. All Ikarim can do now is to try his best to let Weiwei escape from here. Boom. At this time, a violent explosion sounded around them. Then a man's voice followed. Want to leave? None of you can escape today. A very trendy-looking guy with afro hair, beanie shoes, a gray trench coat, and sunglasses appeared in the yellow sand. Yes, tell me, where is our undercover lady planning to escape? At the same time, there was a mocking voice in the sky. A fashionably dressed woman holding an umbrella floats in the air. 31. Chapter 31, Killing the Members of Baroque Working Group. The former is Mr. 5, who possesses the explosive fruit, and the latter is Mississippi Valentine, who possesses the light and heavy fruit. Weiwei clenched her silver teeth as she looked at the two people chasing after her. Found. Everything you have done before is over. Oh. Ikarim stood up from the ground with difficulty and stood in front of Weiwei, intending to use his body to block the attack and give Weiwei a chance to escape. As the captain of Alabastus Guard, he must ensure the safety of the princess, even if he only breathes his last breath. It's really touching. Such a loyal guy. It's a pity that it's not for Baroque works. Mississippi Valentine teased with a sneer on her lips. Why waste so much time talking to a spy? Just beat him to death and take him back. Mr. 5 put his hands in his pockets, saying that he couldn't find his opponent at all and wanted to fight quickly. The president is still waiting for our good news. TCH. Mississippi Lover curled her lips and put away the casual and frivolous expression on her face. Ding, ding, ding. Ikarim protected Weiwei and backed away. The faces of both of them are extremely solemn at this moment. They have already understood the strength of Mississippi Lover and Mr. 5. Moreover, now another person is seriously injured. They are now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Call out. At this time, a violent friction sound of air suddenly sounded on the yellow sand. Immediately afterwards, yellow sand flew all over the sky. A black figure approaching ultimate was like lightning. In a blink, it falls between Weiwei and Mississippi Lover. A wave of Sandaros. Ooh. After the yellow sand dispersed, Mr. 5 raised his eyes to look at the mysterious figure who suddenly appeared, with warning written on his face. He has black hair and black eyes, is 2 meters tall, and wears a black windbreaker. It's not like people from Alabasta. It seems never seen before. Not only him, the eyes of the other 3 people were also focused on Luo Xiu at this moment. Everyone's expression is different. A visible joy appeared on Ikarim's face. He didn't expect that after a phone call, this pirate from East Blue would actually come. What a terrifying speed this is. Weiwei has some confusion on her face, but she understands that this person must be the pirate that Ikarim was talking about. The palms of my hands were soaked with sweat, and I had mixed emotions in my heart. Is that really okay? Hello. This is not the place you should be. Mississippi Valentine was suspended in midair and yelled at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu didn't even look at him. He slowly exhaled a hot breath and murmured to himself. Finally he arrived. In order to get here in the shortest time, he tried his best to activate the rabbit charm. This is to prevent accidents along the way. Judging from the current situation, everything can come in time. Hateful. How dare you ignore me? Mississippi Valentine saw that Luo Xiu had no intention of paying attention. Gritting teeth. As the agent of the Baroque Working Society, he has always been aloof. I have never been treated like this. In her heart, Luo Xiu had been sentenced to death. Using the light and heavy fruit, Mississippi Valentine floated onto Luo Xiu's head, and her original weight of 1 kilogram instantly became 10,000 kilograms. The huge mass explodes with terrifying speed and energy under the influence of gravity. Luo Xiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Mississippi Valentine's attack methods are really naughty. Want to stack up with yourself? Although he thought so in his heart, his speed was not slow at all. Before Mississippi Valentine hits the ground, Luo Xiu's figure had disappeared from the spot. Boom. The ground shook and a loud noise erupted. Seeing that her attack was in vain, Mississippi Valentine crawled out of the sand pit and spat out the sand in her mouth. The anger on his face became even stronger. Mississippi Valentine, your attack method is too single. You can't hit this guy. Mr. Five next to him curled his lips and said. While speaking, he reached out and took it from his nose, then flicked it towards Luo Xiu. Check it out. Luo Xiu's eyes twitched, and he used his speed to dodge again. Boom. Rear. A dazzling light burst out. The yellow sand swept across, and the airwaves rushed over. As a user with the ability to explode fruits, this thing is not just for humiliation. Luo Xiu watched the two people take action one after another, and his expression couldn't help but change. Said coldly, you either go back now and let that crocodile guy leave Alabasta, or die here. Mississippi Valentine and Afro looked at each other as if they heard something wrong. The two of them then burst into laughter. Tell the president to get out of Alabasta. Kill us here. Where did this stupid young man dare to say such a thing? It's simply unreasonable. It makes me laugh so hard. Our president is one of the Shichibukai. Do you think you can afford it? Afro felt like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After a burst of body-shaking laughter, all that's left is anger. A kind of anger at being looked down upon by a brat who doesn't know where it comes from. They are dignified members of the Baroque working society, but they are actually looked down upon. Unforgivable. Foot explosion. Mr. Five put away his smile and raised his voice fiercely. He raised his foot and kicked towards Luo Xiu. Paramecia's explosive fruit has the ability to explode any part of her body. Those who are kicked will either die or be injured. Luo Xiu looked up and saw the oncoming figure. So close. Next moment, Luo Xiu avoided it at an incredible speed and was behind Mr. Five in an instant. Raise your hand. Make a fist. Then he hit Mr. Five on the back. Boom. Too fast. The other party had no time to react. The chest was penetrated directly. Blood spurted out immediately. Mr. Five, Mississippi Valentine exclaimed, looking at this scene in disbelief. Having partnered with Mr. Five for so many years, Mississippi Valentine is very aware of his strength. He has almost never encountered a difficult opponent. They can injure the opponent within a few moves. But now he was killed by this person who didn't know where he came from. What on earth were you laughing at just now? Fear. After the shock, fear suddenly surged into my heart. Even Mr. Five was killed instantly. How could he possibly beat him with his own strength? At this time, Mississippi Valentine had only one thought in her mind. Run quickly. Go back and report to the president. The light and heavy fruits are triggered instantly, and the weight is reduced drastically, floating high into the sky. Boom. However, the next second, accompanied by a loud bang, Luo Xiu jumped from the ground into the air. He punched Mississippi Valentine. Blood splattered. Mississippi Valentine's eyes widened. She looked down at her pierced body, with a face full of unwillingness, falling towards the ground. 32. Chapter 32, Accept the Commission. 3. Devil Fruits. After Luo Xiu killed the two, he shook off the bloodline on his hands. With his current strength, it is not easy to deal with two members of the Baroque working group. Ikarim and Weiwei were stunned to see such a clean and tidy solution to the enemy. Just die like that? This is too strong. The two members of the work club left them helpless and helpless. Under this man, he couldn't even survive a single move. This terrifying speed and powerful strength. Incredible. Gulu swallowed hard. Ikarim looked at Luo Xiu and was shocked in his heart. Then came the ecstasy. Luo Xiu's strength was simply much higher than he imagined. This doesn't look like a pirate with a bounty of 60 million. In Grand Line, those big pirates with hundreds of millions in bounties may not have such terrifying strength. Dunno. Just killed. But these are two fruit ability users. He was extremely lucky now that he handed the phone bug to Luo Xiu. He believed that this was the wisest decision he had ever made as the guard captain in Alabasta. "Hello, my name is Weiwei." Princess Weiwei's big eyes were shining, and she mustered up the courage to introduce herself to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's powerful strength. Let her see hope. A hope to save the kingdom from dire straits. If Crocodile faced this person, it would no longer seem so invincible. "Luo Xiu," Luo Xiu said lightly. Then he looked at Akaram. "It seems that you have communicated well. Devil fruit is reward." Akaram's eyes paused. Making this call to Luo Xiu at that time was an attempt in a desperate situation. "I didn't even think about going to Devil Fruit." He hasn't told the royal family members about this yet. However, the premise that I didn't mention is that I didn't fully realize Luo Xiu's strength. Judging from the current strength shown by Luo Xiu, even if it is paid with Devil Fruit, it is totally worth it. Devil Fruit? Princess Weiwei was a little confused. Akaram explained what happened. Weiwei suddenly realizes. It turns out that the man in front of me was already communicating about the kingdom. This is simply great. Weiwei's eyes flashed with determination, and she looked at Luo Xiu and said, "If we can really help the kingdom solve this crisis, Alabasta, I'm willing to pay you in Devil Fruit." Although Devil Fruit is an extremely precious thing in the sea, in her opinion, no matter how precious it is just a dead thing. In Alabasta, there are people she loves, parents who love her, and friends who protect her. These are the most precious. If Luo Xiu could really deal with Baroque Working Group, Devil Fruit, of course, is not a problem. 3. Luo Xiu nodded and then counted. 3 Devil Fruits help Alabasta deal with Crocodile. Considering the scarcity of Devil Fruit, there aren't many in stock even in the kingdom. This is the amount Luo Xiu proposed after careful consideration. Neither will embarrass Alabasta. You can also get the rewards you expected. Hear Luo Xiu's request. Weiwei's 2 big watery eyes suddenly widened. 3.3. 3 Devil Fruit. Although it doesn't sound like much. But for Alabasta now, it is actually all the reserves. After a moment of silence, he bit his silver teeth slightly, paused, and agreed, 3 Devil Fruit. I promise you. Akaram's expression changed. 1 can accept it. 2 is barely enough. But these are 3 Devil Fruits. It is equivalent to hollowing out the entire royal family. If Luo Xiu failed in this operation, the entire Alabasta would be missing these 3 Devil Fruits. There will be no chance of a comeback. But he also understands. If you don't do this deal, the kingdom also has no way to survive. I can only place this hope on a person I have only met twice. To be honest, this feeling is very bad. But what can we do? Bet once, and maybe there will be a way out. Hopefully then, you won't break your word. Luo Xiu said. Will not. If the kingdom's crisis is solved, I'll give you 3 Devil Fruits. Weiwei said quickly. Luo Xiu's strength is almost as strong as Crocodile's. The brain is sick. Only after resolving the crisis would he provoke Luo Xiu again. Do you think the kingdom's life is not turbulent enough? Good. Time and place. Luo Xiu nodded and continued. The location is at Baroque Works. The faster the time, the better. Weiwei said. The current situation is a race against time. The sooner the crisis is resolved, the better it will be for the people of Alabasta. I'm talking about the time and place for payment. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. Weiwei was stunned. Then her face turned slightly red, knowing that she had misunderstood the other party's meaning. Then he continued. After calming down the crisis, inside the palace. Okay. Luo Xiu nodded. This matter is settled. Next up is dealing with one of the Shichibukai, Crocodile with Logia, Sansan fruit. Get 3 Devil Fruit ready. Wait for my news. After saying these words, Luo Xiu headed towards Alabasta Center. In a blank, disappeared into the yellow sand in the sky. Akaram looked at Luo Xiu, who disappeared, and said, Princess Weiwei, do you really think he can do it? He pondered for a while, and then said in a firm but sad tone, His strength may bring a glimmer of hope to the kingdom, and now our identities are exposed. Is there any other choice? There is simply no other option. From joining the Baroque Working Group to now being exposed and now being hunted. As a princess of a country, she never had a choice. In this sea, a princess is not important at all. A Shichibukai. It was enough to hold a kingdom down. This is a world where strength is respected. World government, marine, pirates. This is true. Ikaram sighed heavily, lowered his head, and remained silent. No more talking. This is the tragedy of a weak country. 33. Chapter 33. Meet Shichibukai, Crocodile. Alabasta. Baroque works. Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, is sitting on a bench with a Hanmei cigar in his mouth. Robin stood behind him. Sand Crocodile took a breath from the cigar and exhaled a breath of smoke comfortably. The arms made of golden hooks beat on the table rhythmically. Once the two spies at Karam and Wednesday are eliminated, there will be no resistance to the plan. I'm really looking forward to this moment coming. A smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the possibility of getting Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, in the future, Crocodile could not suppress the excitement in his eyes. As a man who dreams of becoming the Pirate King and standing at the top of the world, the mere location of Shichibukai cannot satisfy his appetite. With Pluton in hand, even if it's against the Whitebeard pirates again, he will not lose. Robin's beautiful eyes were shining uncertainly, and her mind was filled with thoughts. The current situation is indeed the same as what Crocodile said. Internal strife intensified, and the king was blamed by everyone. Without defeating the Shichibukai, no one can save Alabasta. At this moment, she couldn't help but think about her future plans. She didn't want to really tell the information about Pluton to the ambitious guy in front of her. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, why haven't you come back yet? Crocodile snorted. In his opinion, chasing down two guys with the lowest strength is just a matter of a while. It's been so long now. But still no news came. It can't be these two guys who also want to surrender to the enemy. The extremely suspicious Sand Crocodile frowned and couldn't help but think about this issue in his heart. The actions of Ikaram and Wednesday made Crocodile, who already lacked trust in others, begin to have a stress reaction. Everyone looks like a spy. At this time, a crisp sound suddenly came from outside. Before I saw the person, I heard his voice first. No need to wait. They can't come back. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Crocodile's mouth twitched. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. What is this going to do? Either the world is too crazy right now, or I, the Shichibukai Sand Crocodile, can't hold a hook. There are two spies ahead. Just want to disrupt your plan. Now there is another guy who doesn't know where he came from. Just like this, he comes to his workplace. A big statement. You also said that the two cadres in the company will not come back? Intolerable. This person must know what this Alabasta's last name is. Such a big world. Why can Shichibukai only have 7 people? Not only him, but Robin standing behind him was also confused. He couldn't help but guess the identity of this person. Could it be that he is a spy in the company again? The two of them could see Crocodile's true face before, which was the reason for his betrayal. Why did this person take the initiative to jump out at this time? And in front of the Sand Crocodile. Not really a good choice. Clatter, clatter. After a few words, footsteps came from outside the door step by step. Sand Crocodile and Robin looked towards the door. A man 2 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes, wearing a black windbreaker, appeared there. Crocodile stared at the man who dared to challenge him. Many pictures flashed through my mind, but I couldn't find anyone who could match this face. Is he a guy who relies on luck? To hide in the dark and collude with spies? Now that you know you are powerless to revolving heaven, are you desperate? Snored. If you haven't heard the name, you are just a weakling and will not pose any threat at all. Crocodile had a sneer on his lips, looking at the young man in front of him in a condescending manner. Boy, who are you? Are you Wednesday, the spy's partner? How dare you come to my territory to run wild at this time? It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that get out of Alabasta and go back to your own sea. Otherwise, I will beat you down. Luo Xiu showed a neat white fang and smiled. He didn't seem to have any malicious intent, but what he said was extremely arrogant. Sand Crocodile's face froze. Why does it feel like what this guy says can become true? But soon, he shook his head vigorously. Damn guy, what kind of person you are? One of the Shichibukai. Must be an illusion. People from Naval Headquarters can't even talk to me like this. Impel Down yourself. Today's young boy is so ignorant. Kid, do you know my identity? Crocodile twisted his neck, stood up, and stared at Luo Xiu with burning eyes. At this time, Robin looked at Luo Xiu for a long time and finally recognized his identity. He seems to be the most popular pirate in East Blue recently. Killed a pirate Arlong and a Marine branch colonel. The bounty is 60 million Baileys. My name is Luo Xiu, nicknamed Bloody Hand Human Slaughter, the strongest newcomer in the world. Hear what Robin said. Sand Crocodile smiled. He smiled disdainfully. I thought it was some big guy, but it turned out to be a little brat. Killing a weak Arlong and a Marine branch colonel in East Blue. You don't think you can do it, do you? This is the Grand Line, not your weak East Blue. And what you're facing now is Shichibukai. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The diffuse wind and sand suddenly swept out from where he landed. Then, with every step he took, there was wind and sand gathering. A powerful momentum rushed towards Luo Xiu. It is necessary to explain. I'm not a pirate. Luo Xiu stood there, like a straight spear. The fierce momentum soared into the sky. Not affected at all. Ha 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 ha. Kid, is this important? Sand Crocodile thought that the young boy in front of him would hold back something and couldn't help laughing. The man in front of him was so frightened by his own momentum that he started talking nonsense. But this alone is not enough. You have to die here. He suppressed his smile. The Sand Crocodile raised its arm, then suddenly dropped it down. Desert Sword. 34. Chapter 34 Luo Xiu versus Crocodile. Moment. The arm turned into a sand blade and turned into a terrifying crescent-shaped scimitar, packed with fierce killing intent. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. Next moment, he jumped up lightly and avoided the attack of the Sand Crocodile. Landed in another location. Boom. The gravel-turned scimitar slashed straight to the ground, making a loud roar. The hard surface was torn in half from the middle. A terrifying ravine was revealed. The Sand Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, showing a hint of surprise. I thought that the battle would end with one move, but I didn't expect that the guy in front of me could avoid the attack. And the speed is a bit elusive even to myself. However, this alone was not enough to surprise him. But considering Luo Xiu's current age, this is better than some of the agents in the agency who are now doing nothing. Suddenly, the Sand Crocodile couldn't help but want to gather. If this Luo Xiu can do things for himself, it seems to be good. Boy, you are pretty strong. How about joining my Baroque Work Society? I can directly make you a senior operator. Sand Crocodile blew out a smoke ring and said, and your identity is recognized by Marine. Maybe your bounty can also be removed. Not interested. Hearing this, Luo Xiu said lightly, Snort, you ungrateful animal. I really thought that this uncle could only give oral pleasure. Hearing Luo Xiu rejecting him so decisively, Sand Crocodile's face froze. He, Sand Crocodile, has always been extremely arrogant, and personally inviting a junior would be considered a shame. Unexpectedly, I was rejected without mercy. Robin was equally surprised. Does this guy really not know the strength of Shichibukai? Or are you too stubborn? There is an insurmountable distance between the new king of the world and Shichibukai who stand at the pinnacle of the sea. Even if he dodged the first move, it didn't explain much. Robin was very clear about the strength of this so-called president. Such a good chance to survive just now passed in vain. It's better to accept it first and then grow latent. Robin couldn't help but sigh for Luo Xiu. Pity. The ground is dry and cracked. Sand Crocodile was too lazy to talk nonsense. Mentioned fiercely. His right fist turned into gravel and then slammed down towards the ground. Boom. The moment his arm touched the ground, a shocking change occurred. The entire earth was dry and cracked, and the surrounding buildings were sucked dry and turned into gravel and blended into it. The powerful fruit ability seems to turn everything into sand. Then he devoured Luo Xiu. Feeling the soft ground beneath his feet, Luo Xiu clenched his fists. The next moment, the figure is like a sharp sword unsheathed. The powerful momentum exploded instantly. Puff, puff, puff. The surrounding gravel was shaken open, making continuous explosions. Subsequently, buzz. A string of invisible afterimages passed over the yellow sand everywhere, rolling up dust all over the sky. He rushed towards the figure of the sand crocodile. So fast. He looked at Luo Xiu, who was not restricted by the yellow sand, and rushed towards him. Crocodile frowned. The attack just now was a large-scale skill. The purpose was to limit Luo Xiu's speed. But I didn't expect that this ordinary kid in front of me could break out of it in an instant. Crescent-shaped dunes. Without any hesitation, the sand crocodile jumped up into the air. Using his waist as a base, his arms gathered strength and twisted to one side. Explode ultimate speed in a very short period of time. The arm was driven, like a whip, towards Luo Xiu. At the same time, the arm is under the influence of the fruit's ability, transformed into a giant sand blade. Under the warm rays of the sun, it shines with silver light. Call out. Luo Xiu was already on guard. The moment the giant gravel blade swept over, the speed of the rabbit charm is revealed. Speed mentions an ultimate and disappears in front of sand crocodile. One of rabbit charm's abilities, teleportation. Wait until the figure is revealed again. Already arrived at his side. Raise your fist. He punched sand crocodile in the side. Almost subconsciously, sand crocodile felt a sudden and inexplicable biting chill coming from his waist. His expression suddenly changed. Immediately activate the fruit ability. Turn half of your body into gravel. Boom. In a blank, Luo Xiu's fist landed on the sand crocodile, causing a loud noise. Puff. Under the huge bombardment, the sand crocodile shot backwards like a kite with its string broken. Half of his body was smashed. After flying a distance of more than 10 meters, he managed to stabilize his body. As expected of Shichibukai, he is much stronger than that guy Smoker. Luo Xiu thought to himself as he looked at Crocodile, who was steadying his body. It has been a short but not long time since the last time I played against Smoker. Luo Xiu's strength is getting higher and higher with the fusion of spells. The strength is naturally rising slowly. If it was the attack just now, the opponent was Smoker. The opponent has no time to elementalize and will be hit head-on. But Sand Crocodile, at the critical moment, he still reacted. At this time, Sand Crocodile stood aside. The half of the body that was blown away is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip. He is a dignified Shichibukai. He was actually hit in the front by a young guy from East Blue who just showed up, and half of his body was knocked off. What a disgrace. If word gets out, people will laugh out loud. But despite feeling humiliated, but while he was angry, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This kid in front of me, a bit evil. Power speed. It's not like what you should have at this age. Like a somersault monster. After a simple fight, Sand Crocodile put away his mind and saw Luo Xiu's mind clearly. I have to re-examine this East Blue newcomer. Be prepared to respond with all your strength. He took a long puff of his Binming cigar. The Sand Crocodile's momentum increased steadily, reaching a peak. Shalon. The words fell. In the palm of the Sand Crocodile, a tiny amount of windy sand was gathering. Then the windy sand became larger and larger, shaking violently. Surrounding gravel, wooden boards, tables, sofas, rocks. At this moment, they were swept away by the wind and sand, and then merged into the yellow sand. It only takes a few breaths. The windy sand that was originally only as big as the palm of your hand turned into a huge sandstorm. Buzz. The wind and sand gathered, and the Sand Crocodile showed an unruly smile, pushing the sandstorm towards Luo Xiu's location. Robin left the area where the two of them were fighting before Sand Crocodile took action. Seeing Crocodile use this move at this moment, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. Luo Xiu is actually so strong. Crocodile can be pushed to this extent. It seems that I made a mistake in my previous judgment. Is it possible that Luo Xiu really defeated the Sand Crocodile? But soon Robin shook his head. How can it be? The moment this idea emerged, she suppressed it. Having seen Crocodile's terrifying power, she ruled out this possibility from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, National of Alabasta. At this time, the horrific scene in the center of the city was also noticed. Everyone's expression suddenly changed and they looked over. 35, Chapter 35, How is it possible? You are immune to my fruit power. It's not just them. The cadres in the Baroque working group also noticed the situation at the Spider Cafe. It's the president's ability. What's going on? Why did the president get into a fight with someone? Hiss, is there anyone in Alabasta who can make the president take action? Let's go first. Several senior agents in the agency, led by Mr. One, rushed towards the location with suspicious and surprised expressions. In Alabasta, they've been doing it secretly for so long. The situation in this country could not be clearer. The few people who are relatively strong are the cadres of the Kingdom Guard, but they are already very busy just dealing with the internal fighting. I really can't think of anyone else who deserves the president's help. Don't know, though. But the closer they got to the fighting place, the more uneasy they felt. It seems that the person who is fighting against the president is not a simple person. Meanwhile, on the other side, the huge gathering of wind and sand grew again in a few breaths. Come to Luo Xiu. The raging energy, wrapped in gravel that can destroy everything, is like a beast with teeth and claws. Moment. Swallow Luo Xiu. Bang, bang, bang. In the sandstorm, continuous noises came out. Loud noises and roars were transmitted continuously, like an earthquake erupting deep underground and filling the sky with dust. The sand crocodile looked at Luo Xiu, who was caught in the gravel. His face suddenly became happy. A brat is a brat. You still can't escape my grasp. Wait to be sucked dry by the gravel. Sand fruit's unique abilities. In addition to being able to turn anything you touch into sand, there is another very powerful feature. That is, when the sand comes into contact with flesh and blood, it can instantly drain the moisture from the opponent's body. All of a sudden, turning it into a mummy that has lost all moisture. Without the support of water, the body naturally loses all possibilities of movement. Luo Xiu was caught in a sandstorm. At the moment, in Crocodile's view, no matter if you can get out of it or not, no doubt, they will definitely be affected by the sand with the fruit ability. This battle, it's over. Looking coldly at the sweeping storm, Sand Crocodile's heart dropped slightly. Don't tell me yet. When Luo Xiu blew away half of his body, there was really a sense of crisis rising in my heart that I hadn't felt in a long time. Last time I felt like this, still decades ago, when challenging Whitebeard. There are not many men as powerful as Whitebeard. I was almost fooled by a kid. Crocodile, you are one of the Shichibukai. Sand Crocodile shook his head, feeling speechless for the sense of crisis he had sensed before. After taking a long puff of the cigar, Sand Crocodile's momentum was raised again. Prepare to take action in this ridiculous battle. However, at this moment, boom, a figure stood behind him like a ghost. No unnecessary action. A punch hit Sand Crocodile in the back. Click. The sound of breaking bones resounded. Crocodile pupils focus. Looking back sharply, he just met a pair of sharp black pupils. Phew. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Sand Crocodile's mouth. How is it possible? He looked at Luo Xiu blankly. When did Luo Xiu come to him? But it's too late to think about it. His body exploded backward under the force. Bang, bang, bang. After piercing through more than a dozen rocks, he reluctantly stopped. At this time, the senior agents in the agency just arrived at the battlefield. Just arrived. I saw the president who was beaten until he vomited blood. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. Confused. The president is injured. Damn it. Who is this guy? Okay, it seems like there's a new guy from East Blue. Huh? You told me this is a newcomer. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. At this moment, the worldview seems to have been severely impacted. The president is invincible and extremely powerful. He was actually injured at the hands of a newbie. Are all the young people coming to Grand Line so aggressive now? Huh. I need to help the president delay for some time. The hot Mississippi double finger came to her senses and took a fighting stance, ready to go up and fight Luo Xiu. No. Mr. One quickly stopped Mississippi double finger's movement. Believe in the president, he said solemnly. Who knows the president best among them? Then he must be one. As the strongest chief conductor of the Baroque Working Society, He knows what kind of person the president is. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Extremely conceited. Be proud of Shichibukai. If they came to help at this time, they didn't know whether the newcomer would attack them or not. The president would definitely be the first to attack them. Someone who can make the president hurt. They went up there to no avail. It might even be a hindrance. Sand Crocodile didn't know what his men were thinking. At this moment, he got up from the ground. Feel the tingling sensation in your internal organs. Beads of sweat broke out on his face. He doesn't understand. Luo Xiu was clearly involved in the sandstorm just now, and he kept watching the situation inside and didn't even see Luo Xiu come out of it. Why can you come to yourself? And the most important thing, why didn't Luo Xiu become a mummy? The fruit ability actually failed on him. These questions were lingering in his mind, but he couldn't find the answers at all. Damn it, where did this guy come from? Sand Crocodile wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, pinching his teeth. Ben Ming's cigar fell to the ground, covered in dust, and looked as embarrassed as he looked now. You can still stand up. At this time, Luo Xiu, who had hit his opponent head-on, watched the Sand Crocodile stand up from the ground and muttered, "The physical fitness of people in this world is really ridiculously strong. As for why I was able to leave the sandstorm without being affected by it, the reason is simple. One of the abilities of the horse talisman is that it enables the holder to remove all abnormal influences caused by external forces in the body. But Sand Crocodile cannot understand these. No need to figure it out." Next moment, Luo Xiu's toes were a little on the ground. Boom. A sand pit with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared on the spot, and the surrounding sand rushed into the center of the sand pit like seawater pouring in. Luo Xiu's figure quickly shuttled towards the Sand Crocodile. Desert Diamond soared. Seeing Luo Xiu coming over, Crocodile's pupils trembled. There was no time to think about anything else. Suffering severe physical pain, his arms instantly turned into 4 huge, extremely sharp sand blades. Cut forward. 36. Chapter 36. Wei, you were confused. But Crocodile's speed, in Luo Xiu's opinion, was too slow. The 4 handles are made of gravel. It doesn't pose any threat at all. Luo Xiu's figure disappeared again. This time, he came to the sky above Crocodile. Raise your hand to suppress it downwards. Terrifying power, carrying energy as heavy as Mount Tai. Let Crocodile stand on its head. Call out. Sand Crocodile's face hardened. He didn't intend to be tough with Luo Xiu. This time, he learned wisely. In an instant, elementalized the entire body. Then, it disappeared into the yellow sand in the sky. When I glanced up, there was only endless sand, and no trace of the Sand Crocodile could be seen. Luo Xiu smiled. Observation hockey, which I just learned recently, seems to be put to use now. Just trying it out. How effective is this hockey? Think about this. He stopped what he was doing. The 5 senses, which were already sharp, became more sensitive in an instant. Everything around him was visible to Luo Xiu. Traces of Crocodile are naturally among them. 11 o'clock on the left, I thought to myself. The next moment, Luo Xiu stepped on the yellow sand, leaving a series of footprints. Mu Ranjian, come to the Sand Crocodile's hideout. The arms fluttered and the muscles bulged. Boom. Smashed hard towards the ground. Suddenly, a huge pit appeared. The gravel flew out, sweeping in all directions like a sharp knife. Then, a pile of sand with 2 eyes moved quickly to another location with inexplicable fear. However, he had just hidden his body. Luo Xiu came again, just like last time. It's still a simple punch. Smashed towards the ground. The Sand Crocodile's eyes, which were left in the gravel, were gloomy and dripping with water. Next moment, his figure disappeared again. However, Luo Xiu still found it with great accuracy. Robin blinked his beautiful eyes and was stunned. The Sand Crocodile was actually chased and beaten. That's all. If you run away, I will chase you. That if you chase me, I will run away. Cycled dozens of times. Finally, the Sand Crocodile couldn't stand it anymore. Elementalization requires the consumption of physical strength. Keeping elementalization is equivalent to the ability user constantly attacking, which requires constant consumption of energy and physical strength. What's more, the whole body has been transformed into elements, and he has to be distracted to resist Luo Xiu's attack. Desert sunflower. A roar sounded. Near a sand pit, a figure suddenly rose up. At the same time as the words fell, a giant quicksand as big as a sand dune appeared under Luo Xiu's feet, like an unknown coffin in the desert, enough to swallow all life inside. Luo Xiu felt the sand and gravel sinking under his feet, his eyes lowered. Next moment, the aura on his body suddenly lifted. The violent energy poured into his legs. The land of quicksand that can swallow everything is now at Luo Xiu's feet, but it's like walking on flat ground. Muranjian, across a distance of several meters, arrive in front of the sand crocodile. Raise your hand and snap it down. Danger. Very dangerous. The sand crocodile felt the aura coming from Luo Xiu, and his hair stood on end. A chill rose up under my feet. It felt like a lion majesty had crawled across my back, straight to the forehead. However, the continuous release of big moves has consumed a lot of physical strength. At this moment, Crocodile's reaction was a little slower than before. But that's about it. Just enough to be fatal. Just as he was about to become elemental, he avoided Luo Xiu's frontal attack. But it was too late. Boom. Luo Xiu clapped it with one palm, hit Sand Crocodile on the arm. Crackling. The sound of shattering kept ringing. The golden hook on his arm was abruptly snapped off. The remaining energy shocked Sand Crocodile's body, sending him flying straight away. Club President. The agents in Baroque Works were horrified when they saw this scene. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The Sand Crocodile's body was like a lead ball thrown by someone, smashing several houses in the distance. Just stopped. Phew. Another mouthful of blood spat out. The Sand Crocodile climbed out of the collapsed house and looked at his broken arm. Anger goes straight to the brain. He didn't care about the injury at all. Next moment, he rushed towards Luo Xiu again. Erosion of reincarnation. At the same time, the other side, Alabasta, inside the royal palace. King Alabasta, sitting on a high throne, listened to the slight report below. After Princess Weiwei finishes speaking, his face suddenly became unbelievable. Weiwei, you said the mastermind behind Baroque Works is Crocodile? Weiwei said in an affirmative tone. Yes, father, he has been secretly arranging everything, provoking internal strife in the country, and then taking the opportunity to control the kingdom's political power. Weiwei's words made the usually gentle king tremble violently. Why did he do this? He is one of the Shichibukai. Then his face became even more ugly. Shichibukai makes waves in the kingdom and dominates everything. This makes an already difficult matter even worse. But someone has already agreed to take action to deal with Crocodile. Weiwei continued, telling her father what she had agreed with Luo Xiu. What? King Alabasta, after hearing Weiwei's explanation, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up from his chair. Did you really trade 3 devil fruits with a newbie pirate? They are one of the participating countries of the world government and receive the jurisdiction and protection of the world government. How can you make a deal with a pirate? Weiwei nodded heavily. In the current situation, there is no choice. Weiwei, you are confused. King Alabasta sighed. These are 3 devil fruits. At critical moments, the overall strength of the kingdom guards can be raised to a higher level. But it was used to make a deal with a pirate. And most importantly, that pirate is a rookie pirate from East Blue. Let him deal with Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. How can there be any chance of winning? No matter which way you look at it, this is an extremely uneconomical deal. It is also possible to lure pirates into Alabasta. It turned into another disaster. After all, pirates are dishonest guys. How can a rookie pirate fight against Shichibukai? King Alabasta shook his head and wiped his old face full of sadness. Weiwei explained with a firm tone. He is not only a new pirate, he is very strong. Even if he faces Shichibukai, he has no chance of winning. The powerful scene of instantly killing 2 agents from Baroque Works has been deeply engraved in Weiwei's heart. And that may not be the full strength. For Luo Xiu, she was willing to choose to believe. 37. Chapter 37. Is Marine working for a living? This strength only gives a bounty of 60 million? Stop talking, let's leave it at that. King Alabasta interrupted Wei Wei's desire to continue talking. He knew only too well the strength of Shichibukai. That's someone who even the people in naval headquarters want to give face to. Being able to be recognized by naval headquarters as a pirate meant something. If this rookie pirate in question is stronger than Crocodile, then why isn't Shichibukai him? It was obvious to King Alabasta that Wei Wei had been deceived. However, at this moment, a deafening sound suddenly erupted in the palace. Sawdust was flying, and sand was sweeping in. These rebels have blatantly made trouble in the palace. Alabasta said angrily. Domestic rebel forces have been active recently. There is a strong tendency to start a war. If it weren't for these people, I really can't think of anyone else who would make trouble in the palace at this time. A man in guard uniform, holding a long gun, hurriedly walked in. King, His Majesty the King. Shichibukai's crocodile got into a fight. King Alabasta's expression turned pale. Shichibukai got into a fight? Wei Wei reacted immediately, and her eyes lit up. It's Luo Xiu, it must be him. Ikarim, take someone with you and go over there and take a look. After hearing Wei Wei's words, the king immediately made a decision. Yes, Your Majesty the King. At the same time, a relaxing island. The sun is shining brightly on the beach and the sand is white. A huge parasol was placed on the beach with a table and a deck chair next to it. There was a phone bug on the table, and lying on the recliner was a man with short black curly hair, sunglasses, and a stubble. He was wearing a yellow and white striped suit, with a relaxed look on his face. It was none other than Kizaru, the admiral of headquarters who was ordered to hunt down Luo Xiu. At this moment, he was blowing the sea breeze and sunbathing. Enjoy a pleasant business trip life. Bulu, bulu. Bulu, bulu. At this time, the phone on the table rang. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and reached out to take the phone. Mashi, Mashi. Kizaru's lazy voice came out. After a few seconds of silence, Kizaru raised an eyebrow. A casual smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next moment, buzzing sound. A beam of light shot into the sky. In a blink, disappeared on the island. In place, there were only 2 sentences floating in the wind. Alabasta. Finally found you. Alabasta. Battle scene. Sand Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, was panting heavily and kneeling on one knee on a piece of yellow sand. His teeth were clenching. His eyes were looking at Luo Xiu in the distance, his expression extremely ugly. Too strong. This newcomer from East Blue is so strong. This is the conclusion he, the Shichibukai, came to after this period of fighting. It doesn't matter what moves you use during the battle. Can be easily resolved by the other party. There is no chance of winning at all. No vulnerabilities were found. Terrifying speed, strength, and the ability to be immune to his own devil fruit. A feeling of powerlessness spread deeply deep in my heart. Damn it! What the hell is Marine doing? Are they all doing it for a living? Such a powerful pirate was only given a bounty of 60 million. Are you simply harming people? The sand crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood. He complained harshly to Marine in his heart. He really couldn't figure it out. The young man in front of me is so powerful. Marine actually only offered a bounty of 60 million. Totally inconsistent with common sense. If it were directly marked with a number of hundreds of millions, he wouldn't go up and taunt her directly. Maybe before the fight starts, we can sit down and have a good chat. Now we are in a dilemma. At this moment, Luo Xiu, who was on the other side, clenched his fists. After the battle, his physical strength was also rapidly depleted. But fortunately, there is the ability of the talisman to support it. However, there is a hidden danger. The attribute conflict between spells still exists, and it becomes more obvious in more intense battles. Fortunately, the activated horse charm had a high degree of fusion. If only other spells coexist, the inside of the body will be completely destroyed before I start to cast it. Take a deep breath. Adjust the state of the body. Luo Xiu looked at the sand crocodile in the distance and couldn't help but sigh to himself. Getting these devil fruits is really a hard job. Next moment, the figure moved again. Disappear in place. Attack the sand crocodile again. When the latter saw Luo Xiu taking action again, he secretly cursed a monster. His arms immediately opened. Desert Greatsword. The words fell. A huge sword made of gravel took shape in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Xiu came to the giant sword in an instant. The strength of both arms is like rolling the vast river, and it is also like shaking the mountains. A punch landed heavily on the gravel. No longer than one breath. Boom. The giant sword suddenly shattered, gravel filled the air, and then fell downwards. It was like it was pouring rain from the sky. However, what fell down this time was sand. What a terrifying power! Robin looked at Luo Xiu with a look of shock in his beautiful eyes. From the moment the two started fighting, Sand Crocodile was being beaten one-sidedly. Luo Xiu refreshed her knowledge again and again. Turn out to be. Shichibukai. Can be defeated even without the help of peak powerhouses such as the 4 Emperors and Marine Admiral. Or maybe the person in front of me emerged from East Blue. Now he is the pinnacle of power in this sea. Open it. On the battlefield, Sand Crocodile saw that his attack was scattered. His face suddenly twisted into one piece. The long and narrow scar that spanned the entire face was beating like a moving centipede. Luo Xiu just glanced at Crocodile and sneered. This kind of anger doesn't work. Then he punched him in the face. Hit the opponent hard on the cheek. Blood spurted from between the mouth and nose. The Sand Crocodile felt dizzy for a while. There were several Luo Xiu in front of him, shaking their heads constantly. The body flew backwards involuntarily. President. See this scene. The agents of Baroque Works could no longer remain calm. Believe the president? You can't believe this. It's all an illusion. Brush sound. Several people stepped on the ground with their feet and ran towards the Sand Crocodile. Mr. One is the first to bear the brunt. Catch the flying crocodile. I'll stop this guy. Wake up the president. After saying a few words, he turned to face Luo Xiu. Your next opponent is me. He challenged Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu glanced at him and ignored him. Then he looked into the air. This is not a slight against him. But on the other side, someone more powerful than the Sand Crocodile was coming towards us. There are masters too. Sure. Haven't seen anyone yet. I saw a dazzling light heading towards the battlefield. Boom. A bright yellow light exploded. 38. Chapter 38 Marine Admiral. Kizaru. Then a rambling voice came one after another. Oh, the newcomers now are really scary. Luo Xiu and others all looked up. I saw a ball of yellow particles appearing in mid-air, flashing with dazzling light. Then the light gradually dissipated. A human figure appears in the middle, wearing a yellow and white suit and sunglasses. It was Kizaru, who came from the island with great speed. His Admiral Kizaru. At this time, Crocodile, who had woken up after simple treatment by the agency's agents, couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the person coming. A being more powerful than Shichibukai. One of the 3 admirals of naval headquarters, Kizaru, the real world's top powerhouse. After all, I was discovered. Then Crocodile coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. The Marine Admiral, which rarely goes out, actually comes to Alabasta this time. The problem is already obvious. He acted secretly in Alabasta and planned to seize power. Discovered by naval headquarters. After all, in Alabasta, there is no one but yourself. Who else has the qualifications to let the Admiral of Headquarters personally take action? It's impossible to run away this time. Crocodile couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he tremblingly took out a small wooden box from his arms. Open it and smoke out a special cigar. Treat yourself to some. Kizaru is known as the fastest man on the sea. Even in his prime, it was impossible for him to escape from him, let alone now, being beaten like this by Luo Xiu. I completely gave up on the idea of escaping. Club President, are you okay? The agents in the agency couldn't help but ask when they looked at the president, who looked a little lonely. Baroque Works. Let's just part ways from now on. At this time, Kizaru, who came to the scene, noticed the seriously injured Crocodile and raised his eyebrows slightly. Crocodile, who beat you like this? As a dignified Shichibukai, this is very embarrassing. The voice with a casual tone came out again. The Shichibukai are a formidable fighting force on the sea. Even the naval headquarters vice admiral may not be their opponent. And Crocodile and Sand fruit. The person with the ability of the Logia fruit. He knows better than anyone how hard it is to get hurt. However, such a person who was stronger than Marine Vice Admiral was beaten like this here. Alabasta, it's so hidden. Is it Robin? His eyes glanced at Robin. When the latter saw Kizaru, he subconsciously took a step back, feeling an instinctive fear. Impossible. Kizaru ruled out this option in his mind. A little guy who escaped from O'Hara would not have such strength. Could it be those guys around Crocodile? Kizaru shook his head again. Finally, his eyes fell on Luo Xiu, with a look of loneliness and suspicion on his face. Although he admitted that Luo Xiu was quite strong, can't defeat Smoker. But Smoker and Shichibukai are not on the same level at all. Luo Xiu has high potential, but he hasn't grown to this level yet. Moreover, he could not see any trace of fighting on Luo Xiu. Even the clothes on my body are clean. Is it possible that there are others here? It's the other 8 demons. Kizaru thought of this possibility and curled his lips. Buzz. Next moment, the powerful observation hockey unfolds instantly. Take a panoramic view of the nearby environment. Investigate every suspicious person. Look at the final discovery. No. Crocodile, look at Kizaru acting like this. A little confused. What's the meaning? Is it possible that Admiral Kizaru didn't come here specifically to arrest him? However, in Alabasta, who else is worthy of Admiral's dispatch besides himself? Yes. Could it be because of Luo Xiu? This newbie pirate who ran from East Blue to the Grand Line? Thinking of this, he glanced at Kizaru. I found that his eyes really fell on Luo Xiu. Suddenly, he realized, damn it, what kind of identity is Luo Xiu that actually allows Marine Admiral to come here just for him? 10,000 questions popped up in Crocodile's mind. No matter how stupid he was, he figured it out. The 60 million bounty that Marine set for Luo Xiu was entirely to deceive others. Luo Xiu was definitely in East Blue and did something to break the defense of naval headquarters. Or Luo Xiu's own strength and identity made the old guys at Marine headquarters feel afraid. Otherwise, he is just a new pirate. It was impossible to send out the Marine Admiral. Moreover, it was still captured in this secret way. Kizaru Admiral? Luo Xiu. Who is he? Crocodile directly asked Kizaru the question in his heart. After all, he is a Shichibukai, and he believes that Kizaru will give him some face. Don't ask, don't ask. This is not something you can know due to your identity, Kizaru said with drooped eyebrows as he looked at Crocodile. Crocodile? Damn Kizaru, damn Marine. If you let me get Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, I will definitely beat you to pieces. And that damn Luo Xiu. None of you can run away. All of Naval Headquarters, I want to blow you away. Luo Xiu, it seems that you did it. Kizaru ignored Crocodile and looked at Luo Xiu and said slowly, So what? Luo Xiu looked at Kizaru with calm eyes, but he secretly exhaled a breath in his heart. He didn't expect that this battle in Alabasta would attract Kizaru. Confront an admiral of headquarters in person. Although the other party is a salted fish check-in type. But the pressure is still huge. Besides, his current physical condition is not at its peak. Nothing, Kizaru said casually. We at Naval Headquarters would like to invite you to come and sit down. Naval Headquarters? Invitation? Crocodile and Robin were stunned when they heard Kizaru's words. What's the situation? Naval Headquarters Marineford. What is that place? That is where Marine's highest combat power and Marine's strongest strength gather. But now, an admiral of headquarters actually told a pirate himself, invite you to Naval Headquarters. It's scary to think about it. What is this Luo Xiu's identity? In other words, what is Naval Headquarters planning? However, after the brief shock, Crocodile finally let go of his worries. Now it can be fully proved that Kizaru came to Alabasta not to look for himself. That is to say, these things he did secretly were not discovered. Phew. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't help but exhale. Although he failed miserably, he didn't have to be caught Impel Down and go to jail. He swore secretly in his heart. After you gather your energy and get what you want, you must make these guys pay the price. 39. Chapter 39 Luo Xiu versus Kizaru. What if I say, don't give this face? Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, invite yourself to Naval Headquarters? Luo Xiu, didn't believe that Marine had such good intentions after he violated Marine's prestige. Maybe I made a bed and waited for my dissection. Ouch, today's newcomers are not only terrifying, but they are also so polite. Kizaru drooped his eyebrows, pushed up his sunglasses, and took his other hand out of his trouser pocket. In that case, don't blame me for bullying you. He took the initiative to invite Luo Xiu, because he was too lazy to do anything. Now that you are rejected, you have to find another way. Sengoku had given an order to arrest this person no matter what. The words just fell. Kizaru raised his arm. Hold out a finger. Yellow 5-star light condensed on the tip of his finger. Whoosh. After a series of empty sounds appeared, a string of bright yellow light beams shot towards Luo Xiu. And the moment before Kizaru took action. Facing the headquarters admiral, Luo Xiu was well prepared and activated the rabbit charm instantly. Squat with one leg, which represents the energy of speed poured into the calves. There is nothing to be taken lightly at the moment as a Marine Admiral. His legs slammed on the ground. Boom. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Luo Xiu's figure disappeared instantly. The yellow laser exploded. The golden energy is raging and powerful. A huge cloud of smoke swept up. When the smoke dissipated, the area hit by the beam was scorched. Luo Xiu's figure stood aside and did not receive any influence. Oh, that's so fast. Seeing Luo Xiu avoid his attack, Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Then, the next moment, he raised his right leg, the beam particles converged, and he said lightly, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Accompanied by this lazy voice. Kizaru's right leg turned into an element in an instant, blooming with a dazzling light that made people afraid to look directly at it. Almost at the same time, a tall figure appeared behind Luo Xiu at the speed of light. Kicked to the side, Luo Xiu, who was wary of Kizaru's speed, had a sudden look on his face. He raised his arms to block the attack. Boom. The huge impact caused Luo Xiu to fall downwards at extremely fast speed. Boom. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly exploded on the ground, and circles of spider-web-like cracks appeared. Terrifying energy raged. The airwaves rolled up are like the waves rolled up by a stone thrown on the sea, spreading out layer by layer. Everywhere it passed, piles of sand and rocks were shattered into pieces. Oh shit. You have to keep your distance from them, Crocodile said through gritted teeth, being supported by an agency agent. The battle between these two people. The energy that bursts out can overturn everything here. A slight impact will cause huge casualties. Now that I am seriously injured like this, I don't want to die like this in vain. He also had to watch Luo Xiu being beaten by Admiral until he couldn't take care of himself. Yes, President. His agent helped Crocodile to a slightly safer position with a wider perspective. Robin also distanced himself. The battle continues. In the crater created by the blast, a black figure rose into the sky like a black lightning bolt. Luo Xiu stood aside, his eyes looking directly at Kizaru through the billowing smoke. This is the strength of Admiral. Compared with Shichibukai's Crocodile, it's more than one level better. Luo Xiu thought to himself. I fought Arlong in East Blue before, then I fought Smoker in Waterwave Island, and then I defeated Crocodile just now. It's all about winning along the way. When we really face Marine Admiral, the peak combat power of this sea, a huge pressure is coming. Luo Xiu suppressed the restless energy in his body and exhaled a breath of turbidity. This commission, devil fruit, we still need less of it. Get rid of this unwarranted thought. Next moment, his expression became solemn. Activate the rabbit charm with all your strength. Bring speed to ultimate. Moment. An afterimage flashed across the place. Have you ever been hit by a fist as big as a sandbag? Shockingly, a voice sounded in Kizaru's ear. Yes. Kizaru's drooping eyes widened instantly. This is a very familiar tone. If it's so bad. Also, it's so fast. The long fist went straight in and struck with great force, as if it was going to tear the space apart. The sound of explosions continued to spread. Same time, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. The terrifying energy shook up the gravel on the ground, and the overwhelming yellow sand was like a sweeping storm. Rumble. The ground shook one after another. Luo Xiu's body was like a spear, piercing straight into the ground. The next moment, He shook away the sand and stones buried in his body. Pull up your long body. And at this moment, Kizaru's voice appeared again. It was so dangerous. I almost got hit by you. This is the pervert of sparkling fruit. Luo Xiu listened to Kizaru's voice in his ear, and his heart condensed. The fastest man on the sea is indeed not that simple. Call out. At this time, the light suddenly appeared again. Kizaru's fingertips condensed a beam of light, shooting towards Luo Xiu. Buzz. The momentum suddenly increased. The rabbit spell was cast again. Luo Xiu instantly moved dozens of meters away. The yellow beam of light grazed the skin and exploded into a yellow light behind it. The airwaves are overwhelming. Smoke billows. What a surprise! Kizaru couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw Luo Xiu teleporting and disappearing under his nose. When he was at naval headquarters, he thought Smoker's rhetoric was an exaggeration after being defeated. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. However, this is not enough. He put away the somewhat casual look on his face. Kizaru's face became unusually solemn. Being able to almost hit yourself is already threatening. Next moment, his toes were a little on the ground. The figure jumped into the air lightly. Cross your hands in front of your chest, clasping your index fingers and thumbs together. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. As the words fell, countless light bullets slanted down from his hand like raindrops. The whole sky was reflected in a yellow mist. Luo Xiu stood in the wind, feeling the dazzling yellow light bullets, and slowly exhaled a hot breath. The next moment, stand on your eyebrows. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Then, the originally tense body and knotted muscles undulated rhythmically under the full force of the Ox Talisman. It was as if he was breathing on his own. The hairs on the body stand on end. The terrifying power is abundant in the limbs and bones at this moment. Observation, hockey starts. Speed, strength, perception. At this time, they blend together perfectly. The moment the light curtain falls, there was a glimmer of light in Luo Xiu's eyes, and his body shot high into the sky, passing through the gap in the light curtain. The target is Kizaru. Boom. Moment. The tilted light bullet hit the ground. A wide range of skills, covering the entire area below. The roaring explosions resounded through the sky, and the sound waves spread. 40. Chapter 40. The fastest man in the world is indeed extraordinary. It can be heard clearly throughout Alabasta. All of them looked horrified. The Royal Regiment and the Revolutionary Rebels were originally fighting among themselves. They all stopped what they were doing and looked into the air. Location centered on Kizaru. The land with a radius of 1 kilometer was directly crushed into powder. The gravel everywhere turned into shining crystalline material. Deep marks and potholes are scattered all around. Not far away, Princess Weiwei, Alabasta, and others who had just arrived felt a violent sound penetrate their ears, which made their heads hurt. Immediately afterwards, their eyes couldn't help but look high in the sky. In their sight, a man in a yellow suit was there. This is the Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru, Alabasta said in shock. As the king of one of the countries that is a member of the world government, he has met this Marine Admiral. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he was confused. How is this going? Why Marine Admiral came to Alabasta? And most importantly, why would Admiral take action here? With such a wide range of attack skills, it seems not like he's dueling with someone. But, Alabasta, is there anyone worthy of letting Admiral take action? Not only him, but Princess Weiwei and Ikaram also had the same reaction. What happened to Alabasta? Could it be that Admiral is here for the kingdom? Ikaram swallowed. But soon he denied this speculation. Because even Crocodile, this Shichibukai one, it's not worthy of Admiral of Headquarters, so treat it with such caution. Midder, the fighting is far from over. Yellow light bullets continued to gather from Kizaru's hand, and then tilted crazily, covered by a yellow light curtain. It is worth mentioning that, among these light curtains, there was a conspicuous black figure. Like lightning, extremely eye-catching. It took him less than a breath to pass through the hail of bullets. Get close to Kizaru. A cold light flashed in the black pupils, and without any words, he just raised his hand and punched him. Amon Tsong Yunjian. Kizaru frowned. The hands folded on the chest were instantly put away. The light particles took shape instantly, transformed into a dazzling sword. Holding a lightsaber in hand, he slashed at Luo Xiu. See this scene. Luo Xiu did not block at all. He just adjusted his body at a small angle to avoid fatal damage. The fist showed no tendency to hold back and continued to hit Kizaru. Phew. The shoulder position was struck by Tsung Yun's sword. Blood surged, but at the same time, a muffled sound also sounded on Kizaru. The fist forcefully knocked Kizaru back dozens of meters. At this time, the golden light dissipated. Luo Xiu's gesture fell into Princess Weiwei's eyes. His pair of beautiful, watery eyes widened in an instant. His eyes were full of disbelief. This person is fighting Kizaru. Isn't it the one I personally hired not long ago? His strength has actually reached this point. Princess Weiwei's heart can only be described in 4 words at this moment. Although her feelings told her that Luo Xiu was very strong, even competing with Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. But I never would have thought that I could fight Marine Admiral. Even fight him off. But when she saw Luo Xiu was injured, her little heart suddenly rose to her throat. His eyes were filled with worry. It's really distressing. He was actually hit from the front. Wow. Kizaru stood up from the collapsed rubble, shaking off the stones covering his body. There was a shallow fist mark on his chest. It was given by Luo Xiu. Then he patted the dust on his clothes and looked directly at Luo Xiu. Although you hit me by exchanging injury for injury. But what next? What to do? Although he was injured, it was actually not serious. But Luo Xiu was different. He was hit in the front by a lightsaber, and his entire shoulder was almost destroyed. There will be no suspense in the next battle. How can you know if you don't give it a try? Luo Xiu, who landed on a pile of sand, said coldly after hearing this. But the look he looked at Kizaru was quite solemn. He exchanged his injuries for injuries and received a successful blow. But it didn't cause much harm to the other party. Marine Admiral's physical fitness is simply ridiculously strong. No wonder Akainu and Akiji were able to work on the same island for 3 days and 3 nights. The only choice is to use the Dragon Talisman. Luo Xiu thought to himself, I hope that using the 4th talisman will not cause the body to suffer immediate backlash. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu slowly exhaled. Use horse charms to adjust your body to its optimal state. The power of the Dragon Talisman has not been exposed yet. Not even Naval Headquarters would know the news. He wants to hit Kizaru, who is not slower than him. No doubt. It must be unexpected. Tian Tsung Yun's sword. Kizaru curled his lips and did not comment on Luo Xiu's words. The lightsaber in his hand took shape again. His eyes were fixed on Luo Xiu's shoulder. Starting here is undoubtedly the best choice. It would not accidentally kill Luo Xiu, but would also make him lose the ability to resist. However, at this moment, Kizaru looked at Luo Xiu's eyes, which suddenly widened. At this moment, in his sight, the sword wound on Luo Xiu's shoulder was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few seconds, it was as good as before. No trace could be seen except for the cut clothing. Self-healing ability. Kizaru raised his eyes and suddenly thought of the report about Luo.Xiu.it was written above that he had a very powerful self-healing ability, suspected to be demon fruit power. During this period of fruitless pursuit, I almost forgot about this. Kizaru couldn't help but shook his head. Old, fast, powerful, and capable of self-healing. What a troublesome guy. Soon, though, the corners of his mouth curled up again. Because relying on this alone is not enough. Having learned the lesson the first time, there is no way he will be fooled a second time. Luo Xiu's defeat is certain. It is only a matter of time. The momentum suddenly increased. Holding the Amonkanjian sword shining with golden light, Kizaru turned into a ball of dazzling photons and struck again. In a blank. Then he appeared behind Luo Xiu. He raised his hand and struck down with his sword. Luo Xiu moved and teleported away from his original position. The lightsaber struck an afterimage. Next moment, Luo Xiu's fist, which had accumulated strength, failed at the moment Kizaru slammed it hard on his side. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce confrontation sent out explosions one after another. Up in the air, I saw 2 figures, one yellow and one black, flashing and colliding one after another. Every time they fight, there will be boundless waves of energy. The earth was ravaged by terrifying energy. Yellow sand fills the sky. The horrific scene is like hell on earth. During this period, Luo Xiu was hit several times by Kizaru's lightsaber, but he relied on his self-healing ability to recover. And Kizaru is not easy either. Every time he takes action, he has to watch out for Luo Xiu's fists and kicks. Hiss. How could Luo Xiu be so strong? In the distance, Crocodile looked at Luo Xiu, who was fighting fiercely with Kizaru, his eyes filled with disbelief. He definitely hides a big secret. The light in his eyes flickered, very sure and certain. 60 million after the bounty, worth the Marine Admiral's arrest. Naval headquarters must know something about Luo Xiu's strength, but not much. Otherwise, Kizaru wouldn't have shown that expression just now. Thinking of this, Crocodile cursed. Depend on this guy Luo Xiu. He obviously had such strength, but he deliberately hid it. Play, pig eat tiger. He became the one being eaten. Wrong. Being able to have back and forth with Kizaru. It's not too embarrassing to fail on your own. From this unique perspective, Crocodile feels a little more balanced. 41. Chapter 41, Dragon Talisman. Explosive power. Compared to what Crocodile was thinking, Princess Weiwei on the other side opened her mouth in shock. Crocodile? She found the sand crocodile being guarded by agents in the agency. The arms made of golden hooks were shattered, the chest was collapsed, and the mouth of his zoo was bleeding out of blood. That's right. Sand crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. He was actually beaten like this. Subconsciously, Princess Weiwei looked at Luo Xiu. Is it him? Rumble. The battle continues. The deafening sound continued to vibrate deep in people's hearts. The battlefield conditions in the Marine Admiral battle were extremely tragic. There is collapsed land everywhere, and the sky is filled with dust. The yellow figure and the black figure collided, separated, and collided again. The excited airwaves seemed to scatter the clouds in the sky. Muranjian. Kizaru's figure appeared behind Luo Xiu. The golden photons gathered at this moment, and then kicked towards Luo Xiu at the speed of light. Boom. A dull voice sounded. It's like being struck by lightning behind you. Luo Xiu flew out upside down. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, it was instantly kicked dozens of meters away. Take advantage of the victory and pursue it. Kizaru moved his hands up and down, clasping them in front of his chest. Yada mirror, accompanied by a sentence. Photons appeared in the palm of the hand, forming an elliptical ball of light, like a mirror wrapped in yellow light. Next moment, a beam of light emerges from the mirror. After several turns in the space, Kizaru suddenly appeared above Luo Xiu. The Tian Tsongyuan sword formed by the instantaneous gathering of photons in his hand slashed downwards. The sound was huge, like a massive bombardment of 10,000 kilograms. Terrifying photon energy raged in the air, distorting space. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. There were a few more vibrations. The earth seemed to be shaking. The entire Alabaster Royal City felt like an earthquake. A huge ravine was torn out of the earth, and sand and rocks filled the sky, suspended in midair. Terrifying and ferocious. Countless buildings were razed to the ground in an instant. Fortunately, in the fighting zone here, the surrounding crowds had already been dispersed. Although the noise was loud and attracted many people, it did not cause any casualties. Kizaru's light speed kick, coupled with Amon Tsongyun's sword. The energy that exploded was extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Princess Weiwei's heart, which had just dropped, couldn't help but lift up again. Oops, you're not going to die. Kizaru looked at the billowing smoke and the terrifying giant pit below, and said slowly, if he is really dead, it will be troublesome for Luo. I have to think about how to explain to the marshal. He drooped his face, touched his chin, and said angrily, Marshal Sengoku said so. To bring people back alive. After all, we still need to know about other demons. However, at this moment, the feeling of danger suddenly arises. Observation hockey's perception ability. In the back. Kizaru, are you tickling me? Luo Xiu sneered. The black windbreaker on his body was shattered into strips under Kizaru's attack, revealing the strong, firm, bronze skin underneath. But there were no scars. As the words fell, kick him out. What a stubborn kid. Kizaru saw that Luo Xiu was still alive and kicking. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This self-healing ability is too outrageous. The sword struck just now was a solid hit. An average person can be cut into 2 pieces directly. But Luo Xiu actually recovered in such a short time. Even the well-informed Kizaru couldn't help but be surprised. But these thoughts only flashed through his mind. Raising his arms, Kizaru blocks the attack. I really don't know what you ate growing up. As a non-ability person, you can do this. This is his heartfelt question. In this sea, everyone has seen everyone. There are many peak experts who have fought against each other. But there is such resilience. Rarely seen. It seems that in my impression, not only Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has the ability to immune to death. But Kaido is a person with fruit abilities. There seems to be no one who has reached this level purely through physical fitness, that there seems to be no one. Yes, think of this. Kizaru frowned involuntarily. This guy is dangerous. Maybe the future will be even more dangerous than 4 emperors. It must not be allowed to grow smoothly. The lightsaber swung up and struck down again. Luo Xiu listened to Kizaru's nonsense. There was no intention of talking to him at all. His momentum dropped, and he dodged the oncoming lightsaber. Then another kick. Although I am very old, but this level of attack can't deal with me, Kizaru stretched out his palm and grabbed Luo Xiu's kicking leg. I've already suffered a loss once. How could Luo Xiu succeed again? Kizaru controlled Luo Xiu tightly. This time you can't run away. There was a slightly funny expression on his face. Kizaru clamped Luo Xiu with one hand and raised the lightsaber with the other. Next moment, the lightsaber fell, pointing directly at Luo Xiu's spine. Got hit here. It can cause a person to lose the ability to move instantly. However, how could Luo Xiu be captured without a fight? Using the waist as the force point and the grabbed ankle as the rotation point, the body rotates instantly in the air at an incredible angle. The other leg is driven by the force of the waist. Like a whip, he slapped Kizaru hard on the cheek. The terrifying speed, coupled with huge force, was like a cannonball approaching at close range. Feeling the danger, Kizaru's expression suddenly changed. I didn't expect the young man in front of me to be so ruthless. He actually destroyed one of his legs and hit himself head-on. It comes as a surprise. But he finally reacted. The moment the whip came over, Kizaru elementalizes his head. It's really thrilling, Kizaru thought to himself. I almost got hit from the front again. Of course, this is not over yet. The moment he elementalized his head, suddenly, a blazing flame spurted out from Luo Xiu's mouth. Extremely fast. Kizaru just avoided the whip kick. His mind was not focused on defending against the next attack. Wait until he can react. The light of flowers has enveloped the entire site. Boom. A violent explosion was caused in the air. The sky is filled with flowers, like a gorgeous salute blooming. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased. Boom. 100 meters away, a group of photons appeared from a distance. Then it condenses into the shape of Kizaru. But at this time, he looked quite embarrassed, intact from the neck up. But the yellow glasses on his face disappeared. Marine's cloak of justice smelled of burning and was in tatters. More importantly, blood was dripping from among the tattered clothes. The area between the waist and chest was covered in blood and flesh. There are also fine wounds all over other parts of the body. The wound is not big, but shocking enough. This is Marine Admiral. 42. Chapter 42. This newcomer is beyond imagination. Marine Admiral is injured, and it's still in the hands of a newbie pirate. This can't happen. At this moment, it actually happened like this. Robin stared at this scene blankly. This is Marine Admiral. Something felt unreal to her. This rookie pirate actually injured Kizaru after defeating Crocodile. It's unbelievable. In mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene on O'Hara Island when she was a child. Kizaru and other marine soldiers, with their mighty marine warships, launched a buster call against them. The sky was filled with flames, and the sounds of tragedy were endless. The brutality of the battlefield was very similar to what was happening before me. But the difference is, the one who was extremely powerful in her heart, even Kizaru, who was feared from the bottom of her heart. This time it seems, it's not just her. Princess Weiwei was equally shocked. It seems that the entire worldview is undergoing a huge impact. Crocodile, too, was vibrating. Luo Xiu was able to fight Kizaru a few times without being defeated directly, which surprised him. But now, he actually started to gain the upper hand and injured Kizaru. And most importantly, what happened to the explosion of flames just now? That's not yellow. It doesn't look like Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability. Could it be that this is Luo Xiu's ability? The ability to cause explosions. Think of this. Crocodile's heart thumped. When Luo Xiu was fighting with him, he was actually hiding his clumsiness. He's also demon fruit power. Boom. Crocodile felt like his head had been struck by lightning. Blank. As a person with abilities, Luo Xiu didn't even bother to use it on himself. Shame. Crocodile felt extremely humiliated. This is the ultimate humiliation for looking down on his strength. At the same time, Luo Xiu's identity was even more shocking in his heart. Who is it? Only then can he have such terrifying strength. A bad feeling arose in my heart. Crocodile trying to slip away. He was watching the battle here, just wanting to see Kizaru defeat Luo Xiu with his own eyes. After all, in his opinion, Kizaru is one of the 3 Marine Admirals. The strength is comparable to that of 4 emperors. Winning Luo Xiu is inevitable. But the current situation suddenly made the outcome of the battle between the two sides somewhat confusing. The worst possibility is that Luo Xiu wins. When the time comes, come over and deal with yourself. It's impossible to escape. This possibility seems to exist now. And it's huge. This guy actually has a trump card. Kizaru's face was extremely solemn, and his face was no longer as relaxed and casual as before. Tick-tock. The clothes that represent Marine's identity are dripping with bloodline. It reflects Kizaru's tense state of mind at the moment. Luo Xiu's strength is not just that of a Marine Vice Admiral, he's at least at the Admiral level. Also, he is an extremely powerful Admiral, not weaker than my speed, comparable to Kaido's physical fitness, and not a bit like Sakazuki's ability. It all comes together in one person. Terrible. His eyes were fixed on Luo Xiu, with unprecedented vigilance in his eyes. I said before that newcomers are terrible. It was just a joke, he said. In fact, I didn't pay much attention to it at all. But this time, it really comes from the heart. Very strong. The newcomer in front of me is very strong. This is the truest definition of his heart. And not just powerful. The thoughts are too thoughtful. He obviously has the ability to attack from a distance. From the time we fought until now, I have actually tolerated not using it. It was not displayed until the critical moment. Obviously, this was definitely a calculated move. The kick he just made was just a cover-up, thereby increasing the probability of a head-on hit. Thinking of this, Kizaru couldn't help but feel the hairs on his body standing on end. Although the man in front of me is young. But it has to be said, he is more difficult to deal with than any opponent he has encountered before. And beyond that, still very mysterious. Like the fire explosion ability of an Esper, and other demons hidden behind it. It's enough to make any strong person feel physically and mentally shaken. Naval Headquarters still underestimated him. I originally thought that Sengoku was too cautious, but there are various signs. He still underestimated the newcomer in front of him. Take a long breath. Kizaru felt the pain in his body. This feeling. It seems that it has not appeared for a long time. Pull off the cloak of justice draped around your shoulders. Light. Endless bright light gathered at this moment. Kizaru turns directly into a big yellow man. I've been waiting for retirement for a long time. I actually want to hunt down a thorn like you. You are not kind to others. Kizaru dropped this sentence. Body elementalization. Bring speed to ultimate. The space seemed to be distorted. The boundless light is constantly reflecting outward. The sun in the sky seem to have become much dimmer. Light appears on the fingertips, and the fingers move together. Lasers burst out one after another. At this moment, Luo Xiu was on the other side. There was fatigue in the black pupils. looked directly at Kizaru. Phew. There was a sudden rush of blood in his throat. As the power of the fourth talisman was used, it turned out to be true. The conflict that arose began to bite him back. Gullo. Luo Xiu forcefully swallowed the blood that reached his mouth. At this moment, he has to look relaxed enough. Only in this way can we put the greatest pressure on the other party. This is a shock. The next moment, Luo Xiu's momentum sank. Then it climbed sharply. The power of the spell was activated again. Buzz buzz. Balls of flame shot towards Kizaru. In a blink, flames and beams collided. Then there was an explosion. Fire appeared all over the sky, as if it was going to burn the land into ashes. Violent energy swept through the white airwave, slashing in all directions like a broken blade. Next moment, Luo Xiu came to Kizaru's side. Punches and kicks, with the power of thunder. However, Kizaru immediately distanced himself from Luo Xiu. Deep down in his heart, he didn't want Luo Xiu to get close to him. Both times he was hit at close range. Too dangerous. Dignified Marine Admiral, are you just going to be a coward? Luo Xiu looked at Kizaru, who was running away, and said coldly. But at this moment, observation Haki's perception of him. The crocodile found in one of the Shichibukai is now turning into gravel and is escaping into the distance. His brows suddenly furrowed. This is not a good thing. It would be a huge loss if Crocodile was allowed to slip away like this. It's not just him. Kizaru also discovered it at this time. He emerged from the light. The breath locks onto Crocodile. He raised his arm, pointing his fingertips at the seriously injured Shichibukai, and a light suddenly appeared. Crocodile, don't move. 43. Chapter 43, Kizaru's shock and powerful strength. Feeling the terrifying aura locked on his body, Crocodile's body, hidden in the gravel, froze. This is Marine Admiral's observation Haki. Crocodile suddenly felt like something hateful was crawling on his body. That was an extremely strong sense of crisis. The thought of escaping for now is forgotten. As long as he is healthy, he cannot run away even if he is targeted by Marine Admiral. Especially now. He had no doubt that if he disobeyed, a beam of light with Haki would be shot at him immediately. However, he didn't understand a little bit why. If Luo Xiu didn't let him go, he would still understand. But at this time, why would Kizaru target himself? Could it be that because of Alabastus incident, he was still discovered? In other words, regarding Luo Xiu's identity, there is a huge conspiracy against Marine. And Kizaru didn't want to let himself leak this out. With so many thoughts in his mind, Crocodile gritted his teeth and stared at the two people above. Thinking about the next plan in my mind, Kizaru saw that Crocodile had no intention of escaping anymore. The fingers were withdrawn, but observation Haki still loomed over him to prevent sudden escape. His reason is simple. Marine openly issued a bounty of 60 million to Luo Xiu, but he secretly came to hunt him down. As long as you're not stupid, Crocodile can definitely guess something from it. If we let him leave like this, there is no doubt that the news about Luo Xiu's extraordinary identity and the importance that Marine attaches to Luo Xiu will soon spread throughout the Grand Line and the New World. When the time comes, Luo Xiu will be attracted by the more powerful four emperors, which will be even more troublesome. How interesting. A Shichibukai, but secretly plotting to replace a member country of world government. Kizaru, are you Marines just letting things go like this? Seeing Kizaru restraining Crocodile, Luo Xiu smiled. He certainly knew what Kizaru was thinking. In this case, there is no need to deal with it personally. Only, this is not enough. Kizaru also needs to be given a step up. A fair excuse to arrest Crocodile. After all, there is no reason to limit one Shichibukai. This lets the other 6 people know that it is not easy for them, Marine. Just in time for a borrowed knife to kill someone. Kizaru savored these words and felt his heart condense. Looking for a franchise country. Is Crocodile still doing this secretly? No wonder Alabasta is like this. This is a good reason to shut up Crocodile. Although he thought so in his heart, Kizaru couldn't see the slightest change in expression on his face. World Marine, it's not like a guy like you can comment at will. He said seriously. No matter what, I will capture you today. Next moment, Kizaru's momentum suddenly rose, and the bright lights were like dazzling stars, gathering crazily. Tian Tsung Yun's sword. The lightsaber appeared again, and Kizaru took one step forward and came to Luo Xiu. Seeing this, Luo Xiu swallowed his saliva. This is Admiral. Even if he is traumatized, he can still burst out with such terrifying strength. Boom. Luo Xiu retreated instead of advancing, facing the difficulties. Suddenly, the rays of light intertwined and then burst out, producing high temperatures that seemed to burn the air clean, and curls of white smoke covered the sky. Open! Luo Xiu roared. Within 1 second, his fists fired dozens of punches, hitting Kizaru's lightsaber. The huge force was like a mountain falling. Soon, under this terrifying force, the long sword condensed by light broke. The fragments turned into yellow starlight and fell towards the location below. The air rippled. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, both of them were red-eyed. One after another, roars resounded deep in the hearts of everyone. The powerful battle scenes even tear the sky apart. The cumulus clouds covering the royal city of Alabasta were shaken away. The terrifying aura can be detected even in areas dozens of kilometers away. Fighting. It lasted several hours. Yellow light and fiery red flames crisscrossed. The ground is devastated. The atmosphere is torn apart. Princess Weiwei, King Alabasta, and others watched all this from a distance, which was simply shocking. Weiwei, are you sure this is the rookie pirate you were talking about? King Alabasta swallowed and said blankly. Being able to fight Admiral for so long, and that's even while defeating Shichibukai. Is this kind of person a newbie pirate? Princess Weiwei nodded fiercely. Her expression of shock was no less than that of her father. Although she did invite him, to be honest, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Against Marine Admiral, no one is weak. Not to mention 3 devil fruits. Just 4 or even 5 are worth it. I just said, he can definitely deal with Crocodile. My intuition is fine. Princess Weiwei said to her father, her words full of trust. King Alabasta nodded. If from now on the crisis in the kingdom can really be resolved. 3 devil fruits, totally worth it. Battle Center. Kizaru, who had been fighting intensely for a long time, was already breathing a little. There was also fatigue in his eyes. The Marine Admiral uniform he was wearing became somewhat riddled with holes. Although the physical strength of the strong men in this world is very terrifying. But there is a limit. As an admiral who relies heavily on fruit abilities, Kizaru's physical fitness is actually not that good, at least not as good as the other 2 admirals Akiji and Akainu. In addition, the opponent this time is a monster like Luo Xiu, so the mental state is always in a tense state. The consciousness is also highly concentrated, and the body must be elementalized from time to time to prevent being hit from the front. In such a state, it is good to be able to play for such a long time. Of course, the most important impact was the injury sustained by Luo Xiu's sudden hit. Under high-intensity fighting, not only were the wounds not effectively treated, but they worsened over time. What a monster! Kizaru said solemnly. I have been fighting for a long time, and my condition is getting worse and worse. But look at the other side. Such a fierce battle lasted for several hours. There were no wounds on his body, and his breath was not disturbed. Every time he takes action, he is still fierce. It seems like a fighting machine with unlimited physical strength and becomes more and more courageous the more it fights. There is no such thing as a day of exhaustion. It's so weird. It's so weird. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Kizaru's forehead. This kind of power is completely unlike what a newcomer can possess. Strength, speed, self-healing, long-range blasting ability. Both in one person at the same time. Is his strength still above mine? 44. Chapter 44. You rely too much on sparkling fruit. In the battle. Thinking of this, Kizaru's heart couldn't help but tighten. The expression on his face is even more wonderful. Although he is said to have a loose personality, he is still one of the 3 admirals. He has the strength to compete with the 4 emperors who have taken over the New World. It is an existence that is at the pinnacle of the sea. But at such a young age, Luo Xiu is stronger than himself. This is an extremely outrageous thing. Put it on the sea. Anyone who listens to this will think it is an extremely ridiculous thing. Because even the former Pirate King Roger would not have such strength at this age. Someone I've never heard of. suddenly popped up from East Blue, while hiding strength. First, kill Colonel Mouse of the Marine branch. Defeat Smoker again. Then he got into trouble with Shichibukai. Kizaru put this information together and frowned suddenly. Then, suddenly let go. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. Luo Xiu deliberately killed the mouse to attract Marine's attention and then defeated Smoker, allowing Marine headquarters to send out high-level combat forces to encircle and suppress him. The purpose is to test the strength of their headquarters. Kizaru thought in his mind. It's more than just this. There are other demons he mused in his mind. Just Luo Xiu's strength is almost surpassing that of Marine Admiral. According to Luo Xiu's own words, he is just one of them. There are 7 unseen demons hiding in the shadows. There are 8 people with Admiral strength in total. No doubt, this is an extremely horrific thing. Much scarier than New World's 4 emperors. After all, although the 4 emperors are equally powerful, they are all scattered, and there are differences in competition among them, checking and balancing each other. But Luo Xiu is different. They are both one of the 8 demons, so they are obviously the same force. Yes. Kizaru felt a rare chill running down his spine. He had a premonition of an unprecedented conspiracy. Luo Xiu tested Marine strength today. After a while, another demon came out. Wouldn't it be necessary to directly target Naval Headquarters, Marineford? It's scary to think about it. At this time, Luo Xiu fell on the edge of a sand pit. I have no idea what Kizaru was thinking. The only thing he knew was, I seem to be a little overwhelmed. From the looks of it, he's probably a lot better than Kizaru. But these are the results of his efforts to disguise. Luo Xiu could clearly feel that at this time, his internal organs, limbs, and bones had been damaged to varying degrees. After fighting for nearly half a day, his injuries were more serious than Kizaru's. If it weren't for the strong physique brought by the Ox Talisman and the Horse Talisman at work, let alone continuing to fight, he would have fainted not long after using the Dragon Talisman. During the previous battle, Luo Xiu had been biting the tip of his tongue to keep his consciousness awake and focused. But even so, it has almost reached its limit. Consciousness is getting blurry. But fortunately, Kizaru's condition has been declining. Both speed and momentum were much weaker. His fighting performance should not be able to intimidate Kizaru. Luo Xiu thought to himself. Think about this. Next moment, he bit the tip of his tongue sharply. A tingling sensation came. The mouth was dripping with blood. The blurred consciousness became clear again. Kizaru, you're too dependent on sparkling fruit, shouted loudly. The next moment, Luo Xiu expressed his momentum. Bring speed to ultimate. Diffusing air waves appeared around him. The toes flicked on the ground. Using the blue sky as the canvas, the speed is like a black light penetrating the sky and the earth. When Kizaru heard this, black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. He heard this sentence said by another person. That man's name, Zephyr. However, Kizaru didn't take it to heart at the time. After all, with such a strong fruit ability, he would be a fool not to develop it properly. But at this moment, hearing this sentence from Luo Xiu's mouth, I don't know why. Kizaru's thoughts wavered for the first time. When there is no advantage in speed, the problem of physical fitness is exposed, and it is indeed too passive. Maybe Zephyr was right at the time. The body becomes photonized in an instant. Kizaru shook off these thoughts that interfered with his fight. Like a yellow shooting star, go towards Luo Xiu. In a blink, 2 rays of light, one black and one yellow, intertwined. Of course, there was no explosion in the sky as expected. The black figure suddenly turned around and rushed towards the other side just as it was about to meet the yellow figure. Without slowing down at all, it instantly disappeared above the Alabaster Royal City. There is only one sentence blowing away in the wind. Kizaru, you should deal with Alabastus matter first. I hope you will be stronger than now next time. That would be interesting. Kizaru looked confused. What's the situation? By the time he reacted, Luo Xiu had disappeared from sight. Only a black light and shadow was seen, fleeing into the distance. Ahem. See this scene. Kizaru coughed violently. They could only feel the energy and blood surging inside his body. Looking forward to our next meeting, he whispered to himself. Luo Xiu's departure. It made his guess about himself even more certain. Really? The future target will be naval headquarters. This time, it's just a test for myself. As for whether to continue pursuing Luo Xiu, Kizura gave up the plan without even thinking about it. On current status. Even if he catches up, he won't be able to catch him. The most important thing now is to report the whole story to Marine headquarters immediately and then make further plans. Before that, though, there seems to be one more person to deal with. Think about this. Kizura turned into photons and fell aside. Powerful observation haki scanning around. Finally, his eyes fell on a small pile of sand. Crocodile, come with me. At this time, the other side. Luo Xiu escaped from Alabasta Royal Castle, rushing forward crazily at top speed. Residents along the edge could only see a flash of black lightning. They all showed surprised looks. I don't know how far it ran. I don't know where I am. When he was exhausted, Luo Xiu stopped. Fine. I didn't catch up. Observation haki sensed his surroundings but could not detect Kizura's aura. The stone hanging in Luo Xiu's heart finally fell. A smile appeared on his face. During the battle, the perfect state that he had been maintaining finally had a deterrent effect. Lost the support of strong willpower. Next moment, Luo Xiu's consciousness was blurry. His eyelids were so heavy that it felt like he had been poured with a huge amount of force. His body fell awkwardly backward. Bang! Luo Xiu fell straight into a sea water, causing ripples and going away with a rapid current. 45. Chapter 45 Shock at Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office. The strong men of Naval Headquarters gathered together. Sengoku, Garp, Kaido, Akiji, Tsuru Vice Admiral, and Kizuru. At this time, the atmosphere in the office was extremely heavy. Everyone must be aware of the reason for calling everyone here this time. Sengoku, who was sitting in the main seat, had a serious look on his face. He pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and took the lead in breaking the dull atmosphere in the room. Akainu and Akiji and 3 Admiral did not speak. Garp, who has always been a bit unruly, put aside his joking attitude now and looked solemn. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he glanced at Admiral Kizuru. Although the specific details are not known yet, looking at Kizura's condition, it is clear that he did not get any advantage in Luo Xiu's hands. Naval Headquarters dispatches Marine Admiral. A manhunt that had never failed before. This time, IT actually failed. Kizuru, please explain the information you have obtained to everyone. Sengoku's beard hanging down to his chest trembled, and he turned his gaze to Kizuru. Kizuru nodded. After leaving Alabasta, he took Crocodile with him and hurried back to the Naval Headquarters. Because of the urgency of the matter, he didn't even have time to deal with his injuries. Bloodline, all mixed with mud, stuck to clothes. As everyone can see, this pursuit I failed. Kizuru let out a long breath. There was a hint of remorse in his voice. Although he usually likes to fish for soy sauce, but his identity is there, and the loss of Marine Admiral will undoubtedly cause a lot of damage to Marine Majesty. Luo Xiu's strength is far stronger than we imagined. Speed, strength, and self-healing ability have all reached the top level. As Smoker said before, in terms of speed, he is indeed not weaker than me. In terms of strength, he is even stronger than me. As for the self-healing ability, the same pervert. Sengoku and Garp frowned together. They knew that Luo Xiu had these abilities, but they knew that from Smoker's report. Now that it was said from Kizura's mouth, it was not the slightest bit heavy. This shows that Luo Xiu's strength is definitely at the top among Admiral. A strong man who combines speed, strength, and self-healing ability. He is a master of physical arts. Akainu intertwined the fingers of his hands. His face, which was hidden by his hat, showed no emotion and was gloomy. Not just those who were strong in taijutsu. Kizuru paused before continuing. In addition to these, Luo Xiu can also spray explosive flames. Kind of like the Mara fruit, combined with Sakazuki's ability of your lava fruit. He should still be demon fruit power. Everyone was shocked. Mara fruit, lava fruit. Can it spit out explosive flames? If you look at these words separately, you can understand them clearly. But when combined together, it becomes extremely weird. Sakazuki, are you sure? Sengoku asked. This matter is of great importance. Kizuru pointed to the injuries on his body, and the meaning was self-evident. The air became heavy again. Even those who are at the top of the world feel strange. Too strange. Being able to have the ability to elementalize means that he is demon fruit power. There is nothing wrong with that. But why.is he immune to sea stone? Smoker's report on Luo Xiu was still on the conference table. Sengoku feels that this involves a bit of his own knowledge blind spot. Demon fruit power will be limited by sea stone. This is something that the entire sea knows. For thousands of years, there has not been any special case. It has been fully confirmed in each powerful demon fruit power. But now this irrefutable fact seems to be broken because of the appearance of one person. Yes, demon fruit power is immune to sea stone's ability. Does that mean it is also not afraid of seawater? The two major conditions that restrict those with fruit abilities are in vain in front of Luo Xiu. Damn it, this matter is of great importance. It must not be spread out. Sengoku's face was shaken, thinking about the worst possibility. Demon fruit power, immune to sea stone and seawater. If this kind of breaking of the laws of the sea were known by the pirates of the Grand Line and New World, the consequences would be unimaginable. You know, among the 4 emperors, 3 of them are all devil fruit peak ability users. Akainu also thought of this. He slammed the table with anger and destruction in his voice. He must be brought to justice immediately. This guy who threatens Marine's justice will never be forgiven. Palyasolino failed. It's not that simple. Crane Vice Admiral, who had been silent until now, spoke now. No doubt. As Sengoku said, this matter is indeed very important. It is very likely that the balance currently maintained on the sea may be suddenly broken. But these are only one-sided reasoning. Is it possible to become demon fruit power? In fact, it happened exactly after Smoker failed. Crane Vice Admiral, as the resourceful general, quickly discovered the key information. Smoker's sea stone failed to attack Luo Xiu, and now Kizuru was injured by the ability. There was a period of time in between. Sengoku smiled helplessly. If this is the case, then if Luo Xiu gets the devil fruit and eats it in such a short period of time, he will be able to develop it to the point of hurting Admiral. What kind of talent does this have to be? Crane Vice Admiral's face paused, and he was unable to speak for a long time. It seems that this inference is even more terrifying. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into silence once again. Judging from the current situation, these are actually not the most important, Garp said with his arms folded in front of his chest. Although he is usually not serious, his long-term and sharp side will be revealed every time he encounters extremely important things. This is why Sengoku often invites him to discuss future plans. Everyone turned their attention to this marine hero who rarely spoke, but hit the mark every time. Don't forget, Luo Xiu is only one of the 8 demons. Garp pointed out the key points. That's it for one Luo Xiu, but what about the others? Compared with breaking the law of the sea, this kind of thing may happen in the future. The first thing to consider should not be other demons. After all, they are really threatening the balance of the sea. When everyone heard this, their expressions froze. Akiji frowned and exhaled a breath. At this moment, the air condensed into ice slag and fell on the table. The corners of Akainu's mouth twitched, and his arms were involuntarily turning into lava, dripping on the floor, and white mist emerged. Kizuru nodded, and Luo Xiu's last words came to mind involuntarily. That's the last thing I would add. I guess Luo Xiu suddenly appeared in East Blue, starting from killing the branch Colonel Mouse, and now appearing in Alabasta. It's all a conspiracy. First push out Luo Xiu to test the combat power of the naval headquarters members, and then other demons will be dispatched one by one. The target will most likely be Marineford. 46. Chapter 46 Block the News. Throw Crocodile to Impel Down. Kizuru finished speaking. There was a deathly silence in the marshal's office. Hooer. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the room. The target of the forces behind Luo Xiu will be Marineford. What a crazy idea. Anyone who hears such a thing on the sea will find it extremely ridiculous. After all, there are 3 admirals in the naval headquarters, as well as the marine hero Garp, who is stronger than the 3 admirals and Marshal Sengoku. And that's not counting those Marine Vice Admiral marine soldiers. With such a heavyweight overall combat power, even if any of the 4 Emperor's pirate groups came, they would be defeated. However, these powerful people here do not find it ridiculous. After all, Luo Xiu's strength alone was already faintly visible on Admiral. Not to mention there are 7 more. Everyone in the office felt a chill running down their spines when they thought of the forces hidden behind it, including more than one Admiral-level powerhouse. Damn it! Who were the forces behind Luo Xiu? Sengoku punched the table hard. The conference table shook violently. In this sea, apart from Marine and World Government, even the 4 Emperors Pirate Group will never have more than 2 Admiral-level combat capabilities. But there are 8 Demon Legions in total, which is more terrifying than the number at Marine headquarters. Where did it come from? Moreover, they are still hiding in the dark. Marine had no other valid information except what he learned from Luo Xiu himself. They felt that there was a pair of huge eyes spying on everything in the dark and then waiting for opportunities to move. Finally, a thunderous blow was delivered. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. It makes people feel like they're sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in the back, like a lump in the throat. Marshal, give the order. We must capture Luo Xiu. Whatever devil, if you dare to offend Marine's justice, you must be punished. Akainu couldn't bear it anymore and slammed his hand directly on the conference table. Akainu, the opponent has the strength of the Marine Admiral. Even if you go there, you won't be able to catch the terror, Sengoku said in a deep voice, signaling calmness. Then let them plan everything like this. And we are indifferent. Akainu's eyes flashed with anger. Of course not. Sengoku rubbed his sore eyebrows, and then he looked at Kizaru. Poor Salino, can we still continue to move? Kizaru nodded heavily. Okay. This little injury will heal in a few days. Although compared to the other 2, he relies more on fruit abilities and has poorer physical fitness. But that's also compared to Akainu and Akiji. As a Marine Admiral himself, how could his physical fitness be so bad? These injuries can heal completely in just a few days. Okay. Sengoku nodded. Luo Xiu's speed must be with Kizaru. Since 1 Marine Admiral is not enough, then send 2. Sakazuki, Kazan, you 2 go capture Luo Xiu. Akainu and Kizaru take over mission. Regarding Luo Xiu's bounty, we also need to adjust it, Garp said. Sengoku nodded. He understood what Garp meant. Defeating Shichibukai. If the 60 million bounty is still intact, it means there is no silver 300 liang here. Shichibukai's crocodile, have you brought it back? Sengoku asked. Kizaru nodded. Very good. As long as Shichibukai doesn't go out and spread the news, those big pirates won't know the details of the battle. Then they only have to deal with Luo Xiu for now. Then he paid 1 or 2 in his mind. Luo Xiu's bounty was finally determined. Increase Luo Xiu's bounty to 400 million. Defeating the Shichibukai crocodile, this amount is still reasonable. As for the battle between Luo Xiu and Marine Admiral, go to Alabasta to block the news. In addition, throw Crocodile into the Impel Down. The charge is that it is secretly detrimental to the participating countries. It damages the unity of the world government. His position needs to be replaced. World News Service. Inside the office, one was wearing a black top hat with a red and white feather on it, a light blue shirt, and a yellow bow tie. A birdman with a big beak, small eyes, white feathers, and a big tail is half lying on an office chair. He is the president of the World News Agency, Zoan Birdfruit, Albatross form ability user, Morgans. At this point, he was troubled, because there has been no breaking news in the sea for a long time. As a journalist with professional ethics, he controls the most important channels for obtaining information in the world, but he cannot dig out big news. This is something intolerable. He felt that people in this world had almost forgotten the existence of him as the news director. The arms that turned into bird wings half supported his head, staring at the ceiling. Morgans was thinking about how to dig out some revelations in the new world. At this time, an albatross suddenly flew in from the office window, interrupting Morgan's thoughts. Damn thing. If you don't discover anything big, I'll roast you and drink some wine later. Morgans frowned and looked at the albatross that fell on the table, with a very ugly expression on his face. There are many such albatross in the World News Agency. They are news artifacts that he personally cultivated, usually scattered around the world, responsible for collecting various information. This albatross flies in, no doubt about it. I got some useful news. But Morgans didn't have high expectations, because basically every day, Albatross flies in and uses some trivial nonsense to claim credit from him. When the Albatross heard what Morgan said, the bird's face showed panic and its wings flapped nonstop. Hurry up. Morgan's was a little impatient. I was already in a bad mood, but my thoughts were suddenly interrupted by this thing. The Albatross stopped and began chirping to report what he had seen. For others, it may not be possible to hear what the bird is saying. But for Birdman Morgans, it's no problem at all. As the Albatross sings out, the beak of the Morgan slowly opens wide, till the end, turned into guffaws. Snap! He slammed the table and jumped up, unable to contain the excitement on his face. Okay. A rookie pirate. Defeat Marine Admiral Kizaru. This news is so powerful. You are very good, Boyd. I will arrange a female albatross for you later as a reward. Go and relax for a few days. The albatross showed an anthropomorphic expression, grinned outwards, fluttered a few times, and flew out with satisfaction. The president of News of the World was left laughing wildly in the room. If this matter were published in the news, those New World guys would explode. 47. Chapter 47 Whitebeard Shock. After calming down a little, Morgans picked up the pen on the table and wrote the copy himself. Soon, an eloquent article appeared on the page. What name should I choose? Morgans held his chin and thought. For such breaking news, you have to think of a headline full of gimmicks. A rookie pirate resisted Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru and left in style. No, it's too lackluster. Morgan circled the bird's head and his eyes lit up. Shocking, East Blue's new pirate actually seriously injured Shichibukai Crocodile and then injured Marine Admiral Kizaru. The future fifth emperor is showing his talents for the first time. I wrote this string of words and condensed it a little bit. This news is complete. Looking at the masterpiece he was satisfied with, Morgans was very satisfied. No doubt, this news will make his reputation become famous. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone on the table and called the publisher. 2 days later, New World, the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. A huge pirate ship that looked like a whale was slowly moving forward on the sea. Moby Dick, Whitebeard pirate ship. On the deck of the ship, a burly man over 6 meters tall wearing a coat, with his chest exposed, was sitting on a huge sofa. A supremely sharp knife was stuck to one side. The iconic crescent-shaped white beard that curves upward indicates his identity. The strongest man in the world, one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. But at this time, his exposed body was covered with medical equipment, and bottles of potions were slowly flowing into his body. At this time, a brilliant blue flame appeared in mid-air. It was a blue phoenix. After passing through an arc, it revealed its true form and landed in front of Whitebeard. With a pineapple head on his head, he's the captain and ship's doctor of Team one of the Whitebeard pirates, Margao, the bird fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form ability user. Dad, a remarkable figure appeared on the sea. Margao held a newspaper full of ink in his hand, with visible excitement on his face. When Whitebeard heard this, his face moved slightly, and his lowered eyes opened. The powerful momentum is revealed. A slight wave of air spreads under your feet. The domineering aura, even if he doesn't show it deliberately, is still frightening. Oh, what kind of character? Can my son be moved like this? Whitebeard smiled and said with interest. The medicine jar hanging on the shelf made a clear and sweet collision sound as his body shook. Margao is the captain of the first team and already has the strength to approach the admiral of headquarters. The person who can be admired so much by him must have some abilities. This person's name is Luo Xiu. He is a rookie pirate who recently emerged from East Blue. When he first came to the Grand Line, the bounty on his head reached 400 million. Malgawi reports. Gulalala Luo Xiu. He's an interesting little guy. When I first came to the Grand Line, I got a bounty of 400 million. He must have defeated Crocodile and Shichibukai. Whitebeard laughed. Yesterday, he heard about Alabasta Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, seemed to have been defeated by a rookie pirate and was taken to Impel Down. This person seems to be named Luo Xiu. Margao, don't worry too much. It's nothing to defeat a Shichibukai. The Admiral of Headquarters is the goal you will surpass in the future. I believe you will be able to do it in the future. After all, you are my Whitebeard's son. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and said cheerfully, Shichibukai is said to be one of the 3 major powers of the sea alongside the 4 emperors. But in fact, in Whitebeard's eyes, it doesn't have much gold content. At least, Crocodile doesn't. Margao looked slightly stunned. It turns out that Dad already knows about Luo Xiu. But he didn't just defeat Shichibukai. Dad, this man also defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru. The expression showed that after injuring Kizaru, he left gracefully. This step beyond Admiral. He seems to have already done it. Oh, that I see. So I defeated a Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral Kizaru? Whitebeard didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when he realized what he was doing, he was shocked. A rookie pirate defeated the Marine Admiral and left in style under the nose of Kizaru, who is known for his speed. What's the situation? He reached out and took the newspaper from Malgao's hand. Whitebeard glanced over. The title at the top is extremely eye-catching. The strongest newcomer at sea, the future 5th Emperor of the New World, shows off his talents. And below. It is about Alabasta, a specific discussion report. The new pirate Rakyu, who appeared from East Blue, easily defeated Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, and then faced off against the Marine Admiral Kizaru, who came to capture him in a less than full state. During the battle, Luo Xiu's speed was almost the same as Kizaru's, and he had a terrifying self-healing ability. It was an unknown demon fruit power. The age is estimated to be around 20 years old. He used the fruit ability to injure Admiral Kizaru, and finally left without any damage, and left a message of looking forward to seeing you next time. The president boldly speculated that Luo Xiu probably didn't have enough fun in the fight, so he deliberately let Kizaru go. Looking at these dazzling handwritings, it seemed as if a real battle scene was appearing in Whitebeard's mind, comparable to Kizaru's speed, instant self-healing ability, and the ability to damage Admiral's fruit. Rao is the strongest man in the world. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. There really is an amazing guy on the sea. As one of the 4 emperors, he is truly the strongest person in the world. Even if he takes action in person now, he may not be able to take down a Marine Admiral without any damage in a one-on-one battle. The newcomer from East Blue, who is only about 20 years old, can already deal with Marine Admiral on his own and gain the upper hand. The sea? Is this going to change? Are you sure this news is true? At this time, 3rd Captain Brick Shijozi, a user with the Shining Fruit ability, asked suspiciously. After all, this matter is too outrageous. Defeating Marine Admiral, doesn't it mean that this person has nearly the combat power of 4 emperors just after joining East Blue? The newspaper is published by News of the World. That Birdman takes his credibility very seriously and will not cheat on it, Margao said. Even though some of the details may be exaggerated, the defeat of Kizaru is definitely true. In this case, those Marines will have a headache for a while. Josie felt a little gloating after hearing this. Those Marines stare at New World all day long, fearing that they will make any large-scale actions. Now that such a person has appeared, he can think of those guys at Naval Headquarters and what his reaction will be. Whitebeard crumpled a newspaper in his hand, narrowed his eyes and said, "A rookie pirate who defeated Marine Admiral. Marine actually only offered a bounty of 400 million. It's quite interesting." 48. Chapter 48, Red Hair and Hawk Eyes. The strongest newcomer. At the same time, New World. A small island. There are 2 figures, currently colliding fiercely. The aura of both of them was extremely powerful. The violent hockey was sweeping across all directions, and in their fierce collision, the boundless airwaves stirred up, blowing everything away and soaring straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous roars came out. The terrifying power made the entire island tremble, as if it would be unable to support itself at any time and sink. Clang. Immediately afterwards, the harsh sound of metal clashing broke out. Buzz. The clouds above the island were split in half by the bursting airwaves. The cloud waves on both sides rolled, and a huge crack appeared in the middle. At this moment, a figure came to the island with great speed. He had a slicked back hair, wore a black V-neck t-shirt, military green overalls, and black marten boots. He tied a flintlock rifle to his waist with a yellow belt and had a cigar in his mouth. Red Hair Pirates deputy leader, Ben Beckman. He only held a newspaper in his hand. Captain, something interesting happened on the sea. Clatter. A man with red hair, 3 scars on his left cheek, and an empty left sleeve fell in front of Beckman. He is the captain in Beckman's mouth, and he is also another man in 4 emperors' red-haired shanks. Beckman, don't you see I'm at war? What's the matter that needs to be reported so urgently? He just finished speaking. The other one has short black hair, a short beard, a cross knife hanging on his chest, and a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle. A man wearing a black hat with white fluff on his head, a black trench coat, white trousers, and black boots fell in front of Beckman. One of the Shichibukai, the most powerful swordsman in the world, Hawkeye. The kendo idol that Zoro chases. Beckman. It's not easy for me and Shanks to spar for once on this island. I was interrupted by you like this. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Hawkeye's words. He couldn't figure it out. What could be more important than competing with Shanks? Can we say no when we get back to the ship? Are you in such a hurry? Beckman listened and smiled. He didn't say much. One is his own captain, and the other is the captain's friend. What can be said? Then he raised the newspaper in his hand and said, "New news from the World News Agency. Marine Admiral Kizaru be defeated." Hearing this, both Hawkeye and Shanks were stunned. Marine Admiral Kizaru? He was defeated. This is indeed news that can shake the sea. Which 4 emperors did it? Big Moem, Kaido, or Whitebeard? Shanks asked. Marine Admiral Kizaru, one of the pinnacle combat powers of the sea. No doubt. Apart from the other 4 emperors, there is no one else in the entire sea who can defeat this kind of existence head-on. It seems that New World is not peaceful. Marine has already started to attack the 4 emperors. Hawkeye also said, "Neither." Beckman shook his head. "Neither. Who else could it be?" Shanks frowned. It couldn't be the Revolutionary Army. Beckman unfolded the newspaper and said bluntly, "The person who defeated Kizaru is named Luo Xiu. He is from East Blue and is a newcomer to the Grand Line. In Alabasta, after defeating Crocodile, he defeated Admiral Kizaru and finally escaped with his whole body." Hawkeye and Shanks were both stunned. It's him. Yesterday they heard about this man named Luo Xiu. But didn't he defeat Crocodile in Alabasta? Why now? News comes out that Marine Admiral Kizaru was defeated by him. Almost at the same time, Hawkeye and Shanks looked at the newspaper. Yes. When reading the above content, even Shanks couldn't help but take a breath. The content recorded above described Luo Xiu as being too powerful, with almost no weaknesses. Speed, strength, self-healing ability, and fruit power. But this is just a newcomer, only about 20 years old. Such a rookie pirate was able to defeat Marine Admiral. Shanks couldn't accept it. In a trance, he thought of the boy he was very optimistic about and gave him a straw hat himself. I couldn't help but compare the two people. The results are clear. It seems there is still a lot to be desired. Luo Xiu. I didn't expect that East Blue, which has always been weak, would have such a terrifying newcomer. A glimmer of light flashed in Eagle Eye's sharp eyes. When Luo Xiu knew about Crocodile's defeat, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, although he is one of the Shichibukai, he is much stronger than Crocodile. Crocodile doesn't get his approval at all. But defeating Marine Admiral Kizaru was completely different, because even he would never be able to do this. 400 million bounty? At this time, Shanks suddenly discovered the blind spot and said in disbelief, "A person who defeated Marine Admiral head-on, Naval Headquarters actually only gave him a bounty of 400 million. It is completely unequal to Luo Xiu's strength. Could it be that Marine is deliberately lowering Luo Xiu's bounty? There is something very strange here. This Luo Xiu is definitely not just as simple as showing great strength. Maybe there are other secrets hidden behind him," the red-haired man said solemnly. "During this period, pay attention to the movements of Naval Headquarters. There are also traces of Luo Xiu. I always feel like something big is going to happen in the future," red-haired Shanks said with a serious look on his face. "Do not know why." Suddenly, there was a new pirate on the sea who was as powerful as Admiral, and he always felt a little uneasy. The situation in the sea, which was originally stable, seems likely to be broken. 49. Chapter 49, Broken Dow Heart. What's going on with Alabasta? East Blue, Logue Town. Headquarters Colonel Smoker's office. Smoker had almost recovered from the injuries caused by Luo Xiu after this period of recuperation. But at this moment, he was in an extremely bad mood, because he learned that Luo Xiu actually left East Blue and entered the Grand Line after defeating him. And also in Alabasta, defeating Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. Smoker was very angry about this, because after Luo Xiu left East Blue, it meant that as the colonel of the headquarters in East Blue, it would be difficult to arrest him again. It is even less possible to wash away the previous shame. Being defeated by Luo Xiu and hammered to the ground will become an indelible stain in life. Hateful. Even if you go to the Grand Line and defeat Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, so what? One day, I will surpass you. Smoker's face turned pale, he slammed a table, and the cigar in his mouth shook. Although he was defeated by Luo Xiu, in his heart, he did not think Luo Xiu was invincible. As long as he works hard and trains hard, Smoker believes that one day his strength will increase greatly, and then he will beat Luo Xiu to the ground in the grand rout. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Smoker lowered his expression. Tashigi walked in with long legs, holding a newspaper published by World News Service in his hand. How? Is there any news about Luo Xiu? Smoker asked when he saw Tashigi coming in. Since being defeated, he has paid special attention to the news about Luo Xiu. One day it would be convenient for him to take revenge and arrest him himself. Yes, Colonel. It's the news about Luo Xiu in Alabasta. Tashigi nodded. Tell me about it. Hearing this, Smoker's face improved. The latest news from World News Press. After Luo Xiu defeated Crocodile, he defeated his headquarters Admiral Kazuru in an invincible state and finally evacuated safely. What? Smoker stood up from his chair in shock. What did you say? Roxiu defeated Kazuru, Admiral. Tashigi was startled by Smoker's reaction and nodded weakly. Then, she put the newspaper in her hand in front of Smoker. The latter looked at the content above and swallowed. The shining big words on the title shocked Smoker's fragile heart like crazy. Defeated Kazuru, Admiral. Smoker muttered, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were dull, and he sat slumped in the chair. Flick. In a trance. It seemed like something suddenly broke. Smoker's heart. At this moment, the ground is broken. Alabasta. It was a lively scene. Citizens used various tools to build this post-war city. Although the process was very difficult, people's faces were filled with happy smiles at this time. Because after Luo Xiu defeated Crocodile in the royal city, the conspiracy behind the Baroque cooperative gradually came to light. People all understood that the reason why it didn't rain for 3 years was not because the king secretly used rain-inducing agents, but because Crocodile, the so-called hero of the people, was secretly planning everything. The purpose is to cause them to have internal strife and seize the king's power. After Marine sent Crocodile to Impel Down, the rebels who were originally incompatible with each other also put down their weapons. After a long-lasting, heavy downpour, everything goes back to before Crocodile came to Alabasta. The kingdom, which had been experiencing rebellion for a long time, returned to peace. The only difference is, there is a pirate named Luo Xiu who is often talked about in the royal city. Alabasta, inside the royal palace. Princess room. Wei Wei sat on the edge of the bed, puffing out her cheeks, dragging her chin with one hand, and a sad look on her face. Where did Luo Xiu go? She muttered. For more than 2 days after leaving Kazara that day, Luo Xiu never appeared again. The 3 devil fruits promised did not come to collect them. This made her think inwardly. Because according to what Luo Xiu said at the beginning, after defeating Crocodile and resolving the kingdom's crisis, he would get the reward in the palace. But now there is no news from the palace. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and King Alabasta walked in. Father, is there any news about Luo Xiu? Wei Wei's eyes lit up when she saw her father coming, and she asked. King Alabasta shook his head, and then took out a newspaper from his pocket. Marine has launched a wanted search for Luo Xiu. The bounty is 400 million. A flash of disappointment flashed in Wei Wei's eyes. There's a bounty of 400 million, she murmured, her tone heavy with self-blame. If Luo Xiu hadn't gone against Crocodile in order to resolve the crisis in the kingdom, he wouldn't have faced off against Admiral Kazuru, and naturally there wouldn't have been a bounty of 400 million. Although it was a fair deal at the time of the negotiation, in Wei Wei's opinion, the fact that Luo Xiu could restore peace to the country was more valuable than anything else. Do not worry. He has strength comparable to Admiral. It'll be okay. King Alabasta certainly knew what his daughter was thinking, and said with a smile. While talking, He took out a box from behind and handed it to Wei Wei. Here are 3 devil fruits. When the time comes, it's up to you to hand it over to him. Wei Wei was stunned. Father, I am not a person who does not keep his word. Since you have agreed on 3 devil fruits as a price, you will naturally give it to him. King Alabastus said. Just one Shichibukai would overwhelm the entire country, let alone a figure whose strength surpassed that of Marine Admiral. No matter which one is heavy or which one is light, you can still carry it clearly. Besides, doing this can help Wei Wei build a good relationship with that person, right? Marine has been inquiring about Luo Xiu lately. About the agreement with Luo Xiu. Don't tell anyone. King Alabastus said a few words after touching Wei Wei's head. Nodding slightly, he put the box away. Father, I know. At the same time, in an unknown sea area, the sun hangs high in the sky, shining dots of light, and the silver light is reflected on the sea. Whoosh! At the convergence of tributaries, the seawater flows slowly under the influence of high potential difference. Some dead trees and leaves float into the sea with the flowing water. Among these dead trees, if you look carefully, you can find a sleeping man mixed in the trees, drifting with the current. He has black hair and black eyes, the windbreaker he is wearing is a little faded, and his face is peaceful. It was in the New World that the most powerful pirate was rumored to be Luo Xiu. At the same time, on the other side, there was a small sailboat slowly wandering in this area. 50. Chapter 50 Nami appears. Luffy Pirates. On the bow of the boat stood a young and beautiful girl with playful short hair, wearing a mini skirt and a short-sleeve vest. It goes out to sea from East Blue, passes through the Twin Gorges, and comes to Nami on the Grand Route. After Luo Xiu left Kokoja village and the dragon pirates were destroyed, she used the Baileys she had saved over the years to build a sailing ship and decided to fulfill her dream, to draw what she saw with her own eyes, a world map. Several months have passed since departure. Although he encountered many twists and turns along the way, he relied on his experience as the captain of the dragon pirates and his superb navigation skills to successfully resolve the crisis and sail on the first half of the Great Route. The weather is so nice today, Nami said with emotion as he stretched out, feeling the sea breeze blowing in his face. I wonder where Luo Xiu is now? She smoothed her hair and thought to herself. The scene where Luo Xiu destroyed the dragon pirates still comes to mind from time to time. The decision to go to sea now was not only to fulfill my childhood wish, but also to have another wish, which was to meet Luo Xiu. However, she didn't have much expectations for this. After all, the Grand Route is so big and Luo Xiu has always been elusive, so it is very difficult to see it. First draw the map you see. Putting these thoughts aside, Nami shook his head. He took out a pen and a piece of paper from the slightly raised wave on his chest. His eyes surveyed the surrounding environment, and the tip of his pen rustled to record everything he saw. Huh. Nami's eyes suddenly paused and the tip of his pen stopped. His smart eyes looked at the mixed wood in front of him on the left, and he blinked. There seemed to be a person floating inside. Nami frowned. Da-da-da. Walking to the rudder, she stuffed the pen and paper back, then controlled the boat to move over with both hands. Next moment, when seeing a person's face clearly, Nami's eyes widened immediately. His face was full of disbelief. This is Luo Xiu. How so? There was a thud. Nami's heart suddenly hit rock bottom, and at the same time, an extremely bad guess emerged in her mind. Thump. There was no time to worry about anything else. Nami jumped into the sea and struggled to pull Luo Xiu from the sea onto the board of the ship. Looking at Luo Xiu lying on the deck, Nami felt as if her heart was being pulled tightly, as if something important was about to be lost, and her breathing became rapid. Luo Xiu, nothing will happen, Nami murmured. Gathering up the courage, she stretched out her hand tremblingly and sniffed Luo Xiu's lips. Huh. The warm touch on his fingers made Nami gasp, and her hanging heart finally dropped. There's also a breath, indicating that Luo Xiu is not the worst outcome. But soon, the tears in her eyes burst out unconsciously. No doubt, Luo Xiu must have become like this because he was wanted by the Marines for killing Colonel Mouse and was besieged by the Marines on the Grand Line. Otherwise, with Luo Xiu's strength, how could he appear here? Don't worry, you will definitely wake up. Nami wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes becoming firm. Time flies so fast and one day passes in the blink of an eye. The weather today is still cloudless and sunny. The sea reflected the blue sky, and everything seemed extremely calm. On Nami's pirate ship, Luo Xiu was lying calmly inside the boathouse, and Nami was sitting beside him with a sad look on his face. She was in a bad mood at the moment, because after a day of hard work, he used various methods to try to wake Luo Xiu up, but in the end it had no effect. If it weren't for the fact that he was still breathing steadily, she would have really thought that Luo Xiu had lost all signs of life. And there's something very strange about it. Luo Xiu didn't have any scars on his body, and there was no sign of serious injury, but he just fell into a deep sleep, and he couldn't find out the reason at all. I need to find a doctor. After sitting blankly for a long time, Nami sighed and finally made this decision. Although he is good at navigation and can cure diseases and save people, he still lacks experience. Thinking of this, Nami settled down with Luo Xiu, walked out of the room to the deck, took out the recording pointer, and prepared to look for the nearest island or some passing pirate ships. At this moment, Luo Xiu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moved his eyebrows. Meanwhile, on the other side, a pirate ship several times larger than the Nami pirate ship, with a sheep's head in the bow and an orange grove on the deck, was sailing on the sea. The iconic flag depicts a skull with a straw hat. It is the Straw Hat Pirates' pirate ship, the Advance Mary. From a distance, you can hear two people arguing on the deck. Green algae head, eat my kick. Smelly cook, I don't have time to play with you. You dare to call me a stinky cook? Erotic cook, lustful kappa. On the deck, Zoro was exercising with huge dumbbells and complained angrily to Sanji next to him. This Sanji has no business all day long and always likes to interrupt his exercise. He has endured it for a long time. Sanji whirred angrily, raised his leg and kicked him. Zoro saw this and turned slightly to one side to avoid the attack. On one side, Usopp held a telescope in his hand and stood on the side of the ship, looking into the distance. Chopper was pruning branches in the orange grove. They were already used to Zoro and Sanji's frequent quarrels. Captain Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat, sat on the bow of the ship, looked at the two people who were arguing, and burped. The food Sanji cooked today tastes really delicious. Captain, someone is waving to us in front. Looks like a female pirate. At this time, Usopp, who was observing the navigation situation, suddenly shouted. When Luffy heard this, he jumped off the bow with a whoosh, a big smile on his face. Let me see. But not before he came to Usopp. Sanji, who had been arguing with Zoro just now, immediately flashed when he heard that there was a female pirate. She took the telescope from Usopp's hand very smoothly. Look which noble woman it is. From his round frame, a young and beautiful woman with short hair was waving to him. The moment he saw his face clearly, suddenly, Sanji's eyes turned into heart shapes, and his heart almost jumped out of his suit. Captain, pull the ship over quickly. I'm sure. That's a beautiful and elegant lady. On the other side, on a raft simply made of trees, a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance, thick hair on his body, and a burly build, crossed his arms on his chest and laughed. Thief, Badgers, speed up. Straw Hat must be in this sea area. If we catch him, we can negotiate terms with the damn Marine. 51. Chapter 51, Blackbeard Pirates. Nami stood on the bow and waved his hands towards the Straw Hat pirate ship. If it were during normal sailing, it would be absolutely impossible for her to take the initiative to say hello to other pirate ships, let alone expose herself. After all, this is the Grand Line, and most pirates are cruel. If you're targeted by a pirate group with evil intentions, you will lose more than you gain. But for Luo Xiu, Nami decided to take a risk. Bailey paid accordingly, hoping to find a ship's doctor with great medical skills on the ship, or get some medicine. After a while, the melee came closer. Captain Luffy was the first to bear the brunt and greeted Nami with a signature smile on his face. Hello, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. He is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Other crew members came over one after another. Nami glanced at the crew members. He seemed to be not a vicious person, but rather easy to talk to. The worries in my heart were finally relieved. Hello, my name is Nami. A brief introduction. Just when Nami was about to explain her request, suddenly, the originally calm sea surface was shaken. Her little pirate ship shook violently. At the same time, a raft was speeding across the sea at extremely fast speeds. Buzz. The raft jumped up, traced a trajectory in the air, and landed next to the melee with a bang. There was a huge splash of water. Thief, finally found you. Straw Hat Luffy. The leading man laughed loudly, and the two missing front teeth in his mouth shone with an eerie light. Blackbeard, Marshal Teach, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirate ship, because he murdered the 4th Division captain within the pirate group and captured the Dark Fruit, has been on the run. And beside him, there were 4 subordinates. Wearing a black top hat, dressed as a dramatic character, and holding a cane in his hand, he's the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, Lafayette, an extremely burly man with long purple hair, wearing a gold belt of a fighting champion, is the guy in charge of this rowing Giza's Bajis. The other 2 are Poison Q and Fan Oka. With playful smiles on their faces, several people looked at the Straw Hat Pirates and others, and Nami on the boat. It's you. Why did you chase me here? Luffy still didn't know what was going on, and his big eyes were full of innocent doubts. They had met Blackbeard before at the door of Guy's Tavern. There was almost a conflict at that time. However, he didn't know who the person in front of him was. I don't even know why I'm catching up again. Of course I'm here to catch you. Is it to reminisce about old times? Blackbeard opened his arms and said with a smile, prepare to be my stepping stone to become a Shichibukai. When he was in the tavern, he didn't know Luffy's identity. It was later discovered that the boy wearing a straw hat was actually a pirate for whom Marine had a bounty on his head, and the reward was quite large. In order to take Crocodile's place, he decided to capture him and send him to the naval headquarters, thus becoming Shichibukai and ending his escape career. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of me, of course I will not miss it again. A pirate group that has yet to become a reality. Although at this age, there is a bounty of nearly 100 million. Not bad indeed. But he is still far from the Luo Xiu who shocked the entire New World. It's not like holding it in hand. Captain, what should I do with that person? At this time, Oka pointed to Nami aside and asked, catch them together. Seeing our whereabouts, we can't let her go like this. Blackbeard's eyes flashed coldly, and he smiled. Then he looked at Luffy and stopped talking nonsense. Get them. Quick victory. The words fell. Blackbeard raised his voice fiercely. The powerful momentum was revealed instantly. The seawater around the raft was shaken and splashed violently. How could a man who could leave a scar on a red-haired eye and defeat Ace head-on be any less powerful? Even if he is alone, he can take down the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Not to mention a crew of 4. Little devils, why don't you just surrender on your own? The life of Impel Down is very suitable for retirement. Giving lessons to so-called geniuses is my favorite. The other 4 crew members no longer try to hide it, looking playful. In their eyes, these newcomers posed no threat at all. It was a done deal that they were thrown into Impel Down. Next moment, the Blackbeard pirates swarmed up, attacked the Straw Hat Pirates. At the same time, Luffy and others all entered combat mode. Shichibukai, stepping stone, Marine. These words go together. No matter how stupid he is, he still understands that the other party has bad intentions and is planning to catch him and give it to Marine. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Yidao, lion sing. Devil's wind kick, level 1 minced meat. Must kill gunpowder star. Weight enhanced humanoid. The 5 people immediately use their special skills. Expand to attack, in which Luffy and Blackbeard fight together. The remaining 4 people met one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Violent explosions were heard one after another in this calm sea area. The sound of cracking wood chips and the crashing of waves, accompanied by the collision of human figures, was deafening and filled into the eardrums. Fire lights splashed out and powerful airwaves swept in all directions. Not a moment. The 2 sides exchanged more than a dozen moves. Just like Blackbeard believes, the overall strength of the Straw Hat Pirates at this time is completely out of proportion to them. It can be said that it is pinched with both hands. As the battle continues, the decline of the Straw Hat Pirates becomes more and more obvious. First, Chopper was knocked back first, and then Usopp was the second. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were still holding on. However, it can only be sustained. Dark Fruit's ability, coupled with powerful physical skills. In Blackbeard's hands, they couldn't get any advantage. You are too young. Blackbeard laughed after knocking down Luffy again. Nami looked at the people struggling together. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he swallowed. A strong sense of crisis emerged in my heart. Go quickly. Get out of here quickly. The strength of these people is simply beyond what I can handle. Thinking of this, Nami quickly came to the rudder position, controlled the ship, and drove rapidly in the opposite direction. Blackbeard, who turned on observation haki, glanced at Nami, who wanted to run, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wanna run? What a naughty little girl. Next moment, he pressed his palm into the sea water. Dark acupoint. Suddenly, with the palm as the center, the seawater dyed black quickly spread to the surroundings, passing to Nami's position. Just when Blackbeard thought everything was about to end. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking sensation, and the spreading black energy stopped instantly. Teach, you are dismissed. 52. Chapter 52, Scare Off Blackbeard. This is what fame does. The sudden scene caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Following the sound, they all looked at Nami's ship. In their sight, a man with a tall figure and extraordinary temperament was standing on the bow of the ship. A pair of dark eyes seemed to hide an abyss. Thief, where did you come from, kid? The newcomers coming to the Grand Line are really getting more and more excited now. Hearing that there seemed to be experts, Blackbeard's movement slowed down a bit. But when he saw the person coming, who looked not much older than Luffy, he couldn't help but laugh. Although this person looks a bit familiar, he doesn't come here to mess with everyone. He is Blackbeard, the former captain of the second team of the Four Emperors Whitebeard Pirates. Even the red-haired Shanks of the Four Emperors, who is now at the top of the world, has been left with his own mark on his face. After winning the Dark Fruit, his strength has greatly increased. As long as the Admiral force doesn't come here, he is not afraid of anyone. Now a kid appears out of nowhere. He actually called himself by his first name. And let yourself go. It's simply laughable. Without any hesitation, Blackbeard's momentum suddenly increased. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. For such an arrogant newcomer, verbal ridicule is meaningless. He must be given a little shock. Dark water. The words fell. Suddenly, a violent aura took shape around Blackbeard. With Blackbeard as the center point, the surrounding seawater instantly turned into a thick black. When the powerful fruit ability is exerted, anything that black water touches will lose its ability. Luo Xiu looked at Blackbeard calmly and raised his arms. A huge fireball appears. Buzz. It escapes the palm of your hand in the blink of an eye, hitting Blackbeard. Hey, you're a fruit user. Blackbeard looked at Luo Xiu's attack methods and was not surprised but happy. His dark fruit is best restricted to those with fruit abilities. As long as an Esper is covered by black water, the opponent's devil fruit ability will be disabled, and it can also absorb fruit attacks. Deprivation becomes its own fruit. Kid, your fruit will be mine. Blackbeard laughed. At the same time, the palm became pitch black, as if there was a black hole attached to the palm. Boom. The exploding fireball came over in an instant. When the fireball is about to fall, Blackbeard's expression that had been laughing wildly just now suddenly stopped on his cheeks. Danger. A severe sense of crisis suddenly emerged in my mind for some unknown reason. A chill ran down my spine. Biological instinct told him, if he catches the fireball like this, he might not die. The moment this idea arose, without any hesitation, Blackbeard's body exploded back, and at the same time, an arm formed from dark water hit the exploding fireball. There was a bang. Amidst the explosion, flames filled the sky. The energy poured out caused ripples. The seawater was evaporated under the intense high temperature, and white mist emerged, gathering in midair, blocking the view. Damn it! What's going on? After the water mist cleared, Blackbeard looked at his clothes that were blown to pieces in shock. There are also fruit abilities that fail on their own. There was a sense of fear in my heart for no reason. If he hadn't reacted in time just now, judging from the terrifying energy sputtering, he would really have died. Kid, I'm going to kill you. After the fear, there was anger. The corners of Blackbeard's eyes twitched fiercely. I actually almost broke a kid's body. What a shame. Although he didn't know what methods the other party used, he didn't think that his strength would be lost to the other party. Just now I was just a little careless and underestimated the enemy. Think so. As soon as his momentum sank, he was about to attack again. Ship captain, wait a minute, he seems to be that Luo Xiu. At this time, Oka on the side finally recognized this person. His voice was trembling, and he whispered to Blackbeard. It doesn't matter whether he is Luo Xiu or Shura, he must pay the price today. With this strength, he must be a pirate with a good bounty, if he is handed over to Hai. Wait, what did you say? Is it that Luo Xiu? At the beginning, Blackbeard was indifferent. A guy who had never heard of it was nothing. But when he reacted, his expression suddenly changed. Cold sweat broke out crazily on his forehead. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Turning to look at his men, a crumpled poster unfolded, and the content came into view. The dazzling title, and the face that looks a bit familiar. This is not the Luo Xiu who defeated Marine Admiral Kizaru, the strongest newcomer in the sea, and the future 5th Emperor. Who else could he be? Yes. Blackbeard was covered in cold sweat. He felt as if his heart was being pinched, and his whole body was tense. There are 10,000 words to complain about in my heart. This is beyond Admiral's combat power, and it's a fart. Why would such a guy appear here, and why would he be hit by him? Swallowed hard. The arrogance just now disappeared without a trace. There is only one thought in his mind now. Run. Capturing Luffy in exchange for Shichibukai's position is bullshit. Against a monster like Luo Xiu, he would definitely be the one caught. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. It's important to save your life. Run. Thinking of this, Blackbeard suddenly shouted, I don't care about face or not at all. Matador Badgers, who was in charge of rowing the boat, and the other 3 crew members were already ready. After they learned Luo Xiu's identity, like Blackbeard, they had no desire to fight. After hearing the boss's order, Badgers controlled the wooden oar with his arm, and madness surged in the sea water. Several people who didn't usually row also joined in, fearing that if they rowed too slowly, Luo Xiu would directly strangle them. A few breaths. The Blackbeard pirate ship disappeared in front of everyone like a sharp arrow shot from the sea. The faster it comes, the faster it goes. Fleeing in embarrassment on the sea, Luo Xiu looked at the leaving Blackbeard pirates and sighed, what a pity. Now he had just woken up and his body was still in a weak stage. Just now he used the power of the 4th dragon talisman to strike with all his strength, aiming to kill Blackbeard. Because he knows Blackbeard's arrogance, and he will definitely use his fruit power to counter his attacks. But the other party suddenly reacted. The guy who can stir up the whole ocean and later become the 4 emperors is really not an easy person. You are that Luo Xiu. At this time, Luffy and others also recognized it. He and Usopp screamed immediately, their eyes bulging out in shock. Luffy's body was limp and twisted, and Usopp held his face in his hands, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Zoro and Sanji couldn't help but swallow their saliva, feeling stressed out. The person who couldn't defeat him despite all his efforts actually ran away without looking back after hearing Luo Xiu's name. What is a strong person? This is the real strong man. Just one name can scare people away. Only then did Luo Xiu notice Luffy and the others, and he frowned and was a little surprised. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Luo Xiu, newcomer from East Blue. 53. Chapter 53. Damn it, I am a man who wants to be on top of the world. Hey. That's right, you are really a newcomer to East Blue, and you can actually defeat Admiral Kizaru. No wonder you can scare them away. Luffy's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his single-cell brain immediately went into chaos. Although he has always talked about wanting to be the Pirate King, he also knows that his current strength is just that of a rookie. Admiral's strength is like a daunting mountain to him now, let alone someone who can defeat Admiral. Luo Xiu smiled when he heard this. He then glanced at Nami. Because of his appearance, the world line in the original work was indeed changed. Nami, who was supposed to be a member of the Luffy Pirates, just met them this time. In this regard, Luo Xiu could only shake his head helplessly. Things are always changing. No one can control its future direction or what it will become. Look, your ship has been destroyed. How about taking our ship first? Luffy's voice sounded again. While speaking, he pointed to the boat at Luo Xiu's feet. Because of the battle just now, the deck of this ship, which was not very strong, had begun to leak water. If this momentum continues, there is a possibility of sinking at any time. Nami, I'm sorry. Luo Xiu realized that the explosion range of his attack was a bit too large, turned to look at Nami, and said apologetically. At this time, Nami had tears in her eyes. If Luo Xiu wakes up, what does a ship mean? Long time no see, Nami said with red eyes and wiped the corners of her eyes. Luo Xiu patted Nami on the shoulder and gave her a hug without saying much. Although he didn't wake up, he could still sense some of what Nami did during his coma. There are thousands of words, but silence is golden. At this time, silence is better than sound. Luo Xiu looked at Luffy and others. Thank you very much. My current state does require some time to cultivate. The Luffy pirates are a good choice for the time being. After a fierce battle with Kizaru and a period of coma, the spell began to work secretly. He could clearly feel that the fusion between the spells was getting higher and higher. The Tiger Talisman is about to awaken soon. After restoring your strength to its peak, you can leave the Straw Hat Pirates, go to Alabasta, collect the reward of 3 devil fruits, and then proceed with the next step of your plan. Challenge the New World 4 Emperors, claim bounty leadership points, and awaken the mask. According to Luo Xiu's estimation, it should not take more than 3 days for him to regain his full strength. At the same time, Blackbeard and the others, who fled from Luo Xiu's hand at high speed, rode 30 miles in one breath without looking back. After confirming that Luo Xiu was not catching up, they slowed down and finally went with the flow. The leader, Blackbeard, was lying sprawled on the raft, breathing heavily. He felt like he was walking through hell, and his whole back was wet with cold sweat. Damn it! Why did you meet Luo Xiu? Echoing the scene just now, Luo Xiu released explosive flames that ignored Dark Fruit's ability, and he felt his head buzzing. This is the first time since he got the Dark Fruit that it has become deflated and the fruit's abilities have lost its function. This feeling is really uncomfortable. And Luo Xiu hasn't used Pervert's speed and strength yet. Blackbeard felt that if Luo Xiu really wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to escape with Kizaru's speed. Thinking of this, Blackbeard couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, it seemed that in Luo Xiu's eyes, he was just a minor character. They were too lazy to catch up and take action. Depend on. Suddenly. Think of this. Blackbeard glared. Damn it. Why should I feel happy about this? I'm Blackbeard, the man who will lead this era in the future and be on top of the world. To be looked down upon by a rookie guy. Boom. Blackbeard thought that he was not worthy of being chased by Luo Xiu. A punch hit the raft. The incompetence and rage are vividly displayed. Luo Xiu, I will definitely let you see it. I, Blackbeard, am a man worthy of leaving a name in the world. Blackbeard sat up suddenly and swore to God. The panting crew members next to them looked at their captain in confusion. I feel unclear. This was the first time they saw their boss like this. Could it be that Luo Xiu was so frightened that something happened? Captain, are you okay? Bulger asked timidly. The Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral's phone number is with you, right? Blackbeard calmed down and asked directly. Bulger nodded and took out the phone book. Captain, what do you want this for? We didn't catch any pirates. Blackbeard sneered. Isn't the Marine Headquarters looking for Luo Xiu recently? Compared to catching a few little pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, I think they are more interested in Luo Xiu's position. Marine Headquarters. In the Marshal's office. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and a newspaper in his hand was crushed to pieces by him. From the information remaining in the fragments, it can be seen that what he was holding at this time was the news published by the World News Agency. Damn Birdman Morgans. I must end his bullshit news agency. Sengoku's beard trembled, extremely angry. About Luo Xiu defeating and injuring Kizaru Admiral in Alabasta. They spent a lot of manpower and material resources in the past few days to finally suppress this matter. No one in the New World would know that there is a newcomer named Luo Xiu who has Admiral-level combat power and is also carrying a secret. All they knew was that this man was pretty good and had defeated Shichibukai Crocodile. But this damn news of the world. But he openly announced everything without any discussion with them. Let everything they did in advance be in vain. Now Luo Xiu's name is making a fuss in the New World. There are speculations about Luo Xiu's identity everywhere. As a result, the originally planned secret arrest plan encountered huge obstacles. In particular, The 400 million bounty set has had a huge negative impact. After all, everyone can see it. A pirate whose strength exceeds the admiral level. If there aren't billions, that's all Marine doing it on purpose. Sighing heavily, Sengoku sat back down. Bulu, 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 Bulu. At this moment, the phone on the desktop suddenly rang. He reached out to pick it up and calm down his emotions. This is the Marine headquarters. I'm Sengoku. 54. Chapter 54 above is Sky Island. Two Marine Admirals. As soon as the phone was picked up, the voice of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral came from the other end. Marshal Sengoku. Traces of the Straw Hat Pirates were found in the Grand Line. Sengoku frowned, a little unhappy. Straw Hat Pirates? It seems the captain's name is Luffy. He must be a newcomer who has been in the limelight recently. Some time ago, at the beginning of East Blue and the Grand Line, I did something that damaged the prestige of Marine. Although the opponent's strength is not bad. But for a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million, is it necessary to call Naval Headquarters? It's because the Vice Admiral's vision has become lower, or he feels that he has been too idle during this time. Do you really think that you, like Garp, have nothing to do all day long? But soon, another voice came from the other side, with a tone of panic. Marshal, except for the Straw Hat Pirates. We also found Luo Xiu, who had been missing for several days. What? Sengoku's face was suddenly startled when he heard Luo Xiu's name. The slight displeasure he felt just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. This is what he wants to know. Are you sure you saw Luo Xiu in the waters under your jurisdiction? Yes, Marshal. Yes. Sengoku's heart tightened. This news was so important. Sakazuki and Porisolino were chasing Luo Xiu. They had tried their best these past few days but could not find Luo Xiu. After leaving Alabasta, this guy seemed to have disappeared from the world and appears in the first half of the Grand Line. It means he hasn't gone to the New World yet. This is definitely good news. Has your branch fought against Luo Xiu? Sengoku asked. No, Marshal. That's good, Sengoku said slowly. This news was reported by Blackbeard Teach. They bumped into Luo Xiu. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral on the other side continued. Blackbeard Teach. Sengoku frowned upon hearing the name. I remembered such a person. He seems to be the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now on the run. It seems that this guy has always wanted to be a Shichibukai. It seems that Blackbeard wants to use Luo Xiu's information in exchange for Shichibukai's qualifications. Sengoku doesn't care at all. As long as the news about Luo Xiu is true, one Shichibukai means nothing. Anyway, the position of Shichibukai happens to be vacant now. Keep in touch with Blackbeard. If you meet Luo Xiu, remember not to have a head-on conflict. Report everything to the headquarters first. Sengoku said a few final words before hanging up the phone. Then, he immediately took out a phone book. Straw Hat Pirates. Mary. After retreating from the Blackbeard Pirates, Luo Xiu and Nami temporarily stayed here because their ship was destroyed. At this time, on the sheep's head of the ship, Luo Xiu sat cross-legged on the seat that originally belonged to Luffy. His eyes were looking towards the vast sea ahead, and the salty sea breeze was blowing his hair. At this moment, I felt extremely peaceful. After this period of cultivation, his strength has almost recovered to the 3rd level. The internal injuries caused by the conflict of spell abilities in the body are also gradually healing. The most obvious thing is that Luo Xiu's face is no longer as pale as when he woke up, but has become much rosier. Luo Xiu, look at my sword skills. At this time, on the deck of the ship, Zoro held up the autumn water in his hand and shouted to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu turned around and smiled. Try it. During this time on the ship, Zoro, who had always loved exercising and hated being disturbed by others, I often take the initiative to discuss with him. Besides him, of course, there's Luffy. Although each time, they were undoubtedly repulsed. But their unconvinced temperament is very determined. Where you fall, you get up. In this regard, Luo Xiu usually plays with him, treating it as a little distraction in daily life. Call out. Hearing this, Zoro used his arm holding the 21 black sword, the big sharp sword, to exert force. The figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Next moment, appearing behind Luo Xiu, autumn water fell from his hand. Luo Xiu didn't even look at it. Raise your arm, stretch out 2 fingers, and clamp the blade. The offensive was immediately neutralized. It's still too slow. Zoro's eyes twitched when he saw that his attack was so easily neutralized. The gap is too big. Even Luo Xiu's body couldn't be touched. This is the strength of Dahai's strongest newcomer. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he persevered, one day he would be able to grow to the level that Luo Xiu was now. Hee. Look at my ball-arm gun. Luffy, who was on the deck, saw this scene and showed his white teeth, ready to move. With such a strong man on board, the opportunity for discussion is rare. It is a good way to increase your strength. The words fell. A huge fist hit Luo Xiu. Boom. The whole ship shook. Luo Xiu's figure jumped up easily before the attack came, and then fell down. There wasn't even ashes on him. The strength of the 3rd level is more than enough to deal with him casually. I really can't understand these 2 guys. Luo Xiu's strength surpassed that of Admiral. Sanji in the Orange Garden curled his lips and said he didn't understand when he saw the outrageous actions of the 2 people. What's so boring about spending such a beautiful time with a man? Of course, you have to choose to spend time with a beautiful lady. Miss Nami, this is a fruit basket for oranges. Sanji turned to look at Nami, who was picking oranges, and said gentlemanly, "Thank you." Nami took the fruit basket and put the oranges inside. Not a moment. The fruit basket is filled. Nami walked to the deck, looked at the people who were competing, and greeted with a smile. Eat some fruit first. She enjoys this kind of life. Hearing this, Luo Xiu and others stopped. Hee. There's something to eat. Luffy bore the brunt. However, at this moment, the originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent. The ship also rocked violently. Everyone on the boat was stunned and looked away. Ahead, there was an extremely shocking scene. The sky and the sea are connected by a series of huge currents. It's like a bridge spans between the 2. It's an upwelling current. Sky Island has arrived. Luo Xiu murmured. Yes, their current route is the route to Sky Island. Under the guidance of Coolie Kai's notes, Luffy and the others search for a Sky Island that may or may not exist. But Luo Xiu knew that Sky Island did exist. As long as you ride on this ocean current, you can go up. Is this Sky Island up here? Luffy asked with a little shock and confusion in his eyes. Although he knew about the way to enter Sky Island in Gaia, he had never actually seen it. Luo Xiu nodded. After receiving Luo Xiu's affirmation, the last doubt in Luo Xiu's heart dissipated. He waved the ship and accelerated towards the rising current. Within a short while, the entire ship was swept into the current and then rose rapidly. Disappear in this sea area. And not long after they disappeared, in this huge sea area, a marine warship. Driving through this area, there were 2 powerful auras on the bow, scanning everything around them. One is wearing a yellow and white suit with short black curly hair, and the other is wearing a dark red suit, a marine hat on his head, black leather gloves on his hands, and a majestic expression. It was Marine Admiral Akainu and Kizaru who got the news from Sengoku and went to hunt down Luo Xiu. 55. Chapter 55. Enel is defeated. Come and recharge. On the deck behind them, there were Marine soldiers wearing Marine uniforms, holding weapons and looking solemn. Among them are some of the main rear admirals, as well as the main vice admirals. Marine headquarters, the pinnacle of power in this world. 2 Marine admirals, some Marine vice admirals, and several Marine soldiers were dispatched at the same time, not to destroy the country, nor to deal with the 4 emperors in the New World, just to capture a new pirate. Even if we look at the entire history, we cannot find many such outrageous things. However, even with so much force deployed, no one dared to take it lightly, because the opponent is a person who has the ability to defeat Kizaru. A devilish man with no weaknesses. Sakazuki, are you sure Luo Xiu is in this sea area? Kizaru put one hand in his pocket and one hand hanging on his trouser leg, looking at Akainu's beside him, and asked suspiciously. There was no expression on Akainu's face under his hat. Marshal Sengoku snoozed. There will be no lies. Luo Xiu must be hiding somewhere. After receiving Sengoku's call, he led Marine to search the sea area. Almost every suspicious place has been checked. Even the nearby islands were checked one by one. But even so, half a day passed. Still no trace of Luo Xiu, not even the shadow of the Straw Hat Pirates. If it weren't for the fact that Marshal Sengoku personally spread the news, he was a little doubtful whether the news was true or false. That's a little strange. How can he hide in the sky? Kizaru touched his chin and said with a pout. Soon he shook his head. The ability to reach heaven. Luo Xiu didn't. The last pirate who could do this had 2 legs broken. Flying squirrel. Deploy the troops transferred from our headquarters in this sea area. Expand search scope. Don't let anyone suspicious go. When necessary, you can make some sacrifices. Kaido crossed his arms across his chest and ordered. Marine's justice cannot be violated by anyone. No matter where Luo Xiu was hiding, he must dig it out. To implement absolute justice, Luo Xiu's blood needs to be used to prove it to the world. Yes. Vice Admiral, the mole, took the order and passed on Akainu's words. Marine soldiers, take action immediately. The sea area where Gaia Island is located. The next few days became extremely restless. Some pirate ships that sailed here were even more unlucky. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. Marine Admiral, this kind of person is unlikely to be encountered in ordinary times. Who would have thought that they would become 2 in this encounter? The pirates in the entire sea area were wiped out by them using thunderous means. But disappointingly, Luo Xiu was still not found, and Kizaru and Akainu left the sea. Some soldiers brought from naval headquarters were left behind and arranged around to continue their exploration. Time suddenly passed quietly. Luo Xiu didn't know much about Marine's actions in the past few days, but even if he knew, he wouldn't be too surprised. After all, Blackbeard was lucky enough to escape from his own hands without being able to kill him with one hit, so it was expected that the news would leak out. At this time, he was sitting on the edge of a boat with half of his legs hanging down. With a calm expression, he looked at the 2 people fighting in front of him. A picture of eating melon and trying it out. These 2 people. One, wearing a red vest and with black hair, is Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats. One wears a white turban on her head. Under the turban is an ant's head. The earlobes are very long and have earrings. What is extremely conspicuous is that he is naked from the waist up, with a thunder drum behind his back and a golden stick in his hand. It is the master of Sky Island, the Logia Thunder fruit user, Enel. Yes. After coming to Sky Island from the rising tide, the events followed the original story. We have now reached the decisive battle between Enel and Luffy. During this time at Sky Island, Luo Xiu followed the pirate ship to check in and did not interfere too much. According to Luo Xiu's considerations, there are several main reasons. First, he needs time to cultivate and restore his strength to its peak, and try not to do anything if possible. This is just a temporary stop. The new world is the real battlefield. Second, everyone has their own path to follow. Whether it is a member of the Luffy Pirates or Nami, it is the same. If you don't go through hardships, you can only live under the wings of others forever. Necessary setbacks need to be overcome on your own. Just like Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and others who are currently fighting with Enel's men on the other side. Luo Xiu knew that they would definitely not die, and Enel would definitely be defeated. This is the third point. Of course, the main reason is that Enel's strength is too strong. Attacking him can't even improve the fusion of the spells in his body. Nothing good comes of it. It's almost done. Luo Xiu looked at the 2 people who were constantly colliding and fighting, weighed the stick in his hand, and murmured. The stick in his hand is called a weather stick and is blue in color. Each section has a button that has been changed into a ball device containing shells, plus a power storage device at the top. It was made using Kongbei from Sky Island, combined with Luo Xiu's nearly perfect physics talent in his previous life and some of Usopp's ideas. A weapon made for Nami. After all, the wooden stick she is using now is fine for ordinary pirates, but not enough for more powerful pirates. Boom. At this time, there was a violent noise and wind and waves. The terrifying thunder pillar that penetrated the sky, and the earth made a violent explosion. It was deafening, and the entire Sky Island was enveloped in thunder. The battle between Luffy and Enel has entered a fierce stage. Luffy, the son of destiny, has long been exhausted, but he relies on his strong will to hold on. There was white air all over his body, and there was an inexplicable light shining in his muscles. The fighting spirit that never flinches turns into infinite power. Next moment, his face turned pale. The terrifying momentum was raised again, rising steadily, reaching the highest point. Rubber dot golden roundhouse. It was accompanied by a roar. Luffy's arm swelled several times in an instant, and his fist turned into a huge golden slug. The rubber arms become twisted. The terrifying potential energy was hidden in it and struck hard at Enel. Boom. Enel was unable to react in time and was hit in the face by a golden roundabout, causing his head to feel dizzy. Pushed by the violent force, his body rolled several times before it finally came to a stop. It's over. Luo Xiu looked at this scene and smiled. Then he looked at Enel lying on the ground, weighed the weather stick in his hand, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Thunder fruit. I can recharge my batteries with you. 56. Chapter 56. Enel's shock. Leave the straw hats. In the Proverbs of the Golden Ship and Ark, Enel is lying on the ground, breathing heavily. His body seemed to have been drained of energy, and his fatigue was evident. He couldn't understand why he would lose to an unknown boy. As a man who calls himself a god on Sky Island and is extremely arrogant, Enel is currently holding his breath in his heart. He refused. Enel does not think that he was defeated because of his lack of physical strength, but because the other party's fruit ability just restrained him. This rubber man, he couldn't conduct electricity. That's why he lost. Enel looked at Luffy, who was in no better condition than him. He gritted his teeth, dragged his tired body, and tried hard to stand up again. However, at this moment, Enel's eyes suddenly changed, under the powerful observation Haki's perception. I don't know when a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The speed is so fast that you can't even tell which direction the opponent is coming from. Enel, help add some electricity to the stick. Luo Xiu's voice sounded, and as he spoke, the weather stick in his hand was displayed in front of him. Who are you? Enel completely ignored Luo Xiu's words, suddenly turned his head and looked over, and asked with a surprised look on his face. There are actually experts on the Rubber Boy boat. It's not important. Luo Xiu smiled and raised the weather stick in his hand again, eyes calmly staring at Enel. A powerful aura emanated from him indistinctly and enveloped Enel. Enel swallowed, his pupils gradually widening. Sweat broke out on his forehead. This powerful momentum may not be felt by others. But as Enel, who has practiced observation Haki to the extent that it can cover the entire island, he can feel it very clearly. He felt that the person standing in front of him at this moment was not an ordinary young man at all, but like a monster. There seemed to be a demon hidden in his deep eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Enel's heart rate was skyrocketing. It's like playing a drum. Danger. The man in front of me is very dangerous. Even without taking action, this man's strength is definitely several times stronger than that rubber boy. If the person in front of him had fought with him just now, he probably wouldn't be able to survive even a few rounds. Golo. He swallowed silently. Enel was acting strangely and was not as arrogant as before. He asked in a somewhat hollow voice, how do you charge it? It's very simple. Use Thunderfruit to release arcs and store electrical energy in this special power storage device. Luo Xiu explained patiently, pointing to the blue device on the weather stick. On Sky Island, there are many Kongbei with special abilities, such as cloud shells, sound shells, laser shells, flash shells, flame shells. The blue device was made specifically to store electricity. When needed, the arc can be released and used as a means of attack. Enel nodded blankly, took the weather wand from Luo Xiu's hand, and poured electricity into the device seriously. Be careful, don't burst. Seeing Enel being so obedient, Luo Xiu smiled inwardly. This guy doesn't seem to be as arrogant as he thought. I thought it would take some effort, but now it looks like it went smoothly. When Enel heard this, his movements obviously slowed down. He was really afraid of charging the stick. After a while, his already pale face turned even paler. That's it. Enel shook the sweat off his head, feeling like his body was being hollowed out again, like not a single bit was left. He said with a long breath. Luo Xiu took the weather stick and weighed it. The weight was obviously heavier. Thanks. After saying that, he turned around and left. Can you tell me what's your name? Enel asked curiously when he saw Luo Xiu, who just left to recharge his batteries without taking any other action. Luo Xiu didn't want to answer at first. After all, the two of them would not have any intersection in the future. But then I thought about it. After I obtained the mask, except for the leader mask, it seemed that the other 9 masks were of no use, so it would be better to give them to others. Enel is a good choice. After all, as a user with the ability of Logia Thunderfruit, although he was defeated by Luffy, to be honest, he still has great potential. There is a great chance to grow to the level of Marine Admiral. Luo Xiu. It can also be the Demon Holy Lord. Luo Xiu said lightly. If one day you can't find the direction, you can come to me. Although he wanted to take Enel as the possessor of one of the 9 masks, Luo Xiu was not in a hurry, let alone used force. Everything depends on your will, and let nature take its course. Luo Xiu, Devil, Holy Lord. Enel lay down on the deck, muttering these words, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. My feeling is indeed correct. This person is really a devil. Take this. After Luo Xiu left, he came to Nami and handed her the weather stick. Nami's big eyes flashed, and she looked at it carefully. Is this different from before? Nami asked with some confusion. After Luo Xiu and Usopp made the weather stick, they gave it to her, but Luo Xiu later took it away. Said it needed to be improved a bit. Yes, in addition to changing the weather, it can also release thunder and lightning directly on people. There's a button here. Luo Xiu explained simply, pointing to the electric shock device. When Nami heard this, her eyes suddenly brightened. You can directly release thunder and lightning. It sounds so powerful. You can rely on this to defend yourself from now on, Luo Xiu said with a smile. Nami smiled sweetly, but soon she realized something was wrong. Luo Xiu suddenly said this. Could it be that he is leaving again? Are you ready to set off again? Luo Xiu nodded. After these few days of recuperation, his strength has almost returned to its peak, and all the injuries in his body have improved. There is no need to stay in the Straw Hat Pirates anymore. After all, everyone has their own path. I still have a lot of things to do. The first thing is to get the Devil Fruit as soon as possible. Then awaken the Tiger Talisman, resolve the conflict of talisman energy in the body, and then go to the New World to challenge the 4 Emperors. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Avoid being chased by flies every day. Hearing this, Nami hummed softly and lowered his head slowly. Visible loss. She really wanted to tell Luo Xiu how about taking her with him. But when I think about it, there seems to be no such deep friendship between myself and Luo Xiu. They have only met twice. The words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them anymore. Luo Xiu was a little confused, shrugged, and took out a phone bug from his arms. If anything happens, you can call this number. This is a pair of phone bugs found on Sky Island that can make video calls. If Nami needs help for anything, she can use this to contact herself in time. To repay Nami's kindness for pulling him out of the water that day, I made a weather stick and charged it for the same reason. Okay. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up, her disappointment swept away, and she took the phone. Somehow she murmured, "If nothing happens, can I hit you?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Nami immediately realized his gaffe and quickly covered his mouth with a panicked look on his face. Luo Xiu smiled. Of course. Afterwards, Luo Xiu said goodbye to the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami stood at the front, with tears in her eyes, waving to Luo Xiu. On this day, the weather was very good, and the warm sunshine shone on her face, illuminating her eyes. Her water-like eyes were brighter, and her smiling eyes made her feel extremely warm. Luo Xiu looked at this scene and lost his mind for a moment. An idea arises out of nowhere. Maybe I can take Nami with me. But this idea was quickly abandoned. Now he is listed as the #1 bounty criminal by Naval Headquarters. If he takes others with him, he is harming others. And who knows, Nami will agree. Everything needs to grow. After gaining enough strength, you can send an invitation to Nami as another candidate for the mask. With this decision made in his heart, Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows. Before that, I plan to use a video call bug to fool Nami in advance. Putting these thoughts aside, Luo Xiu waved goodbye to Nami and the others. Leave Sky Island and head towards Alabasta. 57, Chapter 57, Get Devil Fruit. Alabasta. In Princess Weiwei's room. As usual, Weiwei was waiting for Luo Xiu's arrival while dealing with some sundries in the royal city. But in the past few days, there has been no news. But today is different. Weiwei, who was handling business, was writing something. Suddenly, She felt a breeze blowing behind her. Turning his head to look back, Wei Wei's eyes suddenly widened. It was none other than Luo Xiu, who helped the kingdom resolve its crisis and came to the royal city. Long time no see. Luo Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, although it was only a few days, it seemed like a long time passed. There were too many things that happened during this period. Long time no see, Wei Wei said blankly. Then she realized what she was doing and hurriedly let Devil Fruit's secret base run away. There is no doubt that Luo Xiu came here for the fruits. Soon, Wei Wei came to Luo Xiu with a box in his arms and opened the box. There were 3 weird devil fruit inside. The colors are 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 orange. Pineapple shape with strange patterns. Holding 3 devil fruits Wei Wei, his eyes would glance at Luo Xiu from time to time, and then quickly turn his head. The little heart was pounding. The surprise and deterrence Luo Xiu gave her were too great. When she concluded this agreement, she at most thought that Luo Xiu could defeat Crocodile, and this was even the best outcome she imagined. What I didn't expect was that not only did he defeat Shichibukai, but he also injured Marine Admiral. Of course, because of Luo Xiu's strength, although Wei Wei thought he was actually a very easy-to-talk person, she was still a little cautious when Luo Xiu showed up. I'm afraid that I might do something wrong. Even when I look at it, I peek at it secretly. I'm ready. Luo Xiu smiled, held 3 devil fruits in his hands, looked at Wei Wei, and said, being able to take out the devil fruit as soon as he arrived. This shows that Wei Wei takes this agreed transaction very seriously. She also placed devil fruit where she lived, indicating that she had been waiting for her to come over these days. Luo Xiu has always been a person who values agreements. Likewise, he also appreciates people with a spirit of contract. This feeling is truly unprecedented. Luo Xiu couldn't help but secretly thought as he gently stroked the devil fruit on his hand. Coming to this world of pirates, this was his first time coming into contact with this thing. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. Dang. Devil fruit detected. Host, do you want to absorb it? Absorb the special energy in the devil fruit, and you'll have a chance to activate the devil. In the brain, the voice of the system sounded. Devil fruit, one of the secret treasures of the sea. It is a shortcut for a weak person to become a strong person. It is definitely a treasure that countless people are snatching and chasing. But for Luo Xiu, although this thing is good, it does not mean much in itself. No matter what kind of devil fruit it is, it can't compare to the power of a spell without any weaknesses. Without any hesitation, the moment the system sound sounded, Luo Xiu secretly thought in his mind, absorb devil fruit. Dang. Absorbing fruit energy. The 3 devil fruits in his hand disappeared. In the system space, 3 devil fruit appeared in front of the hell gate of the 7 demons. The next second, the 3 devil fruits flew toward the hell gate and disappeared within it. After a while, the gates of hell flickered. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Devil fruit energy has been absorbed. The mountain demon Bagong is being activated. Congratulations to host. The activation level has reached 80%. Yes. Luo Xiu felt a toothache. Devil fruit is a rare thing, and many people just can't get one in their lifetime. This time I got 3 devil fruits in one go, and I thought I could activate at least 1 devil. Unexpectedly, not even 1. Only 80%. This means that at least 1 more devil fruit is needed to summon the mountain demon. Ding! Devil fruit energy has its own advantages and disadvantages. The better the fruit, the more energy it gathers and the less it requires. The 3 devil fruits are all ordinary Zoan fruits. They have average energy. I hope host knows this. Luo Xiu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he could still play like this. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal. On the sea, although devil fruit is rare and each one is extremely precious, there are good, bad, strong, and weak among them. The best among them is naturally Logia, or some of Zoan's fantasy bee species. The energy contained in one may be as high as several ordinary ones. But correspondingly, there will be very few such fruits. You may not meet one in several lifetimes. However, Alabastus 3 devil fruits, no matter how ordinary they are better than nothing. To the demon bow gang in the rear Admiral Mountain, the activation reached 80%. What is certain is that no matter what kind of devil fruit you get in the future, she will be 100% able to be summoned completely. Luo Xiu touched his chin and couldn't help but think deeply. The mountain demon seems to be quite capable. It can be said to be the most dangerous demon among the 8 demons, gluttony. It can turn everything it swallows into its own power, swallow everything in the world, move mountains, have infinite strength, rough skin and thick flesh, super defense, can become gigantic, supergiant, and the more it eats, the bigger it becomes. The bigger it is, the more destructive it is. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu felt a little more balanced. On one side, Wei Wei watched 3 devil fruits disappear in Luo Xiu's hand. The boss with a small mouth was shocked. Of course, even though she was curious, she did not dare to ask Luo Xiu directly. I can only conclude in my heart that this must be Luo Xiu's unique ability. Can transform devil fruit into strength. However, at this moment, Luo Xiu's heart suddenly moved. In the system space, next to the gate of hell that shuts the devil, the charm moved. The 5th talisman among them, the tiger talisman, the light gradually brightened, and there was a faint tendency to be activated. A smile flashed across Luo Xiu's lips. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left. Wait a moment. Not knowing where the courage came from, Wei Wei called Luo Xiu directly. The latter is a little confused. Stop. Well, you defeated Marine Admiral. Marine will definitely not let you go, Princess Wei Wei said. Luo Xiu was slightly startled. I know this. Otherwise, look at me. Why am I in such a hurry? If you have nowhere to go, you can come to me. Alabasta will always be open to you. Princess Wei Wei lowered her head and stuttered. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong and quickly shook my hand and explained, No, that's not what I meant. You saved me and helped Alabasta. We will not reveal your whereabouts. Luo Xiu nodded. If necessary, I will come. After saying that, he turned around and left. Wei Wei looked at the direction Luo Xiu left and secretly made up her mind. Luo Xiu's strength is undeniable, but he is facing the entire Marine, the overlord of the sea. We must strengthen our own strength and strive for more say in the kingdom. Only in this way can we keep up with Luo Xiu's footsteps. However, what she didn't know was, what will happen when the demon army descends on the world government in the future? Even the current Luo Xiu can achieve a huge leap in strength after activating the Tiger Talisman. But all this takes time. 58. Chapter 58, I'm torn apart. Awakening Conqueror's Haki. Half a day later, a hidden island. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent explosion on the island. Fires shot into the sky, and dust and smoke filled the air. The trees on the island were blown to pieces, and violent energy swept across everything. At this moment, when the smoke dissipates and you look closer, in the middle of the island, there is a 2-meter-tall man who is releasing explosive energy. It was Luo Xiu who left Alabasta. After sensing that the 5th block was about to awaken, he chose a hidden island to complete the last step. During this period, Luo Xiu worked hard to activate the 4th spell ability and try to speed up the process. As expected, after some of his operations, the brightness of the Tiger Talisman in the system space reached a threshold. Then, ding! Congratulations, host, you got the 5th talisman, Tiger Charm. The system sound suddenly sounded. The Tiger Talisman, IS activated, and at the moment it sounded, Luo Xiu felt a strange energy flowing through his limbs. This warm power is like a gentle hot spring water, flowing slowly into the body, silently transferring the temperature to every inch of the skin, making people feel comfortable and at ease. Every cell is nourished and restored. Under this wonderful energy, all the previous discomforts in the body were swept away in an instant. This is the power of balance. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up and he murmured, feeling the changes in his body. Reconcile the conflict of other spells' magic power and perfectly integrate the power. There is no doubt that this is the unique magic power of the Tiger Talisman. Presumably with my current strength, even Admiral can be defeated head-on. Luo Xiu thought to himself. Although the Tiger Talisman is not like the previous 4 talismans, it brings him direct bonuses in terms of speed, strength, attack power, etc. However, nothing can compare with the improvement in overall strength it brings. With the Tiger Talisman, this means that Luo Xiu will completely avoid self-harm and can take action without any scruples, truly displaying his full strength. Moreover, after obtaining the Tiger Talisman, under the wonderful energy impact, the degree of fusion between the other talismans has also been significantly improved. No matter which aspect it is, it has been improved compared to the time when he fought with Kizaru. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu took a long breath. Then he raised his eyes and glanced around. He frowned. Although in order to activate the fifth talisman, the place chosen was very secret. But the big noise just now might attract people's attention. After all, my current identity is still a bit sensitive. You can't stay here for long. You have to leave here first. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu was ready to leave. But at this moment, his steps suddenly stopped and his pupils slowly opened. My mind is even more blank. Nima, you don't want to play like this. At this moment, in the system space, the newly activated Tiger Talisman is changing. A crack appears from the middle and then slowly splits to both sides, until finally a ray of light flashed. Bang. The Tiger Talisman became two halves, and his body also turned into two. Yes, Luo Xiu cracked. At the same time, the system prompt sounds. The Tiger Charm represents the balance of yin and yang. Split into one yin and one yang, one good and one evil, which can increase the fusion of the Tiger Talisman as quickly as possible. One good and one evil, because they are one body, their abilities can be shared. When the sixth talisman is about to be activated, the Tiger Talisman will be reunited into one. Please come on, host. A few hours ago, in the sea surrounding the island, a medium-sized marine ship was wandering randomly in this area. On the orders of Marine Admiral Sakazuki, they came here to search for traces of Luo Xiu. On the deck, a naval headquarters lieutenant colonel stood, and at this moment, he was frowning. Why is Luo Xiu here in such a ghost place? This is a meaningless exploration. Just wait for a while and then leave. He shook his head and sighed. He really couldn't understand why it was necessary to search a place like this where a bird doesn't poop. After a long time, I didn't even see a single hair. Not to mention the great pirate Luo Xiu. He felt that Admiral was a little too cautious. A big pirate like Luo Xiu is destined to go to the New World. With this thought, he ordered the helmsman of the ship to prepare to return home. While passing a deserted island, I heard an explosion from afar. Suddenly, the naval headquarters lieutenant colonel became alert. There are explosions in places where birds don't poop. This is not unusual. It seems that Luo Xiu has the ability to explode. Is it possible? Anyone who can reach the position of lieutenant colonel in the headquarters is not an idiot. He immediately thought of this key message. Without any hesitation, he took out the phone book. Regardless of whether this is true or not, let's report the situation to the admirals first. On the small island, two Luo Xiu, one on the left and one on the right. The two stared at each other, standing like a slave. After a brief period of silence, a scream of self-blame suddenly sounded. Oh my God, look what I've done. These flowers, these grasses, and the little animals on the island must have been killed by me just now. I'm sorry, I'm guilty. The one who spoke first was the kind-hearted Luo Xiu. At this time, he looked at the scene around him, holding his head in his hands, squatting on the ground, his face full of regret and self-blame. In his worldview, there is no evil side, so keep the utmost kindness towards everything. Even if you step on an ant to death, you will feel guilty for several days. What a waste. The evil-faced Luo Xiu next to him bared his teeth and mocked after hearing these harsh words. This guy is actually here chatting about some flowers and plants. A total coward. Cowardly behavior will never be tolerated. Thinking of this, he raised his arm and moved around the island, like Marco Polo zooming in, sending out a series of bursting flames. Explosions sounded again one after another. The entire island seemed to be blown up by him. What are you doing? Stop it. You cannot do that. As long as I'm happy, I can explode as much as I want. The evil side said disdainfully. I came to this world and still want to listen to you, a coward. It's nothing to get some flowers and plants. I want to kill everyone who wants to harm me and climb to the top of the world. Bulldoze the world government. Make this world my paradise. An aura of abandonment was revealed in him. The powerful aura spread out, and the surrounding ashes were blown into the sky. Wind and waves swept in, blowing away the clouds in the sky. Buzz. At this time, a powerful haki slowly awakens in the unconscious. The The panicked little animals on the island fell unconscious the moment they were disturbed by Haki. Dang! Congratulations to host for awakening Conqueror's Haki. 59. Chapter 59. You loser. Luo Xiu was arrested? Conqueror's Haki. The evil Luo Xiu murmured. This kind of thing should have awakened long ago. It's all this coward's fault for holding him back. Cowardly behavior will never be tolerated. He looked at the kind-faced Luo Xiu, sitting on the ground, and spat again. Next steps. Luo Xiu, who has the evil side, plans to leave here and activate the devil as soon as possible. However, the current fusion level is 80%, so one devil fruit is still needed. But where can I find this devil fruit? Luo Xiu, who had the evil side, couldn't help but fell into deep thought. But soon, an evil smile appeared on his face. Let me ask you, who in this world has devil fruit that everyone knows about but dare not grab? Of course, they are the celestial dragons who stand at the top of this world and call themselves nobles. If you look for them, there must be one. Hey, celestial dragons. It would be fun to kill them. Let Marine take a good look at the consequences of making him angry. Luo Xiu murmured with a crooked smile. Others dare not mess with the celestial dragons because they are afraid that the marine forces behind them will be hunted down by the Marine Admiral or something like that. Luo Xiu doesn't care about that much. Marine Admiral, and so on. Let me crawl. Kill first and then talk. That's what I decided in my heart. Get out of here first. Before leaving, he looked at Shanmi and Luo Xiu with disgust, holding his head in his hands and still confused about the situation, and sneered, "You trash. Don't let me see you next time. Otherwise, I'll beat you once you see him." After spitting, he turned and left the island. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Only the kind-faced Luo Xiu was left, closing in on himself. What should I do next? This world is so bad. Why should I travel to this pirate world? This is all so terrible. Anxiety was written on his face. In this world where the weak eat the strong, Shanmi and Luo Xiu feels very uncomfortable. Because this world is seriously inconsistent with his current worldview. What he likes is peaceful times. It was a great time when everyone was harmonious and there were no disputes. This is not a world of fighting and killing at all. But the danger of pressing forward every step of the way told him that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Such as activating demons, such as gaining command points. But Luo Xiu also knew in his heart that if he really did these things, he would definitely hurt some innocent people. For example, the civilians of this world, such as those Marines. Although the Marines have been hunting him these days, he feels that not everyone is guilty. Everyone has the right to live. You cannot take it away easily. God, what on earth am I going to do? How about finding a place to live in seclusion? In this case, Marine will not find him, and he won't have to hurt other people. Luo Xiu thought to himself. This idea, after it emerges, is like a seed that grows vigorously, rooted in his heart. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up, and he determined his next step. However, there was a new problem before him. Where should I go? The choice of where to live gave him difficulty in choosing. And just when he was engaged in ideological struggle, but failed. There are two powerful figures coming quickly towards the island. Next moment, there was a bang. The figures of the two people landed on this desert island one after another. A cloud of dust was thrown out. It was Marine Admiral, Akainu, and Kizaru who rushed over after receiving the report from Lieutenant Colonel Marine. Oops, it's really you. Kizaru had just landed, and the powerful observation haki unfolded, sensing Luo Xiu's location. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that it was really Luo Xiu. When he heard the lieutenant colonel report the situation and said there was a strange explosion coming from here, he actually didn't hold out much hope. After all, they have been searching Luo Xiu for so many days and there is still no news. How could it be discovered so easily? But I came here with the idea of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, it was really Luo Xiu. It's really surprising. Finally found you. Do you really think you can escape Marine's grasp? This time you can't run away. Akainu looked at Luo Xiu. The gloomy look on his face faded, revealing a long-lost excitement. The cheeks under the hat are full of fighting spirit. This guy Luo Xiu has been on the run for so many days and there has been no news from him. As a result, they continued to pursue him to no avail. This has caused great damage to the prestige of naval headquarters. Now, I finally found it myself. At this moment, Akainu felt that the blood in his body was boiling. The moment of absolute justice had arrived. Poor Salino, do it! Without any hesitation, Akainu's fighting voice sounded. Hearing this, Kizura put away his surprise and nodded. The whole person enters an all-out fighting state. He had fought against Luo Xiu and was injured by the other side, so he knew the terrifying strength of the other side. Even now there are two people, myself and Akainu. Don't dare to take it lightly. Next moment, the two looked at each other. The figure flashed on the spot. Move separately, one to the left and one to the right. Attack Luo Xiu from a flank. At the same time, powerful attack moves are displayed instantly. Their plan was to use thunderous means to arrest Luo Xiu as quickly as possible. Therefore, there is no mercy when taking action. Just go for the big move. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Dog bites Guren, accompanied by two voices. Kizara's body instantly turned into photons, showering down strings of dazzling bombs like raindrops. Akainu, on the other hand, soared into the air, and his arms turned into huge lava composed of magma. The hot magma continued to gather on his fists, puffing out white gas. Then it turned into a vicious dog from hell and pounced on Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu on a small island looked at the two Marine Admirals who suddenly came here. The pupils suddenly shrank, turned into a bitter melon face. Tough luck, bad luck, bad luck. My plan is over before it even begins. This world is indeed full of dangers. When Luo Xiu was frustrated, he activated the rabbit charm, increased his speed, and teleported to avoid the attack. Akainu and Kizaru saw this and continued the pursuit. On the small island, violent roars were heard one after another. Fires appeared everywhere, with overwhelming power. In the sea area around the island, the Marines on the warships were dumbfounded when they saw the fierce battle. Is this the fighting power of the admirals? It's absolutely terrifying. The island seems to be sinking. The admirals must win. Justice will prevail. The Marine soldiers looked at the horrific scene in front of them and cheered for the Marine Admiral. The explosions continued and the fighting had not stopped. After about half an hour, the sounds of fighting gradually disappeared. The island is calm again. Finished. Seems like it. Who won? It must be the admirals. The Marine soldiers swallowed and speculated. Just when they were still in doubt, two figures jumped up from the island, carrying a terrifying aura, and landed in front of them. It was Akainu and Kizaru who had finished fighting. They looked quite embarrassed, and the Marine uniforms were covered in dust. But it's worth mentioning. Between the two of them, someone was being held captive. Luo Xiu, under arrest. 60, Chapter 60, Kizaru's Worries. Marine on the return warship. The Marines were enthusiastic. On the deck, their cheers could not be heard, celebrating the victory in arresting Luo Xiu. Their faces were filled with smiles, and they expressed the joy in their hearts. In this arrest operation, the Marine headquarters dispatched so many troops, after several days of searching without results. Finally, today, everything ends. There is no doubt that this is an extremely exciting thing. The morale of the Marine soldiers has improved a lot. After all, ever since Marine Admiral Kizaru was defeated by Luo Xiu, some rumors are inevitably spread by others. For example, Marine Admiral is just like that. Marine's strength is not that great, nothing to be afraid of. The momentum within Marine became much sluggish. After this time, they returned to the waters under their respective jurisdictions to see who dared to make such remarks. At the bow of the deck, Akainu looked at the cheering crowd. His arms were folded across his chest, a cigar in his mouth. If it had been before, he would never have allowed the soldiers to discuss each other in such a rude manner. But this time, he didn't say much, because the successful arrest of Luo Xiu is indeed something worth celebrating. Marine's justice has been proven once again. Not even Luo Xiu, not even a demon, could make any waves. Without exception, they will fall at the feet of justice. Poor Salino, it doesn't look like you with a sad face. Akainu shook off the ash from his cigar and looked at Kizuru aside. Isn't it a joyful thing to successfully capture Luo Xiu? Successfully capturing Luo Xiu. Of course, it's worth celebrating. But I don't know why, I always feel like there's something wrong with Luo Xiu. Kazara frowned and touched his chin in thought. Something's wrong. Akainu smiled. Poor Salino. You must have been shadowed by Luo Xiu last time, right? This is not consistent with your status as Marine Admiral. He didn't pay any attention to what Kazara said. What's wrong? Everyone has been captured and taken to naval headquarters for questioning. This is a done deal. And even if something goes wrong, so what? There was no possibility of him turning over. Kazara shook his head. It's hard to say. Anyway, compare with the Luo Xiu I saw last time, it always feels different and different. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Xiu, sitting on the deck. In his side, Luo Xiu, who has a good side, is now covered with sea stone and special chains. They knew that Luo Xiu was immune to sea stone. But besides being able to limit demon fruit power, sea stone is also extremely hard, no less than masonry. Therefore, I chose to use sea stone, coupled with a special chain, which can also restrict Luo Xiu's movements. It was impossible for Luo Xiu to escape from inside. At least, it is difficult for Luo Xiu, who has a good side, to escape from it. Difference. Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke, non-committal. Yes. I feel that the strength Luo Xiu showed this time is actually not as strong as the last time. And during the fight, he didn't seem to use his full strength. Every time he took a shot, he left some room. In just half an hour, we were defeated. This is really unreasonable. Kazara's face moved slightly, and he said, no one knows Luo Xiu's strength better than him. After playing against each other in Alabasta, I came to the conclusion that there are almost no weaknesses. And according to Luo Xiu's ruthlessness and cunningness, he might not be able to defeat the two Marine Admirals with hard power, but he would never lose in half an hour. In addition, the Luo Xiu in front of him also lacked a bit of vigor. Anyway, all the signs are combined together, and there is an indescribable feeling. Maybe he is on the run. The psychological defense has collapsed. Akainu said solemnly, already a little impatient with Kazara's nonsensical conjectures. According to Kazara's wishes, Luo Xiu still had a hand on their marine. Didn't he show his full strength? What a new century joke this is. It shouldn't be possible. If your strength can reach this level, there will be no problem with your will. Enough. Poor Salino. Mind your identity. You're a Marine Admiral. Akainu saw that Kazara wanted to continue talking, so he interrupted him. What's not trying your best? Leave some room? In his opinion, those are all baseless inferences. The fact before us is that Luo Xiu lost. It was a complete defeat. With the combined efforts of the two of them, they couldn't last even half an hour. Judging from the results of this battle, Akainu can think that the Marine headquarters worries about Luo Xiu are too much. Kazara curled his lips coquettishly, did not continue on this topic. In fact, he himself was doubting himself. Maybe I am just too sensitive. Then he glanced at Luo Xiu, and Kazara couldn't help but smile to himself. Indeed, just like Akainu said, the person has indeed been caught, and it is Luo Xiu himself. There can't be anything wrong. Why? It seems that my nerves have been a little too tense recently because of Luo Xiu's incident. I have to give myself a good vacation from now on. Kazara stretched and murmured in his heart. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Marshal Sengoku's office. As the supreme commander of the entire sea, he needs to handle many documents every day. It may come from all over the world, from the first half of the Grand Line, or from the New World in the second half. But these days, he chose not to process any of these documents and handed them over to others. Put all your energy on Luo Xiu. There is this guy out there who is still on the loose, and he has no intention at all. Sitting on a marshal's office chair, Sengoku took a long breath and felt a soreness between his eyebrows. Since last time, after receiving news about Luo Xiu and the Straw Hat Pirates, Akainu and Kazura rushed over. But after so many days, there are still no good results. No doubt, the pursuit failed again. Luo Xiu slipped away again. For the first time, Sengoku felt the exhaustion of being a marshal and a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, I felt a little envious of that guy, Garp. This time, I don't have to worry about these things. Maybe I am really old. He has to retire and give way to the younger generation as Marshal Marine. Sengoku thought in a daze. But this thought was thrown away by him in a flash. Marine is now facing such a critical situation, he would actually come up with such an idea. Sengoku, you are really old. After calming down his emotions, he returned to his usual solemn state. Bulu, Bulu. Bulu, Bulu. The phone suddenly rang. Sengoku reached out and took it. After a while, there was a loud cry from the marshal's office. What did you say? Luo Xiu was arrested? 61. Chapter 61 Interrogation for Marine's Highest Combat Power. The soldiers guarding outside the marshal's office were startled by the sudden sound. Been a guard here for so long. Have you never seen Marshal Sengoku so excited? What's going on? In the office, Sengoku was holding the phone with an excited expression. Listening to the report coming from the other side, it felt a little unreal. Luo Xiu, who had not heard from him for these days, waited until he heard his name again. He has actually been successfully arrested. Is there anything more exciting than this? After a long time, he calmed down and continued to speak. Okay, very good. Has the person been escorted to the headquarters now? Yes, Marshal. On the way. Sengoku suddenly felt relaxed and hung up the phone. There was uncontrollable joy on his face. Just now, I was still worried about Luo Xiu. Did not expect. Next moment. It's the good news. Sure enough, my guess was right. Although Luo Xiu's strength is strong, it is far from the combat power of the two admirals. Half a day later. Good-faced Rakyu, escorted by Marine Admiral Akainu and Kizuru, returned to Marine Ford. No. Luo Xiu walked in the front, Kainu and Kizuru, one on the left and one on the right. Behind him were many Marine soldiers sent out from the headquarters. Standing on both sides were more Marines stationed at the headquarters. They looked at the scene in front of them and talked quietly. Is this Luo Xiu, the strongest new Marine who is worthy of sending two admirals? So what can the strongest newcomer do? He's been arrested. It seems that the temperament is a little different from the rumors. Yeah, it's a little strange, but it doesn't matter. They were all arrested anyway. Dio the marshals and others still need to be so cautious. They were all dispatched. I have been here in this headquarters for so many years. I have never seen a pirate worthy of Marshal Sengoku personally coming out to greet him. Besides, there are Vice Admiral Garp and the others. The Marine soldier's knowledge of Luo Xiu was limited to bounties and newspapers. As for the so-called power behind Luo Xiu, he has no idea at all. At this time, their eyes were on the high platform. The few people standing there represent Marine's highest combat power. Marine Vice Admiral Garp, Tsuru, and the 3rd Marine Admiral Akiji, as well as Marshal Sengoku. The Marine soldiers all had extremely surprised looks on their faces, not just because Luo Xiu was arrested. Marshal Sengoku and the others were dispatched together. Although they have been at naval headquarters for so many years, it was actually difficult to even see Admiral in the past. But this time, Sengoku, San Admiral, Marine Hero, Crane Vice Admiral, every name placed in New World is a character that can shock the pirates. At this moment, they are actually gathered here, appearing in the same picture. What's even more outrageous is that they are not people who came down for world government, but because of a pirate who has been captured. Although this pirate is very powerful and is approaching the level of the 4 emperors. But everyone has been caught, so there is no need to mobilize troops like this. They suddenly felt that Luo Xiu's threat seemed to be much more serious than imagined. On the high platform, Sengoku looked down at Luo Xiu below. Exhale slowly. The last stone in my heart finally fell. Nothing went wrong, nothing unexpected happened. Luo Xiu was really arrested. At this time, the expressions of several other people were much more relaxed compared to the last meeting. Sengoku, I thought you were lying to me. I didn't expect to catch him. Garp looked at the handcuffed Luo Xiu below and laughed. When I learned the news, his first reaction was that he was a bit doubtful about the authenticity of the news. However, the facts show. My own thoughts are redundant. You think I'm as crooked as you? Sengoku rolled his eyes and said angrily. But there was no trace of excitement on his face. Just catch it. But Sengoku, you didn't ask us to come here just to watch this scene. Crane Vice Admiral said. Of course not. Sengoku smiled and said, bring Luo Xiu for interrogation first. Naval headquarters in the conference room. Luo Xiu was placed in a seat. Opposite him, there was a row of big guys sitting. The one in the middle is naturally Marine Admiral Sengoku. To the right of Sengoku sits Garp, and to the left sits Vice Admiral Crane. These three old men, who have been famous since the Rocks era, are the main persons in charge of this interrogation. Three admirals sit on their left. Besides them, there was a middle-aged man in the conference room. He was specially called by Sengoku. He is a professional polygraph master named Marine. He has interrogated many prisoners in Impel Down and has extremely rich experience. Can tell at a glance whether the person being interrogated is lying. The purpose of coming here is to test the authenticity of Luo Xiu's words. Luo Xiu, the first time he appeared was in East Blue. He once opened a medical clinic and was nicknamed Bloody Hand Massacre. Right. Sengoku broke the silence and asked directly. The kind-faced Luo Xiu had a drooped face. He was arrested because he didn't want to hurt others. In this world, it's hard to be a good person. Hearing Sengoku's question, he nodded. Yes. In his worldview, lying at all is considered a sin, and only bad people do it. For example, another Luo Xiu who is heading to Subdued Archipelago. Sengoku frowned. What's the situation? He didn't expect Luo Xiu to be so cooperative. I thought the other party would make a joke, remain silent the whole time, or talk nonsense. After all, in his opinion, pirates are very cunning. It seems that this guy Luo Xiu has accepted his fate and sees his current situation clearly. It's quite interesting. Sengoku thought in his mind. After that, you brutally killed Colonel Mouse of the Marine branch, and then seriously injured Smoker. Sengoku continued, discussing Luo Xiu's crimes one by one. Luo Xiu said silently that everything you said was right. Sengoku sneered. This Luo Xiu seemed kind-hearted and had no excuse for the crimes he committed. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is the next question. These were the keys to his interrogation of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu, tell me about the devil. Where are the other demons now? Is it hiding in East Blue? 62. Chapter 62, Public Execution. Catching Luo Xiu is naturally a big victory for Marine. But this is only the first step. Because he knows very well that catching Luo Xiu will not solve the huge threat Marine currently faces. There are still 7 guys who are as powerful as Luo Xiu. Marine still has no information about these demons. No doubt, Luo Xiu. It is the first place to get news. You can seize this opportunity. Fortunately, after this, make corresponding plans and arrangements. Not in East Blue. Luo Xiu's face drooped. In my body. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked confused. Sengoku was even more stunned. What the hell? Inside your body? The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, feeling that his intelligence had been greatly insulted. Does this Luo Xiu think of himself as a 3-year-old child? If you lie, you have to find a decent excuse. Luo Xiu, recognize your current situation as one of the devils. Do you think we would believe this? Sengoku's face darkened. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Luo Xiu looked indifferent. He knew that the other party wouldn't believe it, so it didn't matter whether he said it or not. It said to save trouble. Seeing Luo Xiu's appearance, Sengoku laughed a little angrily. Believe it or not, everyone can see your lies. Then he looked at Medellin, who came down from Impel. The meaning is self-evident. The middle-aged man's eyes moved slightly, and he swallowed. Of course, he knew what Marshal Sengoku meant when he looked at him. Confirm if what Luo Xiu said is true. But the signs he saw showed that what this man just said was outrageous. But .it doesn't seem like he's lying. Marshal, it seems to be the truth. Medellin said sternly. Huh. Sengoku was stunned. I thought I heard it wrong, but when I saw other people's expressions, they were similar to my own. He knew that he heard correctly. Garp couldn't help but scratch his messy hair. Are you sure? These words sound like nonsense. Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sweat broke out on his forehead. Facing these top Marine combat forces, he felt tremendous pressure. I didn't know what to say for a moment. His professional ability told him that Luo Xiu did not lie. But just like what Garp said, everyone can tell that it is false. How can a good person hide other people in his body? Totally unreasonable. He was in a dilemma for a moment. On one side are Marine's big bosses. On the other side is my own professional ethics. What should I say? Damn it. He suddenly regretted coming here. He had interrogated hundreds of prisoners in Impel Down, but he had never encountered such a guy. What he said obviously sounded false, but it seemed to be true. After a mental struggle, the middle-aged man finally had a flash of perseverance in his eyes and chose to believe in his decades of professional integrity. I am sure. As soon as these words came out, the whole process was silent again. Kizaru's brows couldn't help but frown. Oh, this is really interesting. For some reason, the indescribable feeling in his heart rose again. Even after catching Luo Xiu, he felt like there was a layer of mist surrounding this guy. He actually felt that Luo Xiu's words might be true. Kizaru thinks so, but others are different. Especially Akainu, who arrested Luo Xiu himself. He snorted coldly, feeling extremely ridiculous. What a joke. In this case, do you still need to evaluate it? He tapped his fingers on the table and looked at Sengoku. Marshal, let's change the question. Sengoku was equally unconvinced. But he knew what Medellin was capable of and was called a human lie detector machine by Magellan. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to come in person. For a moment, Sengoku felt that one head was as big as two. This guy Luo Xiu gave him a lot of headaches outside. Now that he was caught and interrogated, it actually gave him another headache. What a nasty guy. Then what are you planning secretly? Or, as one of the demons, the final goal is to threaten the naval headquarters and even the world government. The specific planned time. Sengoku followed Akainu's words and continued to ask. When this question was asked, the three admirals, as well as Garp and others, couldn't help but straighten their bodies. With a solemn expression, he waited for Luo Xiu's answer. Threats to naval headquarters, world government, concrete plans. There is no doubt that each of these words is full of weight. It is precisely because of the large portion that they take this issue so seriously. Luo Xiu was as honest as ever. He smiled and said, "No plan. I just want to find a place where the sun rises and the sun sets, and then spend the rest of my life." This is what he means. The kind-faced Luo Xiu felt that he was not adapted to the life of fighting and killing in the pirate world. Rather than searching for the devil fruit, improving his strength, etc., he would rather spend the rest of his life in peace. This is what he pursues. Sengoku was slightly startled, but he didn't expect Luo Xiu to really say it. But what he said almost made him spit out blood. His beard was shaking violently with anger. Bang! He slammed the table. You guy. He's now very sure that Luo Xiu was just fooling around before. A man appeared from East Blue, and then fought and killed all the way, and defeated Kazura's people. Now I say I just want to be a salted fish, longing for a peaceful life. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Then he subconsciously glanced at Medellin, who was sweating profusely, swallowed his saliva and stammered, "Yes, it's the truth." Sengoku's eyes twitched sharply. Luo Xiu was so cunning, and his tone seemed to be very certain in every word he said. But he knew it was all lies. The most important thing is that even Medellin can't see the flaws in these lies. Marshal Sengoku, it seems that there is no point in asking this question. Crane Vice Admiral, who'd been silent all this time, said at this time. It was obviously useless to interrogate Luo Xiu in this way, and no effective information could be obtained at all. She didn't understand why the resourceful General Sengoku chose to use this method. Sengoku sighed and fell silent. In fact, he also understands this. Mechanical interrogation is often very inefficient. But for information about demons, except Luo Xiu, Naval Headquarters does not have any other channels to obtain it. I finally made an arrest, so I have to try to see if I can pry out some useful information. But so far, the results are unsatisfactory. Luo Xiu is more difficult to deal with than imagined. But fortunately, there are other options. This is also the purpose of calling everyone here. Let's take Luo Xiu down first. Sengoku shook his head and sighed. Several Marine soldiers came in and took Luo Xiu away. Since the interrogation method is useless, then you can only skip this step. Go to the next step. Announce the news of Luo Xiu's arrest to the whole world. And a public execution. 63. Chapter 63. Half a month later, the location is set at Marine Fort. Disclose the news of Luo Xiu's arrest to the world. And carry out public executions for the whole world. These were the two thoughts that came to Sengoku the moment he learned that Luo Xiu was arrested. As for why I chose to do this, the purpose is also very simple. From their marine perspective, Since the former pirate King Roger was executed in Logue Town, the Age of Discovery was ushered in. Over the years, new people have been joining the pirate camp from all over the country. Regardless of whether it is the Four Seas or the Grand Route, the overall number of pirates is much greater compared to the Rocks era. As the number of people joining the pirates increases, there is no doubt that the number of people who can be absorbed by the Marines will naturally decrease. In other words, Marines' overall strength, in fact, compared to the increasing number of pirates, its influence is slowly declining. Today, after decades, the sea is currently in a relatively balanced state. Shichibukai, Marine, and pirates form a stable triangle. At least, that's how it seems on the surface. But all this was suddenly broken. Luo Xiu appeared. This man defeated Admiral Kizaru as a new pirate from East Blue. The pirates, who had been settled for a long time, experienced another surge in momentum. According to past experience, this will lead to another wave of people choosing to set sail and become pirates. This is extremely detrimental to Marine. Now, Luo Xiu was arrested. Naturally, this news must be announced to the world. Public execution. Just a shock. Tell the world that Marine's prestige cannot be challenged by anyone. Being a pirate will lead to death. Except for this, of course. There is another reason for the public execution, to draw out the forces behind Luo Xiu. Sengoku believed that, being fellow demons, those people would definitely not leave Luo Xiu alive when they saw him being arrested and about to be executed. This is a good opportunity to lure the snake out of its hole. Public execution. Akainu's eyes flashed when he heard this. That's what you should do, he murmured. Obviously, in his opinion, this is what Marine should do. He was just a pirate. He was taken directly to the execution platform and executed without any interrogation. Use thunderous means to tell others that Marine's justice cannot be blasphemed. Besides, there is still the possibility of catching them all. Garp crossed his arms across his chest and frowned at Sengoku's decision. Public execution is indeed feasible, but it's also a big gamble. He can think of whatever Sengoku thinks of. Public executions may face a problem. The overall strength of the demon behind Luo Xiu is actually unknown, and everything stems from their own conjecture. If they really come, how many troops Marine needs to deploy is a key, because if they can't catch them all, the public execution will eventually turn into a joke. Marine will also become a laughingstock around the world. Therefore, we must ensure that after those demons come, none of them can escape. This execution is meaningful, but this is difficult. After all, Luo Xiu's current strength alone will require 2 admirals to be arrested. I don't think you need to worry too much. I have personally verified Luo Xiu's strength. He's not as strong as he thought, Akainu said firmly. Can't even last half an hour. It is far-fetched to say that such a person has combat power that surpasses Admiral. He thought he could capture Luo Xiu alone. There is no need to worry too much. As for why Kizaru was defeated by Luo Xiu, Akainu was actually a little confused. Kizaru curled his lips, his eyes flickered, and didn't say much because that was indeed the case. Luo Xiu's strength doesn't matter, Sengoku said slowly. No matter what he is like, or the strength of the demon army he represents, public execution must be done. Because I want to uproot them. This is the best way. The interrogation failed, and this was the only option left. Otherwise, do nothing and let those guys grow. The harm we face in the future may be even greater. And if it is just because you are afraid of the power behind Luo Xiu, you will do nothing, look forward and backward, and choose to retreat. Then how can we talk about justice? Sengoku said seriously. These words shook the room and could not subside for a long time. The eyes of Garp and Kizaru were gradually filled with determination. Indeed, where is Marine? The highest position to hold high the flag of justice. Luo Xiu, what do those demons have to worry about? They were able to come to the Battle of the Valley of Gods decades ago. Now that Marine's overall strength has increased, should we still be afraid of an organization we have never met before? Marshal, where is the execution place? At this time, Admiral Akiji, who had remained silent, asked with firm eyes. Public execution was a certainty. But what about location? Where is the best place to choose? Right at Naval Headquarters. Marine Fort, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Yes, As soon as these words came out, Akiji couldn't help but let out a breath of air. The air in front of him was instantly frozen into ice slag. At Marineford, a public execution takes place. This is really a bold decision, but he understands that this is indeed the best choice at the moment. Naval Headquarters is not only the gathering place for Marine's strongest combat power, and there are many defensive barriers. It is easiest and most effective to deploy troops in Marineford. When several other people heard this, their bodies couldn't help but tremble at the same time. To preserve justice in the hearts of the people of the world, we must not retreat, Akainu said with firm eyes. Garp frowned, and his left eyelid kept twitching, always feeling like something bad was about to happen. Crane Vice Admiral nodded silently. Sengoku reached out and gently touched the cloak that represented justice. Said solemnly, "If it is any other fortress that IT can be rebuilt after being destroyed, but this island, Marineford, located in the center of the world, is of great significance to the people around the world who are afraid of evildoers. It must not be sunk, but Garp's concerns are not unreasonable. We must fully deploy our defense and build Marineford into the strongest defense in the world. If so, when would be a more appropriate time? In half a month." Sengoku thought for a while and finally decided on the time. Within half a month, Marine needs to control its strength and mobilize combat forces from other sea areas to its headquarters. And we also need to give the world time for public opinion to ferment. In the meantime, throw Luo Xiu into Impel Down first. Locked to the 6th floor. 64. Chapter 64. Another big news. Celestial dragons appear. Home of the news of the world. President's office. Morgans is sitting in an office chair with a bottle of red wine on the table. In his hand, he held a wine glass and was tasting it happily. At this moment, he was very happy because the content of the last published newspaper, as expected, caused an uproar in the New World. The heat is immediately explosive. His name, along with Luo Xiu, was mentioned by people all over the world. Dig out the true nature of the matter, and then reveal it to everyone so that everyone can see the hidden side of the matter, and at the same time, increase your own reputation. For a reporter, what could be more exciting than this? I just don't know where Luo Xiu has gone now. If only I could find out more news about him. It's definitely another explosion of public opinion. Morgans took a sip of red wine and thought to himself. Among the influential figures in the sea now, apart from Luo Xiu, there is no other person who can match him. Even the Straw Hat Boy, who was very popular before, and the supernovas who are slowly rising are completely inadequate in front of Luo Xiu. As a reporter with an extremely keen sense of news, he understood that taking advantage of this heat, if there was any more news about Luo Xiu, the heat would be unthinkable. And I heard about 4 emperors, and I'm also very concerned about Luo Xiu. Why? This kind of thing is rare. Morgan shook his head and sighed. In the past few days, there has been no news about Luo Xiu. I don't know where I went. Let's think about how to avoid those annoying Marines. Putting down the red wine glass in his hand, Morgan sat upright and said, "It's a matter of breaking the news about Alabasta, and Marine will definitely be on his radar." He had anticipated this before the newspaper was printed, and that's exactly what happened. The albatross flying back from various places are telling a message recently. Marine was very angry and sent someone to threaten his home. In this regard, Morgans can only say that they are thinking nonsense. As a journalist with professional ethics, he will not be afraid of Marine's power. However, Marine is still the top force on the sea. Although I am not afraid, I still have to respect it. We need to move out of here as soon as possible and choose the next location as our headquarters. And just then, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. The sound came from far to near and stopped in front of the door. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Morgans looked towards the door and said. The door was pushed open, and a man wearing a hat trotted in with a panicked look. "What's wrong?" Morgans frowned and asked. "President." "Hi, Marine is here." Morgans was obviously taken aback. My heart skipped a beat. These guys found them so quickly. There is no doubt that they came because they broke the news about Luo Xiu. Oh shit. What a coincidence. Before he could say anything else, someone wearing a Marine uniform walked in directly from the door. The leader is wearing a cloak representing Marine's justice. The look is majestic. Morgan's eyes twitched. As a news leader, he recognized the opponent's military rank at a glance. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Although the opponent's status is very high, his strength should also be very strong. But Morgan's won't let this scare him. This is the headquarters of World News Agency, which has been able to stand on the sea for so many years. There are not only people who can write and edit documents. There are many capable guys. If the other party really takes action here, we still don't know who will win and who will lose in the end. President of News of the World, Mr. Morgans, we are here to cooperate with you. Do not be nervous, Marine Vice Admiral said slowly, showing a peaceful expression. Cooperate? Morgans was confused. Is it necessary for Marine to cooperate with me? It seems that in the past, there was no interest exchange. But soon, he figured out that Marine must have wanted him to tamper with the news that had already been reported. It a matter of keeping Luo Xiu in Alabasta and erasing them all, and bribe themselves with black money. Otherwise, what other reason could there be for Marine to go out of his way to cooperate with him? When he saw the Marine Vice Admiral, he took out a stack of large denomination Baileys from his arms. This conjecture was confirmed. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although he is a miser, he will never accept black money to report on things he doesn't want to report, and he doesn't like others to control his reports. Not even Marine. If it's about Luo Xiu, you'd better go back, Morgan said coldly, directly issuing an eviction order. Marine Vice Admiral knew that the other party would be wrong and put the banknotes in his hand on the table. It is indeed because of Luo Xiu's matter, but I'm not asking you to modify the news. We Marine captured Luo Xiu yesterday. Don't you like to collect big news? How's the news? Morgan shrugged when he heard the news. It turns out it's not about tampering with news, then you, etc. Morgan's was suddenly startled, savoring the next sentence. What did you say? Luo Xiu was caught? Morgan's asked in surprise. The Marine Vice Admiral nodded. Morgan's numb. This news that I is simply too big. There is no doubt that once the report comes out, it will cause another wave of waves. Can we cooperate? Vice Admiral asked, pushing the money on the table to Morgan's. Okay, Morgan said with a smile. Even if he has no money, he is still willing. Such big news delivered to your door is rare. Luo Xiu will be publicly executed at Naval Headquarters in 1 month. The president should know how to write news headlines. Marine Vice Admiral continued. Hearing this, Morgan's emotions that he had just finally settled down suddenly jumped up. The bird's eyes doubled in size. Did I hear it right? Public execution at Marine Headquarters. This is to attract the attention of the world. And isn't this exactly the effect I want? Morgan swallowed involuntarily. It's true that when people are sitting at home, great things come from heaven. It took him a long time to recover. Certainly, this matter is all our news agency's responsibility. 2 days later, within the waters of the subdued archipelago, a luxury cruise ship with a height of tens of meters is slowly advancing on the calm sea. The entire cruise ship can be described in 2 words, majestic. How arrogant is it? The cruise ship has a total of 16 floors. Each floor is covered with pearls, emeralds, and various precious gems. The top layer is even more dazzling. On the flagpole, it is a white flag with the hoof prints unique to the celestial dragons engraved on it. This ship is a luxury cruise ship specially used by celestial dragons for fun. 65. Chapter 65 Celestial Dragons Family. On the deck of the ship, a group of Marines stood. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Stand ready. Holding the musket weapon in his hand, he vigilantly observed the surrounding situation. Because I was too nervous. There was a layer of sweat on his forehead. Normally, they wouldn't be so nervous, but this time it was different. Celestial Dragons doesn't know which answer is wrong. I actually want to visit the subdued archipelago. Experience the local customs and customs. Everyone on the ship is under tremendous pressure. Celestial Dragons. As the most noble race in the world, there is no one among them. They are the aristocrats with absolute privileges who stand above the law. If something goes wrong with them, everyone on the ship will suffer. The lightest punishment is to be imprinted with the mark of a dragon's hoof. or become a slave to be played with, or be sent to the Stormlands, working day and night to build a country on the bridge, the Gyrowolf. No matter which one it is, it's enough to make people scared. That's why Marines are so nervous. And in the middle of the deck, a few people with round glass covers are extremely conspicuous. The one in the middle has his hair standing up, wearing sunglasses and a mustache. He's an older man with a relatively strong build. The one on the left with bangs is a woman. The one on the right has curly black hair, plump face, thick lips, and an often runny nose. They come from the same family, Roswald. From left to right, they are Carulia Palace, Roswad Saint, and Charlos Saint. This time, they came out from the holy land of Mariwa to visit the Sabaody archipelago. On the far right hand of St. Charos, one hand is holding several iron chains, and the other hand is holding dirty debris. However, the ones on the chain are not pets like cats or dogs, but young girls kneeling on the ground. Then he threw the filth in his hands on the deck. Before they even hit the ground, the chains clattered. The girls who were being led rushed to catch it with their mouths, like a group of hungry dogs in captivity. Seeing this scene, the Marines on the deck remained silent. No matter who it was, no one dared to step forward and say another word. The older ones don't even dare to take a big breath, afraid of any inappropriate reaction and falling into the eyes of celestial dragons. Seeing the filth he threw being accurately caught by the slave below, St. Charles smiled with satisfaction. Slaves and all are pigs that waste food. Being able to eat this is already their blessing. Anyway, in the end, they have no choice but to die. But he was almost tired of playing with these slaves, so he had to go to the Sabaody archipelago to choose some new slaves. After all, beautiful women should be turned into his wives, and then he can kill them when he gets tired of them. The one who had the same idea as him was Shalilia Palace, but she doesn't like having a harem. She loves to torture and play with slaves. He trained the captain's slaves raised by his father and conducted some cruel experiments, although I often play them to death. Dad, why haven't you arrived yet? Shalilia Palace became a little impatient and complained to St. Roswader. Come on, come on. St. Roswader comforted while sitting on a tall slave. Then he looked at the Marines on the deck and cursed viciously. You damn low-level pigs. Why haven't you arrived yet after sailing for so long? What a bunch of waste who only know how to waste food. Faced the scolding of celestial dragons. The whole Marine on the ship didn't dare to snort. And just then, St. Charles saw a lone boat coming into his sight on the sea, sailing ahead. He frowned. The servants around him immediately raised their binoculars. Charles Saint puts his eyes to the camera. I saw, in the round frame, a lone boat sailing towards them. There was still a person standing on the lonely boat. 2 meters tall, black hair and black eyes. Inferior people. How dare you sail in front of me? The Drake of St. Charos shouted in a high-pitched voice. Damn it! Damn it! The sin is unforgivable. Coming out of Mariwa, he had been sailing on the ship for so long, and no matter who saw their ship, they all rushed to avoid it. No one dares to drive within a radius of tens of kilometers. Now there was actually a low-level pig who came from nowhere and dared to drive in front of them. Intolerable. Crash into it, power up, knock him to death, St. Charlos said fiercely. The words fell. The veterans on the ship passed the order directly, without any hesitation. Let the ship speed up. This is an order issued by the celestial dragons. Who dares to disobey? Suddenly, the cruise ship accelerated and shot out like a sharp arrow. At this time, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Drew, who was on the side, took the telescope handed over by his subordinates. I thought to myself, I can only say that you are unlucky today. Come out and sail at this time. It's not good to mess with anyone, mess with the celestial dragons. He shook his head and said, at the same time, place the telescope against your eyelids. When he saw the people on the lone boat, his expression suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, he took out a reward notice from his pocket and looked down. His heart trembled violently. Luo Xiu. How can it be? Hasn't he already been arrested? Wiping his eyes in disbelief, he took another look. It's really Luo Xiu. Suddenly, a chill rose up under his feet, crawling across the back like lion majesty, and then straight to the forehead. Stop it. Stop the boat. Don't rush over. Drew yelled. This is Luo Xiu, whose combat power exceeds the Marine Admiral level. It's simply not something they can resist. Damn thing. How dare you disobey orders? Go away. St. Charles's face darkened, and he cursed angrily. The Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral was not taken seriously at all. He is Celestial Dragons. Not to mention the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, the Marine Vice Admiral, or even the Admiral of Headquarters came over. They are just watchdogs for their Celestial Dragons. Need something nice to say about Watchdog? Of course not. They are all cheap people who only deserve to be scolded. Can't pass. He is Luo, Drew said anxiously, trying to persuade him to go back. But before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by the vicious voice of St. Charles. Don't you dare say another word. One shot will kill you. Obviously. In the case of Celestial Dragons, it is the Iron Order. Sailors know this too. Ignoring Rear Admiral's words, he turned the ship's power to full speed and advanced at full speed. Seeing this scene, Drew's face turned green. Drew is now being hunted by the Marine Admiral and has no Marine to fear. He was very desperate at the moment. Looking at the distance getting closer and closer, there is only one thought left in my mind. It's over. 66. Chapter 66 CP0. The strongest shield. St. Charles sniffed, holding a whip in hand. Step by step, he walked to Marine Rear Admiral Drew. Low-class people are just low-class people. They just waste food and waste. What's there to be afraid of alone? No wonder you Marines have never been able to destroy the pirates. It's not just you. You Marines are all despicable pigs. The words fell. He raised his arm and struck down hard with the whip. Snap. The whip struck Drew's cloak, which represented justice, and cracks appeared, splitting the word justice into two halves. In front of all the Marines, he directly attacked the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. How arrogant this is. How disrespectful. He was a Marine. However, in the face of what the Celestial Dragons did, no one present dared to say anything. Still silent. On the entire luxury cruise ship, deathly silence. Justice seems worthless at this moment. Some young Marines clenched their fists so tightly that their fingers turned white. Gritting his teeth, he chose not to watch this scene. They become Marines to protect their homeland and protect justice. But the scene in front of me. Let their minds be shaken. Very angry, and helpless. Marines' duty is to protect the safety of Celestial Dragons. Unconditionally, condoning the behavior of the Celestial Dragons. Even their superiors were humiliated in front of them. I can't stand up and say one more word. No. Marine Rear Admiral Drew being whipped with whip after whip. His mind was even more blank. His face was extremely ugly. On one side are the Celestial Dragons, and on the other are Luo Xiu. No doubt, he can't afford to offend either side, so I can only choose to tolerate it. Bang, bang, bang. The whip was still hitting him like raindrops. The dignity of being a Marine was shattered to pieces at this moment. The harsh sound penetrated into his ears and stung his heart. A surge of anger. Along with the humiliation, it suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart. This moment. He actually had the idea of resisting for a moment. Buzz. He reached out and grabbed the whip that was coming again. Drew's face was extremely gloomy. But when you see the ugly face of Celestial Dragons, and on the flagpole, the flag was blown by the wind and engraved with a mark of dragon's hoof. Suddenly, I lost the courage to resist. Keep your head down. Take your hand back. Waste. How dare you hide? You bitch, you can't rebel even if you want to. When Charos saw that the whip he had dropped was actually caught by the low-level person in front of him, his nose twitched, and he cursed angrily. Then he threw the whip in his hand to the ground and waved behind him. Suddenly, 3 people wearing mysterious masks appeared beside him with a sudden sound. No one knows how they appeared, but without exception, they were all wearing white suits and black ties, wearing a mask. CPO. A flash of horror flashed in Drew's eyes. CP0. An organization directly affiliated with the World Nobles Celestial Dragons. Known as Celestial Dragon's strongest shield, it is the world's strongest cipherpool. The members are extremely strong. It has strength comparable to Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and even Quasi-Admiral. How come there are CP-0S on this ship, and there are 3 of them? Drew swallowed and sweat dropped. The 3 CP-0S were looking at Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Drew coldly. Next moment, 2 of them disappeared instantly. One left and one right came to Drew's side. Before he could react, he was held up by 2 CP-0S and couldn't move. Boom. At this time, a gunshot exploded. The dark bullet traced a trajectory. It hit Drew directly between the eyebrows. Blood spurted out and flowed all over the ground. Why? Drew looked at the people in front of him with despair in his eyes. His face was full of disbelief. He had foreseen that, being a Marine, he might die one day. But I thought I would die as a pirate or on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, he would die in the hands of the celestial dragons who were protecting him. He wanted to know why. But the only response he received was the sound of his own heavy falling to the ground. There was also the voice of St. Roswaiter, filled with disgust. Damn thing. Living is a waste of food. While speaking, St. Roswald put away the musket in his hand, not even bothering to look at it again. It was as if killing a Marine Rear Admiral was like crushing an ant. I don't feel any psychological burden at all. After all, after living for so many years, there are many more Marines who have died in their hands than pirates. Not to mention Rear Admiral, he has killed several Vice Admirals. Gullo, that sudden scene. The Marines present swallowed their saliva. Cold sweat dripped from his body. His face turned even pale. Their eyes looked at Rear Admiral Drew lying on the deck, and then stared at the 3 mysterious figures who suddenly appeared. The resistance that arose in my heart suddenly disappeared. His whole body was shaking. Who were these people? He actually controlled the officer's actions in an instant, and I don't even know where it came from. The 3 CP-0S ignored everyone's gaze, and there was no expression on the faces under the 3 masks. But the cold, murderous aura emanating from their bodies showed their ruthlessness and power. Regarding the ending of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, I can't even feel the slightest emotion in my heart. This is CP-0, an agency established solely to protect the Celestial Dragons. The strongest shield. No matter what Celestial Dragons does to break through offline, we must support it unconditionally and remove all obstacles in front of you. It's so disgusting. Get rid of this garbage quickly. St. Charles sniffed. He looked at the corpse still bleeding out with extreme disgust. Upon hearing this, the 3 CP-0S turned their heads and glanced at the Marine soldiers present. The meaning is self-evident. Okay, I obey. Marine's hair suddenly stood up at the glance. A chill ran down my spine. About 10 people came out with frightened expressions on their faces and dragged their commander away. Drew's cloak, which represents justice, is used as a rag to wipe the bloodline on the deck. Everything seems ironic in the extreme. Hurry up. We're about to hit him. Crush this lowly pig to death. St. Charles looked closer and closer, clapped his hands excitedly, and said, at the same time, the other side, on the lonely boat. The evil-faced Luo Xiu crossed his arms on his chest and looked at the luxury cruise ship approaching him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hey. Dragon pigs, I've been looking for you for a long time. What a fat sheep that comes to your doorstep. After leaving the island, he made his way to the Subdued archipelago. He knew there would be celestial dragons coming here. The original plan was to wait and see on the island. But I never imagined that I would meet him on the sea. This saved him a lot of trouble. Next devil fruit. Got it. 67, Chapter 67, kill CP-0 instantly. On the deck of a luxury cruise ship, St. Charles had a pervert smile on his face. He picked up the chain holding the girl and shook it vigorously. Swish, swish. The chains vibrated. The young girls who were tied up received instructions and crawled forward mechanically. Bring St. Charles to the bow of the ship. Yeah. Knock him to pieces. St. Charles was happy to see this. He had expected it. This lonely boat is driven by the powerful power of the cruise ship. Knocked into sawdust. The lowly pigs standing on it will also be smashed to pieces. The 3 CP-0S standing next to them were silently standing on the deck, like 3 logs. But their eyes were all focused on the lone boat ahead. Next moment, when Luo Xiu's face was clearly seen, Their expressions hidden under the mask suddenly changed. It seemed like he saw something terrible. Just when they wanted to speak out, the ship had already hit it. Boom. Violent noises suddenly came out. Not surprisingly, the cruise ship crashed into the lone boat. The lone boat, just as celestial dragons expected, was torn apart, with sawdust flying everywhere. There's just one thing that's different from what they thought. There were no bloody scenes. There was only a figure, just before the cruise ship hit. Leave the lone boat. The figure jumped up lightly and landed on the luxury cruise ship. Dragon pigs. I had a lot of fun. Luo Xiu stood on the edge of the deck, looking at the celestial dragons in front of him with interest. And not the slaves who were chained. Luo Xiu, CP0 said in horror. They are not only the strongest shield, but also the strongest intelligent structure. They recognize the person in front of them at a glance. But not according to information from Naval Headquarters. Wasn't Luo Xiu arrested a few days ago? How could it appear here again? Could it be that there was a mistake in Marine's intelligence? What's the matter? Several question marks appeared in the minds of the three CP0s. Luo Xiu, what the hell is this? St. Charles said impatiently after hearing this. I didn't feel anything was wrong at all because of CP0's abnormal demeanor. It is still a picture of Lousy who is the best in the world. In his eyes, there are only two kinds of people. One is celestial dragons and one is pariah. No doubt, the guy in front of me who wasn't killed is just a pariah. Since he is a pariah, he must not dare to touch himself. Sir, this Luo Xiu is an extremely dangerous existence. Please move away immediately and call Mary Ahua for support. One of the CP0s said quickly. Judging from the current situation, why Luo Xiu appeared here is not something they need to delve into. It is important to keep the celestial dragons as safe as possible. Luo Xiu's strength. They are clear. Even if they go together, they may not be able to win. Need to ask for support. Damn thing. You are useless trash too. They are just like those Marines. They are just a waste of food. St. Charles actually wanted to escape when he heard about these lackeys. Suddenly, he was furious. After taking out the gun from his body, he wanted to reward them with a bullet. But it may be due to obesity or lack of exercise. He didn't take out the musket at his waist. Daddy, he looks good. I want him to be my slave. At this time, Celestial Dragon Shalilia Palace on the side looked at Luo Xiu who appeared. His eyes flashed, and he showed a pervert smile. Saint Rosewad heard this and smiled. Such a despicable waste. You can play however you want. He didn't know Luo Xiu, and even if he did, he wouldn't take it to heart. Just a pariah. As he spoke, he raised the musket in his hand. Untouchable. Kneel down. The corners of Luo Xiu's eyes twitched, making Tai and Longzi laugh a little. Hey. Very good. I originally wanted to kill you guys directly, but now I have changed my mind. I'm going to torture you really hard. For the evil-faced Luo Xiu, killing people is fun, but torturing people is even more fun. Tormenting the top nobles in this world. It's fun to think about. When the three CP0s heard this, their hearts suddenly trembled. Sure enough, Luo Xiu came for the celestial dragons. Next moment, the three of them looked at each other. Then they separated. Three people, each responsible for one, want to take the celestial dragons away from here by force. Damn guy. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Seeing these watchdogs, the celestial dragons actually wanted to touch their own bodies. Suddenly furious. However, CP0 has not yet waited for the next step. Luo Xiu moved. A powerful momentum broke out. Buzz. A gust of sea breeze blew by, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, heading towards one of the CP0s. As fast as lightning. As soon as the figure arrived, his fist was swung down. So fast. The corner of the targeted CP0's eyes twitched. Raise your fist to meet the attack. The next moment, just hear a click. The moment his arm touched Luo Xiu's fist bone. Under the infusion of huge energy, the bones broke and protruded from the flesh. The whole arm, become bloody. It was immediately scrapped. However, this is just the beginning. A sneer flashed across the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth. A few more punches landed. CP0 has 2 legs and another arm. It was twisted into a twist. All limbs were lost. CP0 collapsed on the ground, completely unable to move. Follow the same rules. Luo Xiu used lightning speed to cover his ears. The figure passed by the other 2 CP0s. In front of Luo Xiu, his strength was comparable to that of Marine Rear Admiral or even Vice Admiral's strongest shield. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Several screams were heard. On the deck, there were 2 more CP0s with their limbs crushed. Blood flowed from their bodies, staining the deck red, just like the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral drooped before him. Only, this time, the identities of hunter and prey are interchanged. At this time, seeing this terrifying scene, those celestial dragons realized the seriousness of the problem. There are 3 people who are not afraid of heaven or earth and are naturally the descendants of God. There was unprecedented fear on his face. The person in front of me seemed different from other untouchables, and it seemed that he really dared to kill them. Luo Xiu wiped the bloodline on his hands, grinned and walked towards the celestial dragons step by step. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps fell on the deck and made a sound. The 3 celestial dragons looked at Luo Xiu with wide eyes. You can't kill me. We are descendants of God. If you dare to touch us, you will be judged by the world government. Luo Xiu walked up to St. Charles, who was already pissed with fear. He smiled crookedly and said, I'll ask you a math question. What is 1000 minus 7? 68. Chapter 68, Kill the Celestial Dragons. Awakening the Demon of the Mountain. Charles Saint was confused. What is the math problem? I haven't studied it. He looked down at his 10 fingers. Sweating a lot. My legs can't help but tremble. I couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time. As celestial dragons, they have lived a pampered life since birth. I don't think about studying at all. Learn this stuff. Those are the responsibility of low-level people, and then used to serve them. After holding it in for a long time, he said a number equal to 7. Luo Xiu gave him a disgusted look. Immediately afterwards, click, St. Charles' fingers were crushed. A pitiful pig-like cry sounded from his mouth. Damn it! You actually want to kill gods. The world government will not let you go. Lying on the ground, a CP0's teeth were broken. He endured the severe pain in his body and said viciously, at this moment, what he had in mind was the celestial dragons. The owner didn't bark, but the dogs started barking. This is CP0. A group of dead soldiers who have been brainwashed since childhood. No thoughts, no thinking at all. They can no longer be called normal people. Puff. Luo Xiu casually swung a wooden stick and pierced the opponent's forehead. Kill him. Noisy. Then Luo Xiu looked at St. Charles, grinned, and said coldly, I'll give you another chance. Can't answer. Just die. You losers, what you doing standing around? Kill him quickly. Charles was scared to death. The person in front of me is too cruel. He knew that the other party would really do this. And I really can't answer it. This is so damn hard. I can only vent my anger on the Marines on the cruise ship. The Marine soldiers were covered in cold sweat at this moment. Everything happened too fast before my eyes. Just now, in their eyes, there were 3 mysterious figures who were so powerful that they were outrageously strong. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. However, they dare not disobey the celestial dragon's orders, even though he knew that the person in front of him was not easy to mess with. But fear of celestial dragons. It has been engraved in their bones. Let them not make a choice and face the difficulties. Go together. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. He held the spear in his hand and rushed out of the crowd. Immediately afterwards, seeing someone taking the lead, the Marine soldier followed him bravely. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their footsteps on the deck. The musket in his hand was raised and aimed at Luo Xiu. A bunch of insects. Luo Xiu sneered. Next moment, a powerful aura spread out from him. Suddenly, buzzing sound. In the sky, an extremely violent hockey suddenly appeared. Intense color, covering the entire cruise ship. In the shocked eyes of all the Marine soldiers, this airwave rolled down with endless power. Rush. Time. All the Marines present fainted immediately when the airwave came into contact. His eyelids rolled up, he foamed at the mouth, his body went limp, and he fainted. Those celestial dragons, naturally, are the same. Lying upright on the deck, unconscious. This is Conqueror's Haki. A CPO lying on the ground looked shocked. There were even beads of sweat on his forehead. These Marines probably don't know what it is. But he understands. Haki can knock people out, no doubt about it. It is Conqueror's Haki who can only come out 1 in a million. It can be found out based on the intelligence that came out. Luo Xiu doesn't know how to Haki at all. What the hell is going on? Damn Marine. Their information is all false. CP0 suddenly thought of something and murmured in disbelief. Information from Naval Headquarters, saying that they have successfully captured Luo Xiu. But it's obvious. This is fake news, because Luo Xiu was really standing in front of him. And kill celestial dragons too. He couldn't imagine it. In order to maintain its prestige, Marine actually announced false news to the world, saying that Luo Xiu had been successfully arrested. What a huge joke. Damn it, Luo Xiu was not arrested at all. He's still getting stronger. We must pass this news to the world government. CP0 gritted his teeth and his eyes seemed to pop out. Facing Conqueror's Haki, he was also under great pressure. There is no chance to deliver the message. Luo Xiu's figure flashed, came to them, and broke his neck directly. Then twist off their heads and throw them aside. Gurgling, the head rolled around on the ground like a ball. Conqueror's Haki, it's quite useful. Luo Xiu clapped his hands and murmured while looking at the fallen Marine soldiers. IT is indeed a powerful tool for cleaning up miscellaneous fish. Then he looked at the 3 fainted celestial dragons and shook his head. It's boring. I originally wanted to torture him for fun. But now, I'm no longer interested. The attack was crisp and clear. The heads of the 3 people were also unscrewed and put together with the heads of the 3 CP0s. Subsequently, Luo Xiu's figure flashed. Escape inside the cruise ship. Wait until he appears again. We have arrived at the vault of the luxury cruise ship. In front of him, there were piles of all kinds of precious jewelry and gemstones, shining with gold and silver light, which was dazzling. These treasures are undoubtedly treasures collected by celestial dragons from various countries. However, Luo Xiu was not very interested in these things. A wooden box containing gold and silver jewelry made his eyes brighten. He walked up, reached for the wooden box, and weighed it with his hands. The portions are neither heavy nor light. It doesn't seem like it's used to store treasure. Buckle the lid of the wooden box and open it with your hand. Suddenly, Luo Xiu's pupils shrank. Lying inside the box was a fruit. That strange texture, pineapple-like appearance. If not devil fruit, what else could it be? Taking out the fruit, Luo Xiu held it in the palm of his hand. Dang! Devil fruit detected. May I ask if host absorbs special energy? Absorb. The moment the system sound sounded, Luo Xiu thought to himself, I don't know how long I have been waiting for this moment. Of course, I agreed without hesitation. The words fell. System space comes to mind. The devil fruit disappears in his hand and then appears in front of the devil's door. Then devil fruit flew into the gate of hell and disappeared inside. Time passed by minute. After a while, just hear a roar. The gate of hell suddenly flashed. The next moment, the chain wrapped around the doorframe was untied by a mysterious force. A powerful aura filled the space, accompanied by a tremor. A demon stepped out of the gate of hell. He has green skin, a huge and fat body with yellow bumps, short legs and arms, and a Japanese-style hairstyle. It is the devil of the mountain bow gang. 69. Chapter 69 on the correct method of controlling demons. Ding! Congratulations, host successfully activated the mountain demon. Host can autonomously shelter and activate demons. Host can seal the devil again. The moment Bo just stepped out of the gate of hell, the system's caring voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It can contain demons and seal them again. This function is really cool. Having restrictions attached to the system can save you a lot of trouble in the future. After all, these demons are all unruly people. At least they don't have much favorable impressions of the Holy Lord, who even deceived his 3 good employees Valen. It's better to be system dad. Luo Xiu sighed. Bogang's heavy body came out of the space. It landed on the luxury cruise ship and made a loud noise. Unfortunately, the boat material of celestial dragons is strong enough. Otherwise, it would be the new Sea Kings if it fell into the water. Bogang looked around, waving his tongue, very excited. Hey, free at last. Needless to say, it was a pleasure to be able to see the light of day again after being locked up in hell for so long, although the time in between was a bit long. But I didn't expect that the Holy Lord was quite trustworthy. The decision to work together to get him out was indeed the right decision. At this moment, Bogang really wanted to have a big meal. After being hungry for thousands of years, the magic power has been reduced a lot, and I have almost forgotten the original taste of food. Just right. There is a person standing in front of me. It looks like it tastes good. Chi Lu. Bogang licked his lips, smacked his lower lip, and stared at Luo Xiu with his scarlet eyes, full of greed. What a complete foodie. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and his expression was neither salty nor bland. Bogang, ranked second among the 8 demons, devours all things, like a living Pishu. No matter what you see, your first thought must be to taste the saltiness. That iron stomach is like a bottomless pit, endless. Of course, what you eat can be transformed into strength. Wrong. Bogang's expression suddenly paused on his face. Then she showed an interesting look. How come you have the aura of the Holy Lord on your body? Hey. That guy, the Holy Lord, won't take your body away. No. Boy, who are you? Luo Xiu rubbed his brows, suddenly regretting letting this demon out. It seems a little bit not very smart. In fact, it's really not very smart. After all, he has been imprisoned in hell for thousands of years. Both IQ and magic power are decreasing day by day, showing a negative curve pattern. With average intelligence, Luo Xiu should be able to beat her by 5 holy masters now. Bogang, your freedom is given by me. From now on, you will only obey my orders, Luo Xiu said lightly, declaring his sovereignty. Hey. When Bogang heard this, he patted his belly and looked unconcerned. You came out on your own, so you don't have to listen to what a little brat has to say. Bring me some food first. Bogang smacked his lips and said in a somewhat threatening tone. Luo Xiu smiled. Nothing more was said. Raise your hand and aim at Bogang. Brush. There was a flash of light. Just now, he was still on the boat, and a large pile of Bogang disappeared in an instant. Wait until she shows up on the cruise ship again. Bogang's expression changed. The arrogance was gone, and his face was full of fear. What just happened? That was so weird. The man in front of him just raised his hand, and he returned to that extremely annoying space. In fact, there is no need for any sealed tokens. Is the person in front of me even more powerful than Shinigami Akira? Bogang couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. Who are you, kid? She was a little scared. Do you need me to repeat it? Luo Xiu crossed his arms across his chest and asked. Bogang is scared. After staying in a dark place for thousands of years, she longed for freedom more than ever. Although now this freedom needs to be somewhat restricted. But after finally reaching the outside world, how can we be willing to go back? Listening to some instructions is no big deal compared to being sealed again. Whether it is light or heavy, a child can carry it clearly. Bogang's degraded brain can still distinguish the pros and cons. Luo Xiu looked at Bogang's reaction and was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. Give these demons a little shock first, and then we can get things done. But nothing can be just a slap. You also need a sweet date. These unconscious people on the ship can eat whatever they want. Don't move those 6 heads. Luo Xiu pointed to the Marines who were unconscious on the deck and said slowly. Bogang's eyes flashed with light. It seemed like following the person in front of me was pretty good. As long as there's something to eat, that's perfectly fine. Phew. Bogambwa opened his huge mouth without any haste and took a deep breath on the deck. The huge pulling force rolled up the lying Marine and the headless body. A storm seems to be coming in. Apart. Bogang paused and licked his lips. It tastes pretty good. It's rare for flesh and blood to taste so mellow. It's a pity there are so few. Can people in the pirate world be weak in flesh and blood? Don't worry. It's time for you to eat, Luo Xiu said calmly. Bogang's body shape is determined by what he eats. According to the original book, Bogang can reach the size of a mountain. The one in front of me is about the same size as a medium-sized warship. No doubt. Inside, the children are starving. And size corresponds to strength. Bogang's current strength is hard to say. He must improve it as soon as possible so that those damn flies can see the world. This requires eating more food. Just right. In the world of pirates, the most indispensable thing is food. Those super-large sea kings in the calm belt are quite fat. Hey. Bogang licked his lips, his face full of anticipation. Luo Xiu raised his hand and temporarily placed Bogang in the system space. The cruise ship is specially built for celestial dragons. Even if there is no wind, it can travel in the calm belt with its developed power system. But with Bogang, the boat can't move. Go to the marine branch first and see how effective Bogang is. Luo Xiu touched his chin and murmured. After handling everything, Luo Xiu disappeared and continued to search the treasure house on the ship to see if there were any other devil fruit. After searching around, the result was that there was none. Luo Xiu is not depressed at all. Devil fruit and other things will always come as his strength improves. The worst-case scenario is to directly attack the holy land of Mariehua and massacre the celestial dragon's lair. However, it is not suitable to do this now. After all, there are still many strong people in the world government. For example, the Knights of God who hide in the dark and specialize in protecting celestial dragons, such as Kong, 5 elders, such as him. But you can discuss them first, Luo Xiu Jieji said with a smile. Picking up the 3 heads of celestial dragons on the deck, Luo Xiu jumped up and hung them on the flagpole, with the dragon's hooves printed on them, neatly arranging them as a family from left to right. Then hang the heads of the other 3 CP-0s below. Set sail aboard Celestial Dragon's ship. 70. Chapter 70 Attack on Marine 2 Branch. 2 days later. The first half of the Grand Line. The sky is blue, the sun is shining, the breeze is blowing, and the temperature is just right. On the calm sea surface, occasionally whitebait jumps out of the water and splashes into the water. Marine G2 Branch. Located in this sea area. At this time, on the branch observation deck, Marine soldiers were patrolling the surrounding sea area as usual. A simple stand holds a long tube monocular telescope, paired with 2 rotating sentries. However, today is a little different. Branch Rear Admiral Bain didn't know that the tendon was wrong, so he also ran to the observation tower. And he moved a wicker chair to bask in the sun. You do your thing. Don't worry about me, Branch Rear Admiral Bain said softly as he lay happily, bathing in the sunshine. The 2 Marine soldiers nodded fearfully and immediately got to work. Worked much harder than usual. There was no other way. The chief was lying beside him, but he didn't dare to fish in troubled waters and be lazy. And if you show off your attitude, if you are admired by the Rear Admiral, you might be promoted in the future. The weather is really nice today. Bain stretched himself and said to himself lazily. Ever since Luo Xiu was captured by naval headquarters, there have been fewer incidents on the sea. There are no longer those ignorant pirates who appear out of nowhere to carry out sneak attacks. It was also because of this that he was able to relax a bit recently. It's just that I can't relax for a few days like this. After all, Luo Xiu's public execution has been put on the agenda. As one of the branches, naturally, we need to send some key personnel there. So is Marshal Sengoku. Does it take so many people to execute a pirate? Rear Admiral shook his head and sighed. Luo Xiu has been caught. Even if it is a public execution, there is no chance of an accident. After all, there is no force behind him. He is alone. Unlike the 4 emperors, there are still situations where someone may come to rescue him. Bain, Lord Bain. A ship is approaching the branch. Just as Bain curled his lips, a Marine soldier suddenly said, Bain was stunned and frowned. The beautiful bath was about to end early. Is it a pirate ship? No, not a pirate ship. It's a luxury cruise ship. It seems to be a cruise ship from Celestial Dragons. What? When Bain heard the word Celestial Dragons, he immediately stood up from his chair. Cruise with Celestial Dragons. How could their ship sail in the sea area? Bane thought about it in his mind. It doesn't make sense. It seems that the only celestial dragons that have left the Holy Land Mariewa recently are heading to the Subdued archipelago. However, these doubtful thoughts only appeared for a moment and were immediately forgotten by Bane. Whatever the reason, the celestial dragons are here. It's a big deal. If you neglect them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Much more serious than the pirate raid branch. Sir, it doesn't seem right. It's not right. Suddenly, the Marine soldier in charge of the sentry spoke again, but this time he was a little awkward when speaking, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, as if he had seen something very scary. What's wrong? Is this a celestial dragon's cruise ship? Bane was a little impatient. You can't even understand what I'm saying, and you still want to get promoted and make a fortune in the future. Go back to farming quickly. Sir, I think I saw Luo Xiu. Bane's mouth twitched sharply. Kick the soldier away quickly. Luo Xiu is obviously locked up in Impel Down. How could it appear here? And it's still on the celestial dragon ship. You kid, let's see if I can deal with you later. Bane spat, and he had to do it himself. He stood up and stood next to the long wooden mirror, placing his eyelids against the frame. Inside the round lens, a picture unfolds. A luxuriously decorated cruise ship is slowly advancing on the sea. It is indeed a cruise ship of celestial dragons. Bane secretly thought, except for them, no one dares to sail such a luxurious ship on the sea. Otherwise, it will not be long before the pirates besiege and rob it. Since it's celestial dragons, there's nothing to panic about. Just receive them well. Could it be that there are still people who are brave enough to attack celestial dragons? His eyes slowly moved online, and his round lenses were raised. His eyes focused on the hoof prints of the celestial dragons that belong exclusively to the celestial dragons. But the next moment, his heart tightened suddenly. The expression was exactly the same as that of the soldier who was kicked away just now. I saw 3 heads of celestial dragons hanging on the flagpole with their own glass covers on their heads. There are 3 people below wearing 3 masks. Celestial dragons got killed. Bane felt breathless. The world's nobles, the celestial dragons, who were superior to Marine, were actually killed. He was even hung up and paraded through the streets. Is this world going to change? And most importantly, a man who looked like Luo Xiu was sitting on the flagpole with half of his legs hanging down. Wrong. That damn thing is Luo Xiu. Besides this guy, who else has such courage? Dare to kill celestial dragons in public. Boom. Think of this. He felt like his head was exploding. Quick, inform the Vice Admiral. There's an enemy attack. Bane shouted. 10 minutes later. Marine G2 branch. Sound the alarm. The sound spread throughout the branch island. This is an alarm that will sound only when there is a major incident. It may not ring once for decades, but this time he rang. All the Marines in the branch heard this voice. Immediately pick up weapons and gather at the branch entrance. The Vice Admiral of the Marine branch and the commander of the G2 branch, Gumir, stood at the front of the crowd. The sweat on his face was pouring down like crazy. The heart rate skyrockets. The strongest newcomer Luo Xiu appeared and killed the celestial dragons. It doesn't matter which news it is. It was enough to make him sweat profusely. Gumir held 2 samurai swords in his hands and swallowed, feeling great pressure. At this time, on the horizon, a black afterimage passed by, like a black lightning. Boom. Landed on the G2 branch island. A piece of rubble exploded. It was Luo Xiu. The moment he saw this man, Gumil's heart skipped a beat. The last trace of luck left in my heart also disappeared. Luo Xiu, who was caught and wanted to be publicly executed, really appeared here. Interesting. Quite good. Luo Xiu smiled as he looked at the Marine who had gathered and was ready to attack him. Then he raised his arms and shouted, "Don't worry, your opponent is not me." The words fell. Next moment, Luo Xiu pressed his arm. A huge body descended from above, smashed between Luo Xiu and Marine. It's time to eat. 71. Chapter 71, Let's Eat. Destroy G2. A huge body comparable to a Marine warship lay in front of the branch Marine, and a huge feeling of oppression rushed towards him. When the Marine soldiers saw the sudden appearance of the monster, Their pupils shrank, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. The sweat on his forehead dripped down his cheeks and onto the ground. What is this? Sea Kings. How is it possible? How could Sea Kings appear here? This is the branch island. Dot. The Marine soldiers clutched the weapons in their hands, their hearts trembling. After working in the sea for so many years, I have seen many strange creatures. But it was obvious that the thing in front of them was within their knowledge blind spot. Neither Sea Kings nor ordinary creatures. An unknown fear pervades the hearts of all Marines. They couldn't help but tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. It seems that at this moment, only they can bring some sense of security. Vice Admiral Gumir of the Marine branch had an equally ugly expression. He stared straight at the green-skinned creature in front of him. Search in your mind. There is absolutely no information about this thing. It's like suddenly appearing in this world. But although I don't know what it is, judging from the pressure emanating from the other party, it is definitely not a simple thing. A complete monster. Hey. We have food again. Compared to the nervousness of these Marine soldiers, Bogang was much more excited and relaxed. This is all food. She licked her lips unconsciously and scanned the Marines with her scarlet eyes. The soldiers who were swept away. Suddenly, I felt my legs were shaking and my arms were shaking violently. Great terror arose in my heart. Some soldiers wanted to just pick up their guns and run away. After all, they had never seen such a scene before. We usually deal with pirates that no matter how dangerous or powerful the other party is, they are still human beings. But now the feeling brought by this thing is too shocking. The unknown is always the scariest thing. Even if you haven't taken action yet, wherever you stop, it's enough to make you frightened. Hold on. No matter what it is all mortal flesh and will eventually be destroyed by gunfire. As the Vice Admiral of the Marine branch, Gumir still had some determination. He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted loudly. The opponent's momentum is too strong. If it continues like this, Marine will collapse before he even starts fighting. He didn't believe that the opponent was so big, that there were so many people on his side, and that there were so many guns. You can't beat the opponent into a sieve yet. Shot. Kill her. As soon as his order fell. Suddenly, the Marine soldier regained his composure, gritted his teeth, and pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. There was a steady stream of gunshots. The dark bullets traced their trajectory in the air, falling on Bogang's body like raindrops. However, the attack power of these bullets is indeed the same as raindrops in front of Bogang's thick skin. Can't even break through the defense. Bogang scratched his itchy belly with his hand and looked at the little one below with disdain. Ants, please stop resisting. You better become my food. As he spoke, Bogang stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Under the cover of the giant hand, it carries boundless power. The Marine soldiers were already frightened. The invincible musket hit almost all of them. But the opponent's skin wasn't even broken. How to fight this? It's a monster. It's a monster. It's impossible to win. The Marine soldiers, even the only muskets they relied on, were useless. It will immediately collapse into a ball. Gumir, Vice Admiral of the branch, looked shocked and the hairs on his body stood on end. He was also frightened. What kind of monster is it? Can resist gunpowder with physical strength? How hard does the skin have to be like this? Even Marine Admiral, without the weapon color and fruit ability, can't use his body to force it. Damn it. Take my sword. He gritted his teeth, and now that the matter was over, he had no choice but to attack. Instead of retreating, he tried to attack with his sword. The aura on his body sank. He waved the two swords in his hands and slashed at Bogang. Snap. His figure jumped into the air, and just as he was about to hit Bogang, he was slapped and flew away. Boom. After rolling on the ground several times, his body finally came to a stop. As one of the 8 demons, Bogang's blow was powerful enough to shatter him into pieces. Too weak. Bogang slapped his mouth. Immediately afterwards, she looked at the Marine soldiers below, patted her belly, and started buffet mode. There is no doubt that this is a one-sided battle. In front of Bogang, these Marine soldiers had no room to resist. 10 minutes later, the battle is over. Luo Xiu stood aside, silently observing Bogang's body. At this moment, he was a little disappointed, because Bo just ate Marine and even the G2 branch house. Although the body is a little bigger than before, it is not much bigger. The effect seems not very good. It seems this is not enough. Got to eat Sea Kings, though. The vitality of Sea Kings should be able to nourish and make it much bigger. Luo Xiu said silently. First put Bagong in a calm belt, and then go to the New World to find the 4 emperors. Thinking of this, he took the delicious Bo gang back to the system space. Without any intention of staying any longer, Luo Xiu's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, heading towards the Tianlong ship. And shortly after he left, a bright yellow figure rushed towards the G2 branch at an extremely fast speed. Next moment, he lands on the ground and the yellow photon dissipates, revealing Kizaru. Kizaru's eyelids drooped, and he looked at the bare G2 branch, a little confused. He came specially from the headquarters to announce the public execution of Luo Xiu and brought people there from the branch. But what is going on with these scenes in front of me? Did I come to the wrong place? He couldn't help but murmured, patted his head and curled his lips. Oh my, I'm so old and confused. But soon he realized something was wrong. It seemed that he was not in the wrong place, but that he had been attacked here. The branch was swept away. Realizing this, Kizaru frowned. Damn it! Who is it? Kizaru's casual expression turned serious. Dare to attack the Marine G2 branch and sweep this place away. Are there such powerful pirates in the first half of the Grand Line? Etc. This is... Kizaru glanced at an area in front of him and took off his orange glasses. Where the branch office building was originally located, all the buildings disappeared and several huge footprints appeared on it. What is this? Kizaru jumped up and landed on the edge of the footprints, somewhat confused. Judging from this footprint, it seems that it is not a human being, but some huge creature. Not a pirate. What a huge creature. But what kind of creature can destroy a building without even leaving its remains? Where did those buildings go? After traveling in the sea for so many years, Kizaru has seen a lot and has never seen such a strange phenomenon. A huge marine branch disappeared inexplicably. And not only Marine disappeared, but other things also disappeared. Weird. So weird. At this moment, the collapsed rubble on the left front of Kizaru suddenly moved.